30 minutes earlier, the moment Rayon sensed the waves of aura rising from the upper reaches of the Label River, he suppressed his presence. Whoosh! He compressed the energies of 10,000 flames art and glacier into his core, using the ring of fire to suppress even his spiritual presence. How about this? Rayon gestured toward Wrath, who was mumbling about wanting mint chocolate. Heir, still far from enough. Wrath shook his head in disapproval. This might work on someone around your level, but real transcendence like that old man Nadine would find you immediately. Even in the midst of battle, Wrath licked his lips, saying that they would notice him without fail. It can't be helped. Rayon turned his gaze toward Garam, who was peeking his head out. Garam, I need your help. Sure, don't worry. Garam gave a firm nod, spreading his webbed fingers. Light emanated from his palm, connecting with the river and releasing a blue mist that gently spread outward. Woo-wash. The mist, guided by the young member of the Azure clan, wrapped around Rayon, dyeing him the same color as the river. Rayon exhaled, looking at his now transparent arm, shimmering like sunlight on water. This is insane. Garam's spell didn't just create camouflage, it suppressed his entire presence to the point it was buried deep into the ground. His aura was now smaller than that of an ant. It was no wonder Merlin and the undead legions couldn't detect him, or Learth's water-based spell was the reason. How about now? This brat is quite the wonder. Wrath widened his eyes in amazement. With this level of concealment, even that old man Glenn would have trouble finding you unless he was fully focused. Wrath shook his head, admitting that even Glenn might struggle to locate Rayon during a battlefield like this. That's Garam for you. Rayon lightly tapped Wrath on the forehead before descending into the river. Preparations were complete. It was time to enter the battlefield. Let's go, Garam. All right. Garam grabbed Rayon's hand and guided him swiftly through the river. Woo. Rayon activated the Eye of Wrath instead of Aura to survey the battlefield. Zeeghart's swordsmen were pushing the North-South Union back with overwhelming force. It was no exaggeration to say that Zeeghart dominated the battlefield. My subordinates are there. Burin, Martha, Run-On. At Wrath's words, Rayon shifted his gaze toward the interior of the North-South Union's headquarters, where he spotted the 3 captains of the Light Wind Division. Burin, Martha, and Run-On were sweeping through the enemy, radiating a chillingly ferocious energy. The Light Wind Division's swordsmen followed their lead, slaughtering their opponents without mercy. He could feel how much everyone had grown stronger. Is it because of me? As Rayon pondered this strange thought, his eyes landed on a blonde woman with sorrowful eyes standing protectively beside the Light Wind Division. That's our mother. Mother. Why is she? It was Sylvia. She should have been in Zeeghart, yet here she was, protecting the Light Wind Division. Rayon's heart pounded as if it would explode. It's all your fault. Why did you sleep for so long? He wanted to run to her to hold her grieving hands, but now wasn't the time. There was something he absolutely had to do. ZZZZT. Rayon bit his lip until it bled, tearing his gaze away. He clenched his fist as he watched Glenn and Dranos crossing swords in the middle of the river. I have to get there. If Darius Robert was on this battlefield, he would already be lying in wait, ready to strike the moment Glenn showed an opening. Because Rayon was slower, he needed to be prepared in advance. Suppressing the urge to reunite with Sylvia and the Light Wind Division, Rayon nodded toward Garam. Let's go. Okay. Garam nodded and led him toward the battlefield where Glenn and Dranos were fighting. Rumble. Even underwater, the pressure from the transcendent being's aura waves felt like it was crushing Rayon's entire body. Without Garam's water spell, Rayon might have lost a limb or two by now. Are you okay? I'm fine. Though Garam was clearly in pain, he smiled as if it didn't bother him. That girl Garam has grown a lot. For the first time, Wrath used Garam's name properly, nodding in approval. When we first met, she was just a frightened kid. Now look at her. Wrath smiled faintly, a rare expression of pride. I'm sorry. Rayon gripped Garam's shoulder, feeling a wave of guilt not just toward Garam, but toward Sylvia, the Light Wind Division, Glenn, and all of Zeeghart's swordsmen. But now wasn't the time to apologize. We have to stop Darius. This wasn't just about revenge. If they let Darius escape, the entire Six Kings faction would continue to be manipulated. They had to kill him or at least gather enough evidence to expose him. Rumble. As Glenn and Dranos fought with their full strength, the oppressive waves of aura became unbearable. Rayon felt blood seep from his uninjured chest, as if his body was tearing itself apart. Endure it. Clenching Garam's hand, Rayon struggled to hold on. Then he saw it Glenn activating the sword field creation. It's time. Wrapping tension around his entire body, Rayon slowly drew his sword, the Heavenly Drive. Dranos faltered under the crushing force of Thunder Fang and Dimensional Severance. Woo-woom. The moment Glenn raised his sword for the final strike, Rayon unleashed the full force of his aura, bursting out of the water. If you react after seeing it, it's too late. Darius would wait until the exact moment Glenn used his Heavenly Tremor. Since Darius was faster, Rayon needed to predict his move and swing his sword first. ZZZZT. As Rayon neared the surface, he sensed the aura of death rushing toward Glenn's back. Just as expected, Darius was making his move during Glenn's final attack. Sword Field Creation Genesis Blade. In the instant Darius' blade aimed for Glenn's heart, Rayon opened his upper core, pouring out every bit of his energy and martial arts mastery. Boom! A golden dawn, radiant with life, blocked the blade imbued with the aura of death. Ruar. Scarlet waves erupted between the clashing swords, tearing through reality and creating dark fractures in the air. How? Darius' eyes, visible through his dragon-shaped helmet, trembled violently. This ends here. Channeling the fury he felt from Darius' shock, Rayon poured it into the Genesis blade. Boom! But the aura of death surrounding Darius was too strong. Even with the ambush, Rayon couldn't hold on for long. Black blood spilled from his mouth, and pain shot through his limbs as if they were being torn off. Just a little more, just hold on a bit longer. He turned his gaze toward Glenn, locking eyes with him. Even in the midst of surprise, Glenn understood Rayon's intention and twisted his wrist. Whoosh! The direction of the heavenly tremor shifted, no longer aimed solely at Dranos, but at the space between Dranos and Darius. You're not getting away. As Darius tried to retreat, Rayon stepped forward. Clang! Flames and frost erupted from the Genesis blade, sweeping over Darius' entire body. The thunder god drowns in the river, and the burning sword is shattered. Ariel, the tragedy monarch, crossed her arms, reciting the prophecy from the Song of Sun and Moon about Glenn's death and Sieghart's downfall. So is accepting his proposal the right choice after all? The man in the blue dragon helmet hadn't just sold information, had offered a proposal to the 100 sects. At the time, it had seemed too risky to accept, but now, with Glenn's death seemingly imminent, it might be the only option. The time has come to prepare. Just as Ariel reached this conclusion and closed the prophecy book, the blood painting Glenn's and Sieghart's downfall began to stir. The blood swirled, forming the face of a demon with sunken blue eyes and horns protruding from its head. ZZZZT. The blood twisted into the shape of a demon's long, torn mouth before ripping through the pages of the Song of Sun and Moon and spilling outward. Huff! Ariel's lips quivered as she stared at the chaotic mess the blood had left on her desk. This is. In her entire life, she had witnessed this only once before when she tried to read Rayon Sieghart's destiny. He saved him. Seeing the torn pages of the Song of Sun and Moon, she realized it. The supposedly dead Rayon had saved Glenn Sieghart from death. A cold chill ran down her spine, and sweat poured from her body. Rayon Sieghart. Ariel collapsed to the floor, her teeth clattering uncontrollably. Just what are you? Rayon slowly lifted his heavy head, gazing toward the space where Glenn's heavenly tremor had passed through. Dranos leaned heavily on his sea spirit spear, his upper body drenched in blood. Darius Robert lay nearby, his abdomen torn open and gushing blood. However, his blue dragon helmet bore only a small crack, still concealing his face. Rayon. Glenn tried to reach out toward Rayon, but dark blood spilled from his mouth. The strain of redirecting the heavenly tremor had left him with serious internal injuries. You survived. More than the pain from his wounds, Glenn was overwhelmed with relief at Rayon's survival, his lips trembling. Everyone in the North-South Union headquarters stared in shock. Tears streamed from Sylvia, Martha, and Yu's eyes. Rimmer and Burren shouted something incomprehensible, while Runnon and Mark Gorton bit their lips silently. In the stillness of the halted battle, all eyes turned toward Rayon. I woke up just a little while ago. Feeling the waves of emotions coming from the Sieghart swordsmen, Rayon offered a sheepish smile. I'll explain everything later. For now, let's deal with our enemies. With that, he turned his gaze toward Dranos and Darius. This situation is delicate. Both he and Glenn were seriously injured, but their opponents were in even worse condition. The side that recovered first would gain the upper hand. Yes, let's end this. Glenn wiped the blood from his lips and gave a firm nod. You're alive. Darius scoffed in disbelief. How is that possible? I had some good friends. Rayon forced strength into his trembling hands, barely able to hold the Genesis blade. Wait, that scar. He noticed a cross-shaped scar on the back of Darius' hand. The vertical cut was fresh, but the horizontal one wasn't. It had been there for a long time. No way. The sight of that scar triggered a memory from his previous life when he'd briefly remained conscious after his neck had been severed. He had seen that exact mark on Darius' hand. You said you would kill him. Dranos glared at Darius, grinding his teeth in frustration. How could you let him survive? I didn't know he'd still be alive, Darius muttered, exhaling a ragged breath as he stared at Rayon. But we still have a chance. Darius glanced upward, frowning deeply. Are you going to just sit back and watch? This is the only chance to kill Glenn Sieghart. As Darius' shout echoed, the cloudy sky split open and a radiant fallen angel descended. I foresaw Glenn Sieghart's death, yet things have taken this unexpected turn. The fallen one stared down at Rayon, his expression filled with incomprehension. But it is undeniable this is our last chance. As the fallen one opened his hand, masked and helmeted officials from the North-South Union emerged from the void. Whoosh! At the same time, a blood portal opened above the river, and the White Blood cult's leader appeared, draped in a pure white dress, accompanied by her apostles. I waited to witness Glenn Sieghart's death, and now, it seems he is within my grasp. The cult leader licked her lips, her eyes glowing white. Her apostles radiated thick bloodlust as they moved to block the Zeeghart swordsmen. Finish them quickly. We can't give them any time. Darius, now visibly uneasy that his perfect plan had gone awry, gestured frantically. Whoom! Darius, the cult leader, the Fallen One, and the North-South Union's leader all charged simultaneously, their combined forces surging toward Glenn and Rayon like a tidal wave. Boom. Even if Glenn had been uninjured, it would have been nearly impossible to withstand the overwhelming onslaught. Suddenly, an emerald wave surged upward, tearing through space itself. I knew this would happen. A clear, melodic voice echoed as a blue dimension opened. Chamber, the Archmage of Illusion, wearing an even larger witch's hat than before, emerged, diverting the attacks of the fallen angel and the North-South Union's leader into another dimension. Swoosh. On the opposite side, the sound of hooves resounded as a black flash streaked through the battlefield. King Lekros, the master of the Black Steed, slashed through the air, dispelling Darius' death aura and cutting through the bloodlust of the White Blood cult's leader. The name Five Demons is utterly disgraceful. Lekros glared coldly at the leaders of the demonic factions. Chamber, Lekros, the White Blood cult leader, bit her lip as she stared at the two transcendent beings standing before Glenn and Rayon. Damn. Darius trembled, struggling to keep his composure as he witnessed the arrival of these powerful reinforcements. How? We expected trash like you to pull something, Chamber sneered, clapping her hands together. And we're not done yet. The mana around the Label River coalesced, opening yet another dimension. Whoosh! Emerging from the newly opened dimension, Agram and Garona stepped onto the riverbank. TL note, this is giving me Doctor Strange's vibe in Avengers Endgame where he summoned everyone through portals. Goosebumps. Rayon. Agram raised his fist high, grinning broadly. I knew you weren't dead. He promised to take care of the battle from here on, his laughter booming. Whoom! Each time a new dimension opened, knights from the Owen Kingdom and mages from Balkan formed ranks on the battlefield. Lastly, the elves from Sion and Sephia descended gracefully, landing softly on the river. Splat. A droplet of water bounced from Sion's hand, slowly expanding into the shape of a massive goddess. With hair flowing like rivers, the water spirit queen descended onto the Label River, her face radiating kindness. Rayon, summon Ifrit. From atop the water spirit queen's hand, Sion called for Ifrit's summoning. Ifrit. As Rayon reached forward, envisioning Ifrit, crimson flames ignited behind him, forming a towering figure. Whoosh. A strikingly handsome man with fiery red hair strode forward, sweeping aside the blazing flames. Hiss, the water vaporized under the heat of the Fire Spirit King's presence. Are those the ones who dared lay hands on my brother? Ifrit bared his teeth, exuding murderous intent as flames rippled fiercely around him. Light Wind Division. At Rimmer's shout, the Light Wind Division swordsmen stomped the ground in unison. Protect the leader. Buran, Martha, Runnan, and the rest of the Light Wind Division charged forward, executing the Light Wind style at full force. Rayon, Nephew, Sylvia and Eris dashed forward, taking positions at Rayon's side like bolts of lightning. Boom, before anyone knew it, an overwhelming force strong enough to be called the mightiest in the continent that gathered around Rayon and Glenn. What is this? The White Blood cult leader bit her crimson lips as she surveyed the army surrounding her. We took the wrong bait, the Fallen One sighed, shaking his head. Damn it. The North-South Union leader's hands trembled as he clutched his sea spirit spear. Darius, his eyes glowing with murderous intent, scanned for any chance of escape. Let's show them. Rayon glanced at the allies surrounding him, then turned toward his enemies, ones tied to his past life. Show them the price of crossing the Six Kings, atop a hill, rising like the horns of a bull. The sword demon Rector let out a low groan as he watched the war unfold between Zeeghart and the North-South Union. Rayon. His dry lips quivered as he kept his gaze fixed on Rayon, standing beside Glenn. Master. Mustin lowered the telescope from his right eye and hurried over to Rictor. Is that really Rayon? I can't believe it, even though I'm seeing it with my own eyes. Mustin panted, struggling to accept that Rayon had saved Glenn. It's him. It really is. Rictor clutched his chest, which was pounding fiercely, without taking his eyes off Rayon. That boy has returned. There was no mistaking it. No one else could emanate such an extraordinary yet unwavering aura. His grandson, thought to be dead, had returned stronger than ever. TL note, wait, so this is a confirmation that he is his grandson. Rictor braced himself against the ground, his legs too weak to keep standing. Thank goodness. He had stayed on the battlefield to protect Sylvia, never expecting that he would see Rayon again. The relief of knowing the boy was alive even eased the piercing headaches that had plagued his mind. Watching his grandson save Glenn from an ambush and stand confidently reignited a heart that had long since felt lifeless. I almost wish for a fleeting moment, Rictor even wished it had been him, not Glenn, that Rayon had saved. But no, that's not right. Rictor shook his head with a faint, bitter laugh. Master, what should we do? For now, we observe. On the battlefield, Zeeghart, Owen, Balkan, and the Beast Alliance had assembled. On the opposing side stood the North-South Union, Eden, and the White Blood Cult. The full strength of the man in the blue dragon helmet was still unknown, but with the elves from Cephia and 2 spirit kings by Rayon's side, they would not lose easily. Still, I need to stay closer. If Rayon were to face any danger, he needed to be ready to intervene. With that decision made, Rictor began descending the hill. The others will arrive soon. Let's head to the river. Understood. Mustin nodded and signaled the followers behind him. Rayon. Rictor clenched his fist, engraving his grandson's figure into his mind. Rayon's shout reignited the stalled battle. The first to move were Agram and the warriors of the Beast Alliance. Agram leapt toward the harbor on the right. Even though he was already struggling against the first apostle, he charged at the White Blood Cult without hesitation. Boom! The colorless energy from Agram's fist exploded, causing 5 cultists' heads to burst simultaneously. Blood-sucking mesquite. Standing before the White Blood Cult's leader, Agram smirked menacingly. Did you enjoy the taste of my blood? Oh yes, it was delightfully sweet. The cult leader licked her lips, savoring the memory. She nodded, basking in her twisted pleasure. Come on, let's see you try. Agram beckoned her with a flick of his fingers. You'll die, you know. I have no further use for your blood. The cult leader smirked, her red lips curling mockingly. A warrior who carries the blood of the beast does not fear death. As Agram prepared to charge with his subordinates, the sound of hooves echoed behind him. Thud, thud, thud. Lekros, the master of the black steed, arrived alongside his silver-armored knights. The White Blood Cult leader has grown terrifyingly strong. Lekros frowned, sensing the overwhelming blood aura radiating from the cult leader. We will need your strength, Agram. Lifting the white sword from his saddle, Lekros smiled, carefully wording his request to avoid offending Agram's pride. You're too polite. Agram chuckled, shaking his head. Fine, the more hands we have to swat this mosquito, the better. He clenched his fist, glaring at the cult leader. Do you think the 2 of you will be enough? The cult leader sneered, bringing her hands together. Behind her, a new form of the blood god began to manifest. Wooum, the blood god had grown nearly twice in size, with additional limbs and weapons. A radiant halo of white light shimmered behind it, giving off an immense wave of blood aura that seemed to fill the air with a white mist. Protect the cult leader. Kill the 6 kings. The cultists, now bolstered by the appearance of the enhanced blood god, unleashed their bloodlust, their eyes gleaming ferociously. Let's go, Agram roared as he stomped the ground, unleashing colorless aura that shattered the space around him. Charge. Lekros spurred his horse forward, sending a brilliant aura lance from his white sword streaking toward the cultists. Boom! As the Beast Alliance, Owen Kingdom, and White Blood Cult clashed, the fierce waves of energy swept through the North-South Union's headquarters. While the battle raged on the ground, the skies were dominated by the duel between Eden and Balkan. Why don't you bring in the last 2 already? The Fallen One squinted as he looked at the Archmage of Illusion, who was sucking on a lollipop. Don't bother with tricks. The Archmage adjusted her witch's hat, smirking. We know exactly what you'd try to pull, which is why we didn't bring them, she sneered dismissively. The Holy Sword Alliance, maybe. But the Black Tower holds a grudge against Rayon and Sieghart because of the Flame Demon. They'd try something underhanded if we brought them here. You think we're fools? The Archmage waved her hand as if swatting a fly. Besides, Darius Kid and that recluse are guarding our homes. Stay out of it. You're as stubborn as ever. The Fallen One shook his head, glancing at the chaotic battlefield and letting out a short sigh. This war will bring more losses than gains. This isn't the time to be worrying about that. The Archmage sneered, spreading her hands. Whoosh. The sky and earth reversed as if someone had flipped an hourglass, leaving the Fallen One and Eden's leaders suspended upside down. Forget about gains and losses, worry about saving your own life. As the Archmage clapped her hands, the compressed space threatened to crush the bodies of the Fallen One and Eden's leaders. Erg. Aog, what is this? The Eden officials screamed, unable to escape the grip of the Archmage's magic. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, the Fallen One restored the warped space, returning it to its original state, now glowing with radiant light. I've grown quite familiar with your magic. It's not that hard to manipulate. The Fallen One shook his head, speaking as if the Archmage's magic was child's play. Funny, I was just about to say the same. The Archmage smirked, tilting her chin as she began rotating the world again to her will. Wooum. The sky and earth darkened, trapped between the 2 transcendent beings battling for control. Kill them, slaughter them all. The Archmage's mages and Eden's officials clashed violently within the distorted space. After years of cold tension, the forces of the 6 kings and the 5 demons had finally collided head-on. Rayon swiftly assessed the battlefield, understanding that things were becoming increasingly complicated. The White Blood Cult leader has certainly grown stronger. The leader's blood aura was far more powerful than before, seemingly strengthened by absorbing all of Agram's blood. However, with both Agram and King Lekros working together, she shouldn't be able to overwhelm them. The Fallen One and the Archmage of Illusion are evenly matched. Though the Fallen One seemed to hold a slight advantage, the difference was not significant. That battle should remain under control. And here, by Rayon's side, stood Glenn Sieghart, and before them were the North-South Union's leader and Darius Robert. All three were gravely injured, meaning none of them could easily overpower the others. But Rayon glanced upward. We have the Spirit Kings. Beside him were Ifrit, the Fire Spirit King, and Elraim, the Water Spirit Queen. With the two Spirit Kings on their side, defeat was not an option. Rayon, Sylvia, seemingly forgetting they were still in the middle of a war, ran to him and embraced him tightly. Rayon, Rayon, her trembling shoulders felt like they might break. Mom. Wrath sniffled, nestling into Sylvia's hair. I'm sorry. Rayon bit his lip as he held Sylvia's shaking shoulders. It's okay. As long as you're alive, it's okay. You little punk, what the hell happened to you? Martha's eyes were red with emotion, her teeth bared as if she was about to grab Rayon by the collar. Rayon, are you really okay? Burin nodded, as if Rayon's return was enough to satisfy him. Run-On pouted, unable to express the whirlwind of emotions she felt inside. Leader, young master. Dorian and Yua rubbed their reddened noses, their expressions forlorn but filled with relief. We can catch up later. Rimmer stepped in, shaking his head. First, we need to end this war. Though his expression showed his happiness at Rayon's return, he shrugged his shoulders lightly. Yes, Rayon nodded, refocusing his gaze on Darius and the North-South Union leader. The North-South Union leader is in worse shape. While Darius was gravely injured, his energy remained intact. On the other hand, the North-South Union leader's injuries had significantly weakened him, making him the easier target. If Glenn dealt with the Union leader and the Spirit Kings kept Darius under pressure, things would go smoothly. Ifrit, Rayon pointed at Darius Robert with his finger. Attack him. Leave it to me. Ifrit surged toward Darius, unleashing a blaze of crimson flames from his hands. Cyan, I'll need your help too. Why yes. Cyan gave a quick nod and advanced alongside Elraim toward Darius. Boom, the death energy emanating from Darius' sword clashed violently with Ifrit's flames in midair, creating a wall of crimson and black. SSSSSHH. From the opposite side, Elraim conjured a tidal wave, cutting off Darius' movement and boxing him in. So popular, aren't I? Darius ignored the two Spirit Kings, fixing his gaze on Rayon with a twisted grin. He's hiding something. His expression revealed that he still had a plan. There was no sign of defeat in his eyes. We'll have to draw it out. With both Rayon and Glenn injured and drained, they needed to force Darius to reveal his hidden card using the Spirit Kings. Whatever it is, we still hold the advantage. Just as Rayon suppressed his internal injuries and prepared to face Darius, Glenn moved closer to him. Rayon, stay with me. It seemed Glenn intended to finish off the North-South Union leader together. With you? Yes, follow my lead. Glenn nodded and took the first step, his body becoming a streak of crimson light. Whoosh, Rayon followed Glenn's back, activating 10,000 Flames cultivation. A storm of red petals bloomed from his blade, sweeping across the battlefield. Flower of flames. The blazing petals swirled elegantly, enveloping Dranos entirely. Ha, is that all you've got? Despite his severe injuries, Dranos, as a transcendent, extinguished the storm of petals in an instant. Boom. The moment the petals faded, Glenn's heavenly tremor surged forward, radiating an even deeper crimson light. Boom. Unable to withstand the overwhelming force of the attack, Dranos collapsed to his knees on the surface of the river. Leaning on his broken sea spirit spear, Dranos coughed up blood. However, black blood also trickled from Glenn's lips. It was clear that Glenn had been suffering from internal injuries even before the battle began. Twisting the direction of the heavenly tremor earlier had exposed him to the aura of death, worsening his injuries. Let's keep going. Wiping the blood from his lips, Glenn raised his sword high, summoning an even thicker bolt of lightning. Yes, Rayon nodded and unleashed a fiery strike. Boom. Dranos braced himself with his broken spear, but he couldn't hold out for long. Blood gushed from his mouth as he was pushed back. Ha ha ha. Dranos trembled as he gripped his spear, letting out a twisted laugh. You're so desperate to kill me. Fine, I'll die for you. With a roar, Dranos raised his spear. Rumble, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from Dranos, rivaling Glenn's power. The Label River surged violently as if it would overturn. He's burning his life force. Just as Glenn said, Dranos wasn't just using Oraha, was pouring his very life into his spear for one final, desperate attack. Rayon. Stepping forward, Glenn raised his sword. Have you mastered the 10th technique of the Skybone sword? Yes, I was able to grasp it just now. Then we'll use it. Watch my back and follow my lead. Nodding in approval, Glenn strode forward. Grand Canal. The North-South Union leader condensed all his remaining power into his spear, hurling it forward. Blazing blue aura surged from the broken spearhead, summoning a colossal water dragon to engulf the entire river. Rumble. Dragon opened its massive jaws, ready to devour everything in its path. At that moment, Glenn's heavenly tremor glowed with a solemn aura, as if the heavy sky itself was blocking the dragon's ascent. Woo-wum. Meanwhile, Rayon's Genesis blade reflected a different sky, endlessly expansive, a serene, unchanging blue. The 10th form of the Skybone sword, Skybone Harmony. Together, Rayon and Glenn, their swords embodying different skies, created a breathtaking harmony that radiated across the battlefield. Boom, the massive water dragon, which had blotted out the sky, tore apart midair, its jaws split wide open. Behind it, a crimson line appeared across the neck of the North-South Union leader. Huh. Rayon exhaled a rough breath, lowering the Genesis blade. The sensation of the kill still lingered in his hands. It was his skybound harmony that had severed Dranos' neck. This can't be. Dranos clutched his throat, his lips quivering in disbelief. I put everything I had into that strike. How? Even though he had staked his life on the attack, he had failed to block Rayon's sword. It was beyond comprehension. To think that I'd be brought down by a mere brat like you. Just as he cursed and glared at Rayon, the wound on his neck, barely held together by sheer willpower, burst open. Damn it. Blood sprayed from Dranos' throat, and his severed head tumbled onto the riverbank where water met stone. Thud, his lifeless body collapsed forward, turning the clear river red. The reign of Dranos, the king of thieves who had ruled the Terracan Mountains and the Label River, wielding massive influence across the continent, had come to an end at the hands of Rayon. The battlefield fell into stunned silence, the waves of aura that had rippled across it now stilled. All eyes turned toward Rayon. Sylvia's trembling hands, still gripping her sword, lowered as she let out a long sigh of relief. She cared little that Dranos was dead. All that mattered was that Rayon was alive. That crazy brat walks in and steals the spotlight again. Martha, blinking away tears, gave her fist a frustrated shake. He always takes the best parts for himself. Burin chuckled, feeling for the first time that things were back to normal. Handsome Rayon. Run-On blinked her wide eyes, seeming to regain her usual dreamy demeanor. That's my nephew. Eris, fighting off the North-South Union's deputy leader, Helgrim, gave Rayon a thumbs up. With Dranos dead, both the Light Wind Division and the Zeekhart swordsmen found renewed confidence, their blades carrying the firm, unwavering spirit of the North. Master. Helgrim's jaw trembled as he stared at Dranos' lifeless body. No way. Master Dranos, he can't be dead, not here, not in this river. The officials and thieves of the North-South Union couldn't tear their eyes away from Dranos' corpse, unable to accept what had happened. That fool, the White Blood cult leader, clenched her teeth, glaring at Dranos' severed head. Your turn's next. You're getting squashed like a mosquito. Lekros and Agram surged into the cult leader's space, their powerful attacks closing in on her. The cult leader trembled as their strikes forced her back, slamming her into a tree. This is looking worse and worse. The fallen one clicked his tongue as he glanced at the battered cult leader. Maybe worry about yourself first. The Archmage of Illusion, chewing loudly on her candy, cast a mana net, suppressing the fallen one's control over his magic. The fallen one squinted at the approaching net. This will take some time to untangle. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, his eyes darting around for a solution. Who said you'd get the chance? You're dying in that net. The Archmage unleashed crimson and blue orbs, hurtling them toward the net enveloping the fallen one. Boom. Meanwhile, Darius Robert, unfazed by Dranos' death, dodged Ifrit's flames and Elraim's water waves with eerie calmness, as if waiting for something. Rayon Zeekhart. Helgrim turned away from his fallen master, launching himself at Rayon with a desperate leap. I'll kill you. Oh no, you don't. Eris leapt through space, appearing beside Helgrim. Her spatial slash severed his right arm in an instant. Arg, Helgrim screamed, collapsing forward, dark blood spilling from his mouth, finally showing an opening. Eris drove her sword into his back without hesitation. Helgrim's spear slipped from his hand as he fell, unable to reach Rayon. Rayon approached the fallen Helgrim, looking down at him. I will never forgive you. Forgive me? Who do you think you are? Rayon tilted his head coldly. You insulted Roman, attacked me, your choices. Helgrim's lips trembled under Rayon's indifferent gaze. It wasn't us who destroyed the North-South Union, it was you. Your downfall was self-inflicted. With a bitter smile, Rayon brought down the Genesis blade. Helgrim let out a final breath, his head falling lifelessly. Like Dranos, he died with his eyes open. I'm sorry. Rayon bowed his head to Eris. I couldn't stand how he kept blaming others. Helgrim's insults toward Roman, who had honorably accepted defeat, infuriated Rayon more than the attack on himself. Damn it all. Wrath howled toward the sky, his face flushed with rage. Why are you shouting all of a sudden? Because you just killed 2 transcendents. Do you know how huge the reward is going to be? This is insane. It's not that big of a deal. I only dealt the final blows. That cursed system is going to hand you everything just because you struck the final blow. This is so unfair. Wrath ground his teeth in frustration. It's okay. As Wrath threw his tantrum, Eris came over, placing a reassuring hand on Rayon's shoulder. I forgive you for everything. I'm just glad you're alive. With those words, she hugged him tightly. The scent of the sea from her red hair calmed the storm of emotions within him. Eris. There's no need to call me that anymore. Eris's shoulders trembled, revealing just how much she had worried about him. Rayon gently held her trembling shoulders. Finally, I've been waiting for this moment. Aris jumped for joy, momentarily forgetting they were still on a battlefield. Glenn cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. This is still a battlefield. The war isn't over yet. He narrowed his eyes, nodding toward Darius Robert. The most dangerous one is still standing. Glenn's gaze sharpened as he observed Darius, effortlessly evading Ifrit and Elraim's combined assault. His recovery is far from normal. Glenn frowned, recognizing that Darius's ability to heal went far beyond human limits. Has he even healed his internal injuries? Aris let out a troubled breath, following Glenn's gaze. With death aura and that kind of regeneration, is he even human? She shook her head, bewildered. Rayon's brow furrowed as he watched Darius peel away his frozen and burnt skin, regenerating even his internal injuries. What kind of power is this? In his past life, Darius had no such ability. It had taken him considerable time to recover from injuries back then, but now he's healing internal wounds. Even monsters like trolls, known for their regeneration, required significant time to heal internal injuries. Yet Darius was recovering in real time, as if battling the Spirit Kings wasn't affecting him at all. It was no longer a fight between humans and spirits, it felt like a battle between monsters. Wrath squinted at Darius's movements. I've seen this somewhere before. You've seen it. Yes, I have. That regeneration isn't human, it's something else entirely. Is he a demon? No, it doesn't seem like that either. Wrath clicked his tongue, struggling to recall where he had seen it before. Well, it doesn't matter. Rayon shrugged, stepping forward. We'll find out after we take him down. With Glenn, Aris, and the two Spirit Kings by his side, Rayon felt confident heaven against Darius. Let's finish this. Glenn tilted his chin toward Darius, advancing without hesitation. Yes, Rayon followed alongside Aris, ready for the final confrontation. Boom, Darius manipulated Ifrit's flames and Elraim's water, causing them to collide and create an opening for him to slip through. The fact that he could think so clearly, even while pinned between two Spirit Kings, was astonishing. Darius exhaled slowly, tilting his sword, which shimmered with death aura. Are you going to attack together? He whistled as he glanced at Rayon, Glenn, and Aris standing behind the Spirit Kings. I won't kill you right away. Glenn narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing through Darius. There are so many things I want to ask you, Glenn said, his heavenly tremor pointed unwaveringly at Darius Robert. Ifrit, keep attacking. Cyan, focus on defense. Yes, Elraim, please assist, Cyan responded, her hands summoning the Water Spirit Queen. Elraim retreated slightly, forming an orb of swirling water as a barrier. Be careful. That man isn't ordinary. He's even using my flames against me. Ifrit growled, his pride clearly wounded. We're ready. Then let's go. Glenn advanced toward Darius. Boom. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning crashed down from the stormy sky, creating a barrier between Glenn and Darius. Crackle. Within the cloud of sparks and thunder, a colossal golden dragon emerged, Dragon Lord. TL note, the paid actor is here again. Cease this war, the Dragon Lord's commanding will froze the battlefield once again. I warned you. I will not tolerate further disruption of the balance. The Dragon Lord's fierce intent was directed at Glenn, radiating genuine anger. I gave you a warning as well, Glenn responded, his icy gaze fixed on the Dragon Lord. If you interfere again, I'll kill you first. So you've chosen punishment over grace. You speak as if you ever offered grace to begin with. Glenn sneered at the Dragon Lord's delusion. Rayon bit his lip, looking between Glenn and the Dragon Lord. This is bad. Glenn was already suffering from serious internal injuries. If a fight broke out against both Darius and the Dragon Lord, things could spiral out of control. He had to prevent that at all costs. Wait, Rayon said, stepping forward and addressing the Dragon Lord. With both Glenn and the Dragon Lord's attention on him, Rayon pointed at Darius Robert. All of Thisthi's war happened because of that man wearing the dragon helmet. He fixed his finger on Darius. If you let us deal with him, there will be no more wars like this in the future. Please stand down just this once. The Dragon Lord was a guardian of balance in the world. If he understood the true cause of the chaos, he might listen. The one who killed Kaibar, I presume. The Dragon Lord's massive eyes narrowed as they settled on Rayon. Yes, but that's irrelevant now. The Dragon Lord shook his head. I cannot allow it. Why not? Rayon asked, frustration mounting. In the past few days, transcendents have clashed repeatedly, throwing the world out of balance. If this continues, the damage will be irreversible. The Dragon Lord glanced toward the distant north. The northern glaciers are melting, the southern seas are changing color, and mountains in the central region are collapsing. This war must end here. But if we leave him alive, a far greater conflict will erupt, Rayon argued, taking another step forward. No, the Dragon Lord's eyes darkened as he gave his final refusal. You mean you'll let him live because he's a dragon like you? Darius Robert laughed, running his hand over the horned dragon helmet. Is that what this is? He tilted his head mockingly at Rayon and Glenn. Surely you're not allied with the 5 demons. Rayon narrowed his eyes at the Dragon Lord. There could be no other explanation for him protecting Darius. It was obvious to anyone that Darius was cornered. Nonsense. The Dragon Lord roared, his anger flaring. Enough talk, step back. This is your final warning. The air vibrated with the weight of his mana. So you are in league with them, Glenn muttered, his expression hardening. Strongest race, all I see are hypocrites. Glenn tightened his grip on the heavenly tremor, radiating killing intent. Try to stop me, and I'll kill you first. Though injured, Glenn raised a hand and beckoned the Dragon Lord toward him, daring him to attack. So be it. The Dragon Lord spread his wings, summoning 4 massive ancient dragons to his side. Each one dwarfed Kaibar, the dragon Rayon had previously slain. Woo-whoosh. The dragons opened their massive maws, each one glowing with a different colored radiance from the depths of their throats. They were preparing their devastating dragon breaths. Get back, leaving so soon. As Glenn tried to move, the fallen one blocked his path, a sly grin playing on his lips. Damn it, you're not going anywhere, Mosquito. You followed me everywhere, and now you want me gone. Lekros and Agram, too, were pinned down by the white blood cult leader, unable to break away. Ifrit, Cyan, we know, yes. Responding to Rayon's call, Ifrit unleashed a wall of crimson flames, while Elraim conjured a torrent of water. Together, the 2 spirit kings formed a massive barrier to block the dragon breaths. Boom! But the Dragon Lord and the 4 ancient dragons unleashed their attacks without hesitation. Beams of light, powerful enough to bridge the heavens and the earth, cascaded down like waterfalls. Damn it, Eris cursed, sheathing her sword. Sword field creation, annihilation. With gritted teeth, she unleashed a spatial slash, tearing through the air to intercept the dragon breaths. Crackle. Despite her efforts, the overwhelming power of the dragon breaths began to push through, breaking past the Spirit King's barrier and Eris's slash. Even as the defenses wavered, Glenn did not turn away. His focus remained locked on Darius Robert. He knew the real threat wasn't the dragons, it was Darius. You know you'll all die if you keep ignoring this, Darius taunted, crossing his arms. You're not going to run, so why not focus on stopping the breath? Darius licked his lips as he stared at Rayon and Glenn. He's targeting both of you, Wrath hissed, his voice heavy with malice. I know, Rayon nodded. Darius's gaze was fixed on both him and Glenn, waiting for a chance to strike. We can't take our eyes off him, Rayon warned. I know, Glenn replied calmly, his sharp gaze unwavering despite the dire situation. I'll handle this, Rayon said, gripping the Genesis blade tightly and turning toward the approaching dragon breaths. Using Genesis manifestation again might push me past my limit, but he clenched his teeth. There was no other choice. Glenn needed to hold Darius at bay, and the dragon breaths could only be stopped by him. Huff. Just as Rayon prepared to unleash his power. Whoosh, a pitch-black greatsword fell from the sky, slicing through the space where the dragon breaths clashed with the Spirit King's defenses. Boom! The mighty slash extinguished both the dragon breaths and the Spirit King's powers. The blade floated momentarily, then shot toward a figure in the distance. A man with flaming red hair and piercing golden eyes, his beauty terrifying in its perfection, caught the sword in his hand, the Sword Saint himself. The Sword Saint. The white blood cult leader grinned broadly, as if she had anticipated his arrival. You said you wouldn't come, and yet here you are. The fallen one smirked, shrugging his shoulders. Well, this is getting interesting. Darius laughed triumphantly, as if the tide had turned completely in his favor. Glenn's usually calm eyes wavered for the first time. It was a look Rayon had never seen before. Damn it. Rayon clenched his teeth. How did things come to this? The Sword Saint was a legendary figure, on par with the heavenly demon himself, and someone capable of matching Glenn's strength. TL note, the current Sword Saint is the leader of the Holy Sword Alliance. Handling the dragons alone might have been possible, but with the Sword Saint in the mix, victory seemed impossible. There was no one on this battlefield capable of standing up to that monster. Splash. The Sword Saint calmly strode across the water, his steps graceful and steady, as if the battle raging around him was of no concern. Everyone else leave, he commanded, raising his sword. He wasn't addressing Glenn or Rayon, but rather the 5 demons and the Dragon Lord. Glenn Sieghart and Rayon Sieghart are mine. The Sword Saint, the white blood cult leader, clenched her fists, her knuckles whitening in frustration. Are you insane? What do you think you're doing? She snarled, baring her teeth like a beast. Do you even realize what you've just done? The fallen one sighed heavily, his calm demeanor shaken for once as he stared at the Sword Saint. We had a chance to kill the Northern Annihilation King, Glenn Sieghart, and instead of helping us finish him off, you saved him. What in the world are you thinking? Even his usually tranquil gaze flickered with irritation and disbelief. Sword Saint. The Dragon Lord's golden eyes narrowed as he looked down on the Sword Saint. How exactly do you expect me to interpret this? The Dragon Lord's previous rage toward Glenn now shifted, steam billowing from his nostrils as he turned his ire toward the Sword Saint. Meanwhile, Darius Robert remained silent, his eyes shifting quietly behind his blue dragon helmet. I had my suspicions from the start. Wrath chuckled humorlessly. He's completely unhinged, just like I thought. Seems that way, Rayon agreed, glancing at Darius's subdued expression. He's rattled. Though Darius tried to maintain his composure, his eyes betrayed him. The Sword Saint's actions were completely unexpected even to him. This wasn't part of his plan. Darius had immediately called for the Fallen One and the White Blood cult leader to kill Glenn the moment his ambush failed. He had calculated everything, anticipating reinforcements like Chamber and King Lekros, but not this. He must have thought the arrival of the dragons and the Sword Saint would seal Glenn's fate, but the Sword Saint's unpredictable behavior had thrown everything off. Even Darius's carefully laid plans were unraveling before his eyes. To see him shaken like this twice, Rayon recalled Darius's shocked expression earlier when his ambush had been thwarted. Now seeing the man's facade crack a second time felt strangely satisfying, almost as if it healed the lingering frustration in his heart. "So you think I saved Glenn Sieghart?" The Sword Saint tilted his head arrogantly. "Have you all lost your minds?" he sneered, glancing down at the leaders of the 5 demons with contempt. "What do you mean by that?" Darius finally spoke, his voice low and cautious. "I don't understand either," the Fallen One muttered. The mask on his youthful face darkened with confusion. "Sieghart is in the worst condition I've ever seen him. He's exhausted, his body riddled with internal injuries. He even used his sword field, leaving nothing to fear from him now." "Sword field," the Sword Saint scoffed, releasing his sword into the air as he brushed his hair back. "You have no idea what you're talking about." "Huh," the Fallen One's eyes narrowed. "You think Glenn Sieghart's injuries or sword techniques make him weak? You're delusional." The Sword Saint's sword rang with a sharp, resonating hum, echoing his disdain. "Let me be clear. I didn't save Glenn Sieghart, I saved all of you." A chilling glimmer danced in the Sword Saint's golden eyes. "What?" Darius's brow furrowed in disbelief. "You two know the truth, don't you?" The Sword Saint's gaze flicked over the White Blood cult leader and the Dragon Lord. "You know that Glenn Sieghart's true sword isn't hindered by injuries or depleted aura." He caressed the blade hovering in the air, a sly smile tugging at his lips. "Isn't it strange that this brainless lunatic," he gestured toward the White Blood cult leader, "is holding back, playing with Ogram instead of charging in? And those dragons, despite their power, refuse to descend from the sky and unleash their full strength. Why do you think that is?" The Sword Saint smirked, his hand tracing the blade of his floating sword. "They've already encountered Glenn's true sword and it terrified them." The cult leader and the Dragon Lord exchanged tense glances, saying nothing, their silence confirming the Sword Saint's words. Why else would the cult attack Ogram, the Black Tower scramble for artifacts, and the dragons break neutrality to ally with you? His calm, matter-of-fact tone sent shivers down the spines of the Fallen One and Darius. "Then you saved us," because Darius's voice wavered. "Because Glenn Sieghart was waiting for the perfect moment when your vision was obscured by the dragon's breath to cut you all down with a single strike." The Sword Saint chuckled as he ran his hand along the gleaming blade. "That sly old man was preparing for a killing blow that none of you would have survived. Isn't that right, Glenn Sieghart?" He tilted his chin toward Glenn. Glenn said nothing, simply staring at the Sword Saint, his pale face devoid of expression. Rayon swallowed hard as he looked at Glenn. Could it be? The more Rayon thought about it, the more it made sense. Glenn had shown no signs of panic throughout the battle until the Sword Saint's sudden arrival, as if his carefully planned opportunity had slipped away. "This can't be happening," the Fallen One muttered in disbelief. The White Blood cult leader and the Dragon Lord remained silent, their expressions confirming the truth. "So the Northern Annihilation King was only pretending to be weakened," Darius whispered, his lips curling in frustration as he accepted the reality. "How did you see through his ruse?" "Because I stand at the same pinnacle as Glenn Sieghart." The Sword Saint spread his arms, a triumphant grin splitting his face. "I too have poured my soul into the sword. The same level." Rayon murmured, astonished by the Sword Saint's unwavering confidence. "Wrath, is that true?" "Not quite, kid." Wrath shook his head dismissively. "Your old man Glenn is still a step ahead, but this lunatic, he's close enough to bend the balance like those cursed lizards say." Wrath let out a long, exaggerated yawn. "Now get lost." The Sword Saint waved dismissively at the 5 demons. "I didn't save you out of kindness. Then why stop the breath?" Rayon asked, his eyes narrowing. Because the Sword Saint's golden eyes sparkled with mad delight. "The likes of you aren't worthy of Glenn Sieghart's true sword. Only I am." His face twisted with an ecstatic grin as if the very thought filled him with joy. "You've got to be kidding me." Darius took a step back, his expression hardening. "If that sword is as powerful as you say, there must be a limit. Otherwise, why hasn't he used it yet? You're not wrong." The Sword Saint licked his lips, his gaze sharp and hungry. "There's always a cost. But to those of us who have dedicated our lives to the blade, limits mean nothing." He stood confidently before Glenn, his grin widening. "I've solved your riddle, Glenn Sieghart." At his command, the floating sword hummed, releasing subtle ripples through the air. A riddle, Glenn's cold eyes narrowed. "You grow crazier every time we meet." "Madness is a small price for the joy of the sword," the Sword Saint murmured, exhaling deeply, his half-lidded eyes gleaming with rapture. "Fall back," Glenn commanded. Without hesitation, the mages of Balkan, the Knights of Owen, and the warriors of the Beast Alliance stepped back from their standoff with the 5 demon leaders, retreating behind Glenn. "Are you sure about this, old man?" What the hell is going on here? King Lekros, Chamber, and Agram followed suit, although their bodies remained tense, ready to move at a moment's notice. Rayon. Glenn acknowledged the leaders of the Six Kings with a subtle nod before turning toward Rayon, beckoning him closer. Stand beside me. W, what do you mean? I wanted you to witness this. His voice softened to a murmur, hinting that it might be a rare sight that even he couldn't guarantee showing again. Blood mingled with the breath he exhaled. You're going to kill that boy, the Sword Saint scoffed, the corner of his lips twisting upward. Apologies, but I still haven't fully mastered my power. Don't worry, Glenn replied calmly, lifting his gaze steadily. You won't even touch him. Despite the blood trickling from his lips, he gave a reassuring wave, his demeanor utterly composed. Very well. Even though I hate to waste such an opportunity, a grander feast awaits me now. The Sword Saint clasped his hands together, and with a blinding radiance, his sword surged with overwhelming power. A massive, ominous blade, cloaked in dark light, seemed poised to cleave through the very fabric of the world. Rayon trembled uncontrollably, his entire body quivering as he gazed up at the Sword Saint's sword. The energy swirling around it surpassed even the power of Glenn's heavenly tremor. He's insane. Even from where he stood, the Sword Saint's presence stole his breath and seared his soul with unbearable pain. He couldn't fathom how anyone could hope to stop that monster. Can you really do this, grandfather? Rayon glanced at Glenn, standing beside him. His face was still pale, and dried blood stained his lips. It didn't look like he was feigning exhaustion. It'll be fine. Wrath's voice was uncharacteristically solemn as he gave a reassuring nod. Trust your old man. Wrath settled onto Rayon's shoulder, urging him to watch the scene unfold. All right. Rayon clenched his shaking legs, drawing strength from Wrath's confidence. He straightened his back, determination burning in his crimson eyes. This ends now, the Sword Saint declared with quiet resolve as his sword began to move. The black blade radiated an immense force, as if it would devour every sword and technique in existence. Convergence of 10,000 blades. The Sword Saint had encapsulated his entire Lifivari battle fought, every sword mastered into this ultimate technique. It was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, a declaration to dominate all others beneath his blade. Exhale. Glenn watched the Sword Saint's ultimate strike with calm, measured breaths. He's really reached that realm. Indeed, the Sword Saint had ascended to a higher state, transcending his former limits. He had turned his murderous intent into a solution, treating his challenge as a riddle to be solved. The overwhelming pressure made Rayon cough blood, his body trembling as he struggled to withstand the Sword Saint's energy. Rayon. Glenn placed a steady hand on Rayon's shoulder, his gaze serene. It's all right. What he was about to show Rayon was a technique born from the happiness and joy his grandson had given him, an art that replaced anger with tranquility. He had forged it not out of hatred, but from the peace Rayon had restored to his heart. Don't watch with your eyes, feel it with your heart. I know you can. His voice was uncharacteristically gentle as he lifted the heavenly tremor in a poised stance. Rumble. Against the overwhelming power of the Sword Saint's convergence of 10,000 blades, Glenn revealed the sum of his martial mastery, life, and soul. A quiet yet chilling energy surged from the heavenly tremor. Unlike the blinding radiance or explosive aura of the Sword Saint, Glenn's sword radiated only a pure cutting intent, a blade wielded with the sole purpose of severing what stood before it. And yet the results were incomparable. The dark clouds parted, the roaring waves stilled. The overwhelming presence of the Sword Saint's technique began to unravel, as though it had never existed in the first place. What? The Sword Saint's golden eyes widened in disbelief, blood trickling from his lips. Now, the white blood cult leader seized the moment, unleashing every ounce of her gathered blood energy in a desperate assault. Buzzing ominously, the Fallen One followed with a fusion of light and shadow, hurling a spell charged with divine and dark energies. Roar. The Dragon Lord and the Elder Dragons unleashed their devastating breaths, converging their elemental fury in an attempt to obliterate Glenn. You filthy scoundrels. I knew you'd try something like this, disgusting creatures. As Lekros, Agram, Chamber, and the Spirit Kings prepared to intervene, Glenn held up a hand to stop them. Let them be. Despite the oncoming storm of energy, Glenn remained composed, as though such an attack were of no consequence. With a calm, fluid motion, he swung the heavenly tremor. Swoosh. Glenn's sword didn't merely cut through magic or orate, severed the very essence of the beings before him. His strike cleaved through their souls. Retreat. Everyone retreat, cursed fool. What the hell is that sword? The Dragon Lord and the leaders of the 5 demons fled in terror, abandoning their forces as Glenn's soul-cleaving sword swept through the battlefield. GRRR. Even Darius Robert, sensing the lethal intent closing in on him, hurled his enchanted bracelet to create an explosion of deathly energy around him. Splat. But Glenn's sword cut through it, all nullifying every wave, every curse, every essence. When the white slash faded, nothing remained, not even a trace of the energies his enemies had summoned. This sword's name, Glenn whispered, his voice soft, as though speaking from a distant place. He turned his gaze toward Rayon, a faint, warm smile spreading across his face. Is the heart's sword. Rayon focused all his attention on Glenn's swordsmanship, forgetting even to breathe. What is this? There was no overwhelming aura, no mysterious technique, and no intense intent. Glenn's heavenly tremor sword simply moved forward in complete stillness. Yet the result brought by that single, slender blade was anything but ordinary. The radiant attacks unleashed by the White Blood cult leader and the Fallen One were sliced apart. The breath of the Dragon Lord was erased, and the deathly aura from Darius Robert melted away into nothingness. Even the colossal sword projection of the Sword Saint, which had seemed capable of severing the heavens and earth, was broken cleanly in two. Is something like this even possible? The miraculous slash shattered everything Rayon had learned and understood about martial arts. SSSS. Glenn lowered his sword, which had cut through everything before it. This sword is the Heart's sword. With those words, Glenn gave Rayon a smillion unlike any he had shown before. Heart's sword. Rayon looked again at the world created by Glenn's sword. A sword not only capable of cutting through auras, techniques, or enemies, but one that erased everything into nothingness, a transcendental sword that turned all into void. Heart's sword, huh? Wrath, observing the scene, narrowed his eyes. That's a fitting name. A fitting name, indeed. The small round spirit nodded solemnly and extended one of his stubby fingers. That old man's sword contains something far more profound than aura, technique, or intent. What's more important than those? Though Rayon thought he might know the answer, he waited for Wrath to say it. Life and soul. Wrath prodded Rayon's chest lightly with his small hand. That old geezer has imbued his sword with his entire life, his soul, and the essence of every moment in between. A glimmer of satisfaction appeared on Wrath's face as he added, "It'll be difficult to determine victory now." Difficult to determine victory. Wrath had always claimed he could easily defeat Glenn. For him to admit otherwise, it could only mean that Glenn now stood on the same plane as him. Rayon swallowed hard, looking at Glenn. His crimson eyes, though usually stern, now shimmered with warmth. That unfamiliar kindness tugged at Rayon's chest. What even is that? Agram muttered, his disbelief apparent. What kind of sword technique is this? Even the typically composed Lekros, the king of Balkan, furrowed his brows. It is a sword, and yet it is not, he murmured, as if perceiving something beyond what he saw. Are you all right? Lekros spoke softly, concern coloring his voice as he looked at Glenn. I am. Glenn nodded calmly, as if nothing was out of the ordinary. What are you all waiting for? We need to make sure those bastards are dead. Chamber, now floating midair, clicked her tongue in irritation. We can't let those damned lizards escape. If they do, I'll hunt them down myself and skin them alive. Her frustration seemed directed not at the corrupted 5 demons, but at the Dragon Lord trailing behind them. Let's move. Grabbing Lekros by the neck, Chamber turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared. What are you waiting for? Chase after them. Wrath waved his little hand eagerly, his eyes gleaming. This might be your only chance to feast on dragon meat. Rayon exhaled a long sigh. Wrath might have seemed impressive just moments ago, but now he was back to his usual food-obsessed antics. He brushed the spirit aside and glanced at Glenn. The old man looked calm, as if he already knew the outcome of the battle that had just concluded. Aris, Karun, Sylvia. Glenn called out to the 3 as he glanced back at them. What did you see in my sword? His hands folded behind his back, Glenn patiently waited for their responses. I saw boundless freedom. Aris's eyes glimmered with confidence as she answered. A sword that can extend endlessly in any direction, as if it had no limits. Her excitement was visible in the slight blush on her cheeks. I saw the majesty of a ruler. Karun placed his trembling hand on his chest and bowed. A sword with absolute power, capable of cutting through anything in its path. His crimson eyes burned with newfound resolve, I felt. Sylvia hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Her lips quivered slightly as she finally spoke. I felt sadness and bitterness. Her nose reddened as she lowered her head, as if surprised by her own response. I see. Glenn stroked his chin thoughtfully, his gaze turning toward Rayon at last. And what did you feel, Rayon? Rayon met Glenn's Gazithos crimson eyes that mirrored his own. I felt warmth in your sword. It was a sword that could cut through everything, yet I sensed kindness and a desire to protect. Though he knew his words might sound foolish, Rayon spoke truthfully. Warmth, is it? Glenn smiled an expression so rare that it startled those around him. Everyone felt something different. The freedom Eris sensed represented the days when Glenn had roamed the continent, witnessing and experiencing countless wonders. The majesty Karun perceived was the fierce dominance Glenn had wielded when he shattered all before him and ruled the battlefield. The sadness and regret Sylvia felt echoed the burdens Glenn carried after leaving the world of martial arts, haunted by his past mistakes. And the warmth Rayon felt, Glenn's gentle smile deepened. That is who I am now. He no longer regretted the past. All he wished was for Rayon, Sylvia, and the children of the Sieghart family to live happily. Even if that meant his presence would fade, becoming nothing more than a foundation for their future, he would gladly accept it. That's right. Suppressing the surge of emotion in his chest, Glenn offered Rayon a heartfelt smile. Lord, Rayon's hand shot out instinctively, grabbing the torn sleeve of Glenn's robe. Something inside him whispered that if he let go, the old man would vanish. Thwap. Glenn gently tapped Rayon's head before stepping forward. Clear out the remnants of the 5 demons. Today, the name of the North-South Union will be wiped from this continent. Yes, sir. Zeeghart swordsmen pounded their chests in unison and charged toward the Union's headquarters. Having witnessed Glenn's divine swordsmanship firsthand, their eyes now shone with reverence and unwavering loyalty. Lord, are you really all right? Rayon walked beside Glenn, swallowing nervously. For now, I am. Glenn glanced at Rayon's trembling hand and shook his head, his expression calm. There are still things I need to tell you, things I need to teach you, and I have a promise to keep, don't I? His smile was serene, like the setting sun at the end of a long day. Rayon bit his lip, feeling that something had shifted irreversibly within Glenn. For now, hey. Mustin stood on the bank of the now silent Label River, his jaw trembling slightly. I don't mean to be rude, but doesn't it seem like our sword saint just dives headfirst into trouble like a moth to a flame? He blinked in disbelief. I mean to show up and immediately get cut down by Glenn Zeeghart's sword, what even? Mustin exhaled a breath of disbelief. You're not wrong, Rictor murmured, slowly lowering his gaze, but I think I understand why. Simply crossing swords with Glenn could elevate one's martial prowess to new heights. For someone as obsessed with the sword as the sovereign, it was a natural choice. Rictor gazed at Glenn's back and let out a sigh. In the end, he's truly achieved it. The heart sword Glenn had shown was a dream of pinnacle sought by countless sword masters. It was not merely a martial technique, but a manifestation of life and soul, transcending the limits of human achievement. How envious I am. Even though Rictor had long abandoned his martial dreams for the sake of Rayon and Sylvia's happiness, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Watching Glenn place a reassuring hand on Rayon's shoulder, Rictor absent-mindedly touched the hilt of his sword. It seems you've finally made up your mind. For the first time, Glenn's gaze toward Rayon was steady without a trace of hesitation. I just hope you take good care of him, though it seemed there wouldn't be much time left. Master, what will you do now? Mustin scratched his head and approached Rictor, with the sword saint dead. He trailed off, gazing at the still waters of the Label River. If he's dead, we'll need to retrieve his body, and if he's alive... Rictor gripped the hilt of his sword tightly without finishing his sentence. What? That's the path Lord Rayon should take. Mustin nodded and moved toward the other side of the river. Rayon, Sylvia. Rictor smiled warmly at Rayon and Sylvia, standing next to Glenn. Be happy. With those words, he offered his blessing to his grandson and daughter-in-law and disappeared into the dark forest. 2 ancient dragons are dead. Chamber returned to the Label River, flicking her fingers. The corpses are a mess and the dragon hearts completely shattered. Whoever named it Heart Sword, what a fittingly awful name. She let out a short, incredulous laugh. The Lord, Glenn narrowed his eyes, gazing into the distant sky. Gone. Chamber frowned. That damned lizard always the first to flee. She sneered as if mocking him. Becoming enemies with dragons, this feels surreal. Lekros rubbed his temples in disbelief. Isn't it better this way? Ogram grinned, placing a hand on Lekros's shoulder. I never liked their hypocritical neutrality. Now we can break their necks openly. He clenched his fists, already envisioning new trophies from their hides. And the others? Glenn turned toward Chamber, his voice calm. The Sword Saint, not a trace. He's likely dead. As for the White Blood cult leader... Chamber grimaced as if disgusted. There was a field soaked in white blood, but I wouldn't believe that Cockroach is dead. She shook her head, certain the blood cult leader would be the last to fall, and the fallen one escaped. Chamber clicked her tongue, clearly irritated. And that bastard in the dragon helmet, alive? Glenn replied curtly. Alive, yes. The bracelet he threw expanded the death energy and gave him a way out. Recalling the moment, Glenn narrowed his eyes. Of course, Rayon muttered, nodding calmly. There's no way Darius would die here. Rayon had known from the beginning that Darius wouldn't fall so easily. But now there was finally proof, a chance to unmask Darius and bring Robert's downfall. Determined, Rayon clenched his fist. You did well. Glenn placed a hand on Chamber's shoulder. Well, someone had to do it. Chamber waved her hand dismissively but stole a glance at Glenn. You can't keep using that sword, right? No. Glenn nodded quietly, figured as much. Chamber pulled a lollipop from her pocket and popped it into her mouth. There's a similar concept in magic. I think I understand now. Crunching down on the candy, she nodded in realization. Enough talk. Ogram clapped his hands loudly, pointing toward the now abandoned North-South Union headquarters. What are we doing with that place? You won, so you need to think about what comes next. You thinking that far ahead, musclehead grandpa? Chamber widened her eyes in mock surprise. What was that, punk? Ogram flexed his arms and scowled. Ignoring the exchange, Glenn walked past them toward the riverbank. Come out. Despite his call, the water remained still. It's okay, don't be afraid, come out. At his reassurance, bubbles rose from the water and a young member of the Blue Wave tribe peeked out. It was Garam. Garam. Rayon quickly stepped between Glenn and Garam. He's not an enemy. He's my friend and helped me. I know. Glenn raised a hand, signaling that he had expected this. Why did you help despite the danger? Glenn narrowed his eyes, noticing the blood seeping from Garam's shoulder. Because we're friends. Without hesitation, Garam shouted his answer. I see. Glenn smiled softly and gave a small nod. When it's dangerous, that's when friends help each other. He raised a finger, pointing toward the river where the North-South Union base stood. Do you know who originally owned this land? And no. It belonged to the Blue Wave tribe. Oh. I'll return it to you. Glenn knelt and extended his hand toward Garam. Dazed, Garam slowly reached out and grasped Glenn's thumb. Stay close to him, Glenn said, gently stroking Garam's head before standing up. Lord. I'm tired, let's head back. Glenn turned his back, ready to leave. He seemed sincere about returning the river to the Blue Wave tribe. Ra Rayon, Garam called out in excitement, running up to him. Is it true? Is this really ours? Yes, though it might be more of a partnership. Glenn likely planned to establish a branch here, ensuring both the river and the tribe would be protected. Now Garam and the Blue Wave tribe no longer had to hide in the depths of the Gazel River. Woohoo. Garam threw his arms up in joy, shouting in excitement. Rayon ruffled Garam's hair, smiling. You'd thank him but not me. Have you lost it? I saved your life. Where's my mid-rant, Wrath suddenly froze, shivering. And my ribs ache. Ribs, you have ribs, obviously. Oh no, it's coming, it's coming. At Wrath's urgent cry, Rayon quickly expanded his senses. But it wasn't an enemy. You have accomplished an incredible feat. You saved a transcendent from the brink of death. A being of a higher realm has acknowledged your prowess. All stats are increasing. New traits unlocked. Ag, Wrath screamed as a flood of messages overwhelmed him. I knew it. This blasted system is obsessed with you. He flailed wildly, foaming at the mouth as he cursed the messages. You're unbelievable. Sighing, Rayon calmed his senses to widen his eyes as he scanned the notifications. Wait, what's this? TL note. Wow, what a fitting end for this arc. So no more Tsundere Grandpa now. You have accomplished an unbelievable feat. You saved a transcendent from the brink of death. You struck down a transcendent of a different league. All stats increased by 50 points. New trait blade that cuts through death has been generated. Rayon was astonished by the 50 points increase, and his mouth fell open when he saw the new trait message below. A blade that cuts through death. Seeing the word death made it clear that this trait came from Darius Robert. Blade that cuts through death. It allows one to sever energies imbued with death more easily. After confirming the power of this new trait, Rayon rubbed his chin. As expected, if the flame that defies death was a defensive trait against the aura of death, then blade that cuts through death was an offensive trait. The aura of death Darius unleashed was strong enough to affect Glenn's mental world, so a trait that could reduce its influence would be a formidable weapon. Ugh, Wrath clutched his fluffy, cotton-like head, groaning. Are you serious? Raising your stats by 50 points at once. Have you forgotten moderation? He frowned, shouting about how much was being given away, but the system seemed to completely ignore Wrath's complaints, immediately displaying new messages. The grade of the trait Eye of Wrath has increased. The grade of the trait Ambush has increased. The grade of the trait Unyielding Will has increased. The grade of the trait Flame that defies death has increased. This time, the messages indicated that the grades of his traits had been enhanced. Naturally, the traits that had influenced this battle the most had been leveled up. Wrath screamed, saying he had poured his heart and soul into creating these traits and stats. HMPH, finally some peace. New title Changer of Fate has been generated. Just as Wrath was about to calm down, the system interrupted him with a new message. Kaya, unable to hold back, Wrath shrieked and started thrashing about. Rayon, covering his ears, carefully examined the message. Changer of Fate, the title was too weighty to simply ignore, so he checked its details. Changer of Fate, however, it only showed the title's name without any information about its powers. Wrath, this. Rayon turned to Wrath to ask him about it. Cough. Wrath rubbed his tiny arms against his body, coughing dryly. This reward feels like it's torn all the ribs from my chest. It's like having your wallet full of money snatched by your mother. He muttered that he felt drained and sniffled. This king doesn't understand what sin he committed to be sucked dry down to his very bones like this. Wrath was even on the verge of tears, flailing his arms around. Sigh. Rayon sighed and gestured at Wrath. When we get back, I'll buy you anything you want to eat, so calm down for now. Sniff. Wrath immediately wiped away his tears and sealed his mouth shut. The more he looked at him, the less he grew attached to the little guy, instead finding him more tiresome. Rayon. Just as Rayon was about to ask Wrath about the title, Run-On approached him from behind, holding an ice cream box with a familiar design. Oh, mint chocolate. Wrath shouted mint chocolate as if he could see the box's contents. You brought this here. I believed you'd survive. Run-On nodded, saying she had prepared it as a snack. The ice cream box was cold, but his hands and heart felt as warm as if he were standing by a fire. As expected, only the ice cream girl truly understands this king. Wrath patted Run-On's head, drooling. What are you doing? Open the lid and start eating the ice cream already. Hold on a bit. Pushing aside Wrath, who was tugging on his sleeve, Rayon opened the ice cream box. Underneath a layer of frost, 4 round scoops of ice cream lay in perfect formation. Rayan took a mint chocolate scoop into his mouth under Runon's eager gaze. He'd gotten somewhat used to the taste, but he still didn't quite understand why people enjoyed it. Wrath clenched his fists, trembling as he tilted his head back. This is why I live. Without mint chocolate, this king would have perished long ago. Tears welled up in Wrath's eyes as he praised mint chocolate. Rayan regretted that Runon couldn't witness his bizarre reaction. Runon, looking as if she wanted some ice cream as well, slowly opened her mouth. Have some too. Rayan chuckled and handed her some ice cream. Runon accepted the ice cream, even thanking him for what she had brought herself. Her cheeks blushed as she savored the taste she had anticipated. Garam, you try some too. Rayan offered a scoop of mint chocolate to Garam, who was hovering over the water's edge. Okay. Garam took the scoop into his mouth without hesitation, only to immediately spit it out. Poison, it stings my mouth. He hopped around on the water, rubbing his tongue with his palm. What a waste. Wrath flailed his arms, demanding Garam pick it up and eat it again. You appreciate flavor, don't you? Ignoring Wrath, Rayan grinned at Garam. As expected from my friend, tasteless people. That's how I managed to stop the person who attempted to ambush the head. Returning to Zeeghart from the Label River, Rayan recounted everything that had happened. I see, so that's what happened. Glenn nodded slowly, as if he finally understood everything. So it's not an exaggeration to say that young Blue Stream folk saved both your life and mine. He added that he had no regrets about handing over the North-South Union's main body, lowering his hand. Yes. I received far more from Garam than what I gave him. Rayan nodded, agreeing with Glenn. I don't think Garam sees it that way. Rimmer shook his head with a small wave of his hand. Indeed, that child looked at you as if he would risk his life for you. Shurl added that his gaze toward Rayan was more like one reserved for a benefactor than a friend, smiling. But why doesn't Garam's appearance change? Why hasn't his body grown after all this time? Rimmer tilted his head, puzzled by Garam's still youthful appearance. Did he learn some spell to prevent his body and soul from aging? I don't know either. Rayan shook his head. He didn't consider it a pressing matter, nor had he ever asked Garam about it, so he truly had no idea. Rayan. Sylvia approached Rayan, smiling brightly. Yes, I just wanted to call your name. She linked arms with him, her smile radiant. I'm happy that you're back, that you gained such a good friend, and that you saved the head of our family. Sylvia closed her eyes softly, saying it had been a long time since she felt this happy. Rayan watched her serene smile, a small smile of his own forming. There's only more happiness awaiting you. Having defeated King Roman in the duel of life and death, Sylvia would now be elevated within the direct lineage. With her strength restored, no one in this household would dare to look down on her anymore. Holding her hand tightly, Rayan wished for Sylvia to live happily among the attendants in the annex. Rayan. Sylvia opened her eyes slowly and turned away. Did you thank your comrades? She gestured toward the Light Wind Division members following behind them. All of them fought, risking their lives for you. I also received their help many times. Sylvia smiled gently, saying their assistance had been invaluable. No, we were the ones who received help. Burin, glancing at Karun, shook his head firmly. Yes, we received a lot of help. Runon bowed slightly, addressing Sylvia as Madam. I was also helped by Madam. Dorian added that she had blocked attacks for him twice and pulled out some chocolate snacks from his waist pouch. No, your presence alone was reassuring. Sylvia laughed, breaking one of the snacks in half and offering it to Rayan. Hey, Wrath licked his lips and beckoned. What are you waiting for? Our mother's arm is getting tired. Though he only wanted the snack, Wrath pretended to be concerned for Sylvia's well-being, frowning. So many excuses. Rayan took the snack from Sylvia, glancing back at a figure lagging behind. Martha. Unlike the other swordsmen, Martha was walking with her gaze fixed solely on the ground, saying nothing. It must be because of the White Blood cult leader. Today, at Label River, she had watched as the White Blood cult leader held his ground against both King Lekros and Agram without yielding an inch. Seeing such a powerful foe must have made her feel hopeless. I wish this king could handle it for her. Wrath, who had been discussing the snack's flavor, furrowed his brows. He sighed deeply, sounding genuinely sympathetic. Martha. Rayan brushed off his hands and approached her. This time, you damn. Martha lifted her head abruptly, looking straight at him. This isn't my style to just wallow like this. Martha nodded her chin toward Rayan. If there's a guy who can come back from the dead, I can't just give up. She clenched her fist tightly, vowing never to give up on saving her mother. You said you'd help, right? Yeah, just call anytime. Rayan nodded, reaffirming his previous promise. All right, that damn White Blood cult leader. I'll crush her completely. Martha muttered curses against the White Blood cult leader, stealing her resolve. Martha. Sylvia approached Martha with a gentle smile. I keep inviting you to the annex, so why do you only send meat? She raised her eyebrows, expressing her desire to have a meal together. Next time come over. I'll prepare all your favorite dishes. Understood. Martha, looking sheepish and meek, nodded without further protest. As Rayan chuckled at Martha's flushed face next to Sylvia, a huge wall appeared before them, the wall of Zeeghart. Once proud and solid, the wall now bore a gaping hole, as if crushed by an immense force. Rayon clenched his teeth as he gazed at the broken gate and wall. Past, he wouldn't have cared about the state of Sieghart, but now even seeing the wall in ruins filled him with rage. It seemed he had truly become part of Sieghart. Now that I look, it's unmistakable. Glenn surveyed the unrepaired wall calmly and nodded. It's a breath. What? Rayon looked at Glenn, his eyes widening. A dragon's breath destroyed this wall. Glenn explained that he was sure, having witnessed the dragon's breaths in the recent war. Those damn bastards. Eris brushed back her red hair, frowning. Should we go hunt down those lizards and kill every last one of them? She rested a hand on her sword, ready to go dragon hunting soon. Glenn observed the broken wall in silence for a moment, then turned his back to it. You've all done well. He looked over each of the Sieghart swordsmen before speaking slowly. And no, not at all. Yes, you and Rayon are the ones who ended this war. The Sieghart swordsman blushed, embarrassed to receive praise from the continent's strongest warrior. After 3 days of honoring the fallen, we'll hold a small banquet. Make sure you all attend. Glenn lowered his gaze slightly as he announced the funeral and banquet. Yes, sir, the Sieghart swordsmen bowed their heads, their respect for Glenn growing even more. Then take your rest. Glenn glanced at Rayon briefly before walking toward the main hall. Rimmer, Cheryl, and Roan waved their hands as they followed him inside. Rayon bowed to Glenn alongside Sylvia, then made his way to the annex. Though it was nighttime, the lights in the garden were on, so it wasn't too dark. Food, 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 food. Wrath sang about food as he started dancing in the air. Tonight, it's bread and water. Rayon shook his head. Since it was late, he didn't want to make the attendants work. You damn scoundrel. This king was so looking forward to a home-cooked meal. You can have it tomorrow. As Rayon shook his head at Wrath, he saw Helen standing on the annex stairs, waving toward him. Madam, young master, everyone. The moment Helen saw Rayon, Sylvia, Ewa, and Julius had all returned safely, she knocked on the annex door. Madam, young master. The lights inside the annex all came on at once, and the attendants rushed outside. You're really alive, young master. We've been waiting for you. The attendants surrounded Rayon and Sylvia, shedding tears of relief. Even Judil, usually stoic, had a red nose and was sniffling. Wah! Young Ewa, caught up in the attendant's emotions, whimpered in Helen's arms. Sorry for worrying you. Rayon bowed his head, feeling the attendant's warmth. A lot happened. Let's talk over a meal. Helen sniffled and gestured toward the dining room in the annex. I kept preparing, thinking you'd definitely return. She smiled, saying she'd made all his favorite dishes. Perfect, I was hungry. Rayon exchanged a smile with Sylvia, but the one happiest in the annex was someone else, Kiyahu. As soon as Glenn entered the audience chamber, he slumped into his throne. This is exhausting. Suppressing his soul, which sought to surpass its current limits, was harder than any battle he'd fought so far. He'd finally stabilized, but he was too drained to move. Father, Eris approached the throne, frowning. Are you really okay? It's just a little fatigue. Glenn shook his head slowly. A little. At the end, your sword definitely exceeded human limits. Eris bit her lip, anxiety clear in her expression. Don't worry, Glenn raised his hand gently. As long as I don't bring out my mental world again, there's nothing for you to worry about. He reassured her that he could endure in his current state. Head, Cheryl approached Glenn and knelt before him. I'm ashamed as well. Roan, similarly regretful, bowed deeply. What are you talking about? How could we hold him back when he was soaring by himself? Rimmer wrinkled his nose, saying this was far beyond their abilities. Anyway, don't push yourself too hard. If my source of funds vanishes, I'm in trouble. He shouted that he still had a lot of debt to pay off, just as a red bolt of lightning flickered in the air. Boom! The lightning, twisting like a living creature, wrapped around Rimmer's entire body. Rimmer, struck directly on the top of his head, let out a black puff of smoke and collapsed. See, perfectly fine. He muttered in relief and then passed out, his eyes closed. See that? There's no problem at all. Glenn assured them, waving away the smoke rising in the air. Roan, yes, head. Roan slowly raised his head. At the banquet, we'll also hold the direct line succession ceremony for Rayon and Sylvia, so make the arrangements. Understood. Roan nodded, his face breaking into a broad smile. Direct line succession. Does this mean Rayon and Sylvia will officially become part of the direct line? Eris clapped her hands, smiling brightly. Yes, that was the promise. Glenn nodded, affirming it as a matter of course. Finally, I'll get to hear Rayon officially call me Aunt. I've waited so low. Grandfather comes first. Glenn shot Eris a chilling glare. A murderous intent stronger than during the battle, with Oma rose from his shoulders. I've waited far longer, don't you dare. As Karun made his way through the main hall to the central hall, Denier and Balder, who had remained in Sieghart to guard the main house, approached him. How did the war end? Judging by the look of the others, it seems like you had an easy victory, Balder snorted, rolling his right shoulder back. It ended well enough. In his dignified manner, Karun summarized the long, arduous war in a single sentence. Don't just give such a short answer. Explain it properly. You all came back without sending any word, and no one has a clue what happened. Balder pounded his chest in frustration. I'll explain, said Chad, the leader of the Shadow Agents Division, stepping forward and bowing. In this war, the leader of the North-South Union was killed, and the other heads of the 5 demons were either killed or suffered injuries so severe they won't be able to act for some time. It's safe to say, as Central Hall leader put it, it was an overwhelming victory. Chad raised a finger with a faint smile. So as expected, other 5 demons' forces got involved, Balder murmured, furrowing his brows deeply. Who came among the 5 demons? The fallen one, the White Blood cult leader, the leader of the shadows wearing a blue dragon helmet, and finally the Dragon Lord joined in. The Dragon Lord, that meddling bastard, went all the way there. Those lizard scum seem like they're only out to hinder us. Balder waved his fingers dismissively, expressing his distaste for the Dragon Lord. They did only target us. From now on, all dragons are enemies of Sieghart. What enemies? What do you mean by that, Shadow Leader? Both Balder and Denier widened their eyes simultaneously. When we invaded the North-South Union's headquarters, Chad briefly recounted the recent events for the 2 division leaders and the Sieghart swordsman standing behind them. Is that really true? Balder's jaw trembled with disbelief. Rayon stopped a Transcendence blade and saved the head. Yes, though it was only for a split second, he withstood the Transcendence sword. Even the head acknowledged it. Chad swallowed hard, as if still unable to believe his own words. Denier looked down, his expression darkening. That brat, has he completely lost his mind? Balder chuckled in disbelief. Defeating the Axe King and returning alive was praiseworthy enough, but saving the head as well. What kind of monster is he? He laughed, declaring Rayon a true prodigy. Why are you so quiet? Aren't you surprised? Balder nudged Denier, who remained silent with a smirk on his face. I'm too shocked to speak. As you said, he's exceptional. You won't find that kind of talent anywhere. Denier gave a faint smile and nodded. Denier. Karun, who had been silent, narrowed his eyes as he looked at Denier. Your complexion is pale. Is it from an injury during the previous attack? No, it's just a bit of dizziness now that the tension has eased. Denier waved his hand, saying it was nothing serious. I see. Karun watched Denier rub his temples with a cold gaze. It's only a matter of time before Sylvia and Rayon become part of the direct line. Balder grinned, shifting his gaze to Karun. This time even you won't be able to stop it. He raised his chin, teasing Karun. I have no intention of stopping it. Without even looking at Balder, Karun shook his head calmly. Really? Balder blinked, confused. Are you drawn to Rayon as well? No, I despise him. Karun replied firmly, scowling. I hate him so much that just looking at his face irritates me. Then why? Rayon saved the head and beheaded the North-South Union leader. Ignoring his contributions after witnessing such achievements firsthand would be an insult to Sieghart's name by my own hand. He shook his head, as if the thought of tarnishing Sieghart's reputation bothered him more than his distaste for Rayon. Always making simple things sound complicated, Balder muttered, snorting as if he didn't understand a word Karun was saying. I'd rather beat those dragons to death than any of the 5 demons. I've never liked them, so maybe this is a good thing. He clenched his fist, declaring he would slaughter any dragons nearby. There's a white dragon living in the nearby mountains. I'll start by tearing that one apart. Balder. Karun raised his gaze, his eyes cold. Scout out the nest of the ancient dragon in the north. An ancient dragon, even with you by my side, that'd be too much unless we were transcendents. Balder waved his hand dismissively, saying it wasn't possible. Don't worry, I'm not far from transcending. Wow, what did you just say? Denier and Balder quickly turned their heads toward him, their reactions audible. After witnessing the head's sword, I gained enlightenment. If I enter seclusion, I will be able to reach that realm. Karun nodded confidently, as if certain he could break through the barrier to transcendence. Unbelievable. Balder murmured, his lips quivering in astonishment. Transcendence. Denier moistened his dry lips, also in disbelief. It won't take long, so start scouting out the ancient dragon's nest in advance. Karun issued his order to Balder and then turned his gaze. Burin. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Burin, who stood awkwardly beside Chad. Among the Light Wind Division leaders, you are the weakest. You're more than a level behind them. Is that the result you intended to show? Karun's crimson gaze turned cold and biting. That is. Burin clenched his lips tightly, unable to answer. Damn it. He had nothing to say. He wanted to argue, but he couldn't. As Karun had said, his skills were currently behind Martha and Run-Ons, and he couldn't see a way to catch up to them. Without looking back, Karun began to walk toward the central hall. But I'm part of the Light Wind Division. Did I say I would accept you? I merely want to fix your pathetic state. Karun didn't even look back, as if telling him to leave if he didn't want to come. Let's go. Chad gave a slight smile, gesturing toward Burin. Ah yes, Burin bowed to Chad, Balder, and Denier before following Karun. What's up with him all of a sudden? Balder tapped his finger to his temple, twirling it. Did he catch some terminal illness? It seems the recent war has brought about a change in him. Chad smiled faintly, watching Karun and Burin walk a short distance ahead. Denier's gaze grew quiet as he watched the two of them from behind. After all the attendants had fallen asleep, Rayon went out to the lake behind the annex. Wrath patted his full belly with satisfaction. Eating out is fine, but there's nothing like a home-cooked meal. Nothing out there compares to this house's food. He chuckled, adding that even the mango ice cream they'd had for dessert was excellent. It's not even your house. What nonsense are you saying? This is my house, my mother, and my attendants. Wrath waved his round hands in the air, declaring the entire annex his own. Fine, think whatever you want. Rayon sighed and shook his head. Since Wrath was calling Sylvia his mother, there was no point trying to reason with him. But why did you come out here? You should be resting after all that. I grew rapidly. I need to gauge my current abilities. His stats had increased by 50 points in one go. His sword field creation mastery had surged, and several of his traits had also leveled up. There was no way he could sleep without verifying what had changed. Why you're doing that now? Yes, you're truly insane. Who trains on the very day they return from war? Wrath shouted that such madness didn't exist in the human world, the celestial world, or even the demonic realm. Right here. Rayon pointed to himself and drew the heavenly drive, starting with his basic swordsmanship as always. Whoosh, the blade cut through the early morning air, the sensation feeling as tangible as his own skin. His whole body felt lighter, as if he had transcended the limits of his physical vessel. My physical strength and sensory precision have improved greatly. Rayon felt the strength in his fingertips and smiled lightly. This is the natural outcome of a 50-point increase. Even though stats became less effective as they increased, a sudden rise of 50 points made an obvious difference. Now next. After practicing basic swordsmanship, Rayon moved on to the techniques of the Fangs of Insanity, Glacier, and Skybound Sword before lowering his heavenly drive. My swordsmanship mastery has also reached a different level. Techniques like Swift Sword, Heavy Sword, Adaptive Sword, and Illusory Sword seem to move on their own, as if they were alive. Given this level of improvement, while his internal injuries were still unhealed, he could probably perform even higher-level swordsmanship once fully recovered. Rayon nodded with satisfaction, taking a deep breath. Calling this overgrowth wouldn't be an exaggeration, but something else made him even happier. Seeing Darius Roberts' twisted expression was priceless. Watching Darius's shaken eyes as his plan to kill Glenn crumbled was far more gratifying than any power he had gained. Gah, you're one twisted bastard. Wrath shook his head, clearly perturbed. If you're done, go back inside. This king is sleepy. Yawning widely, Wrath retreated into the ice flower bracelet. One last thing to confirm. With his heavenly drive still raised, Rayon activated his newly acquired trait, Blade that Cuts Through Death. Whoosh, a pure white aura bloomed along the icy blade. Though faint and mist-like, it burned with a subtle, mysterious power. Wait for me, Darius Robert. Rayon's lips curled as he quietly felt the rising, tranquil energy. The time to sever your head isn't far off. Darius Robert left his office silently. Even in the pre-dawn darkness, his appearance was immaculate. His hair lay still, and his blue long coat was as crisp as if freshly pressed. Father, as Darius ascended the stairs in a calm stride, Rafan Robert hurried up, his steps heavy. Have you heard? The 6 Kings won. Rafan, seemingly having just returned from the information department, burst with excitement. And it wasn't just any victory. He spread his arms like wings as he began recounting all that had happened at the North-South Union's headquarters. Since Lord Rayon saved Glenn Sieghart and beheaded the leader of the North-South Union, it's fair to say he ended this war single-handedly. With clenched fists, Rafan raised his hands to the sky. It's exaggerated, but not inaccurate. Darius smiled indulgently, finding his youngest son's excitement endearing. It's a shame we were just on standby. I wish I could have seen Lord Rayon block that sneak attack from the one wearing the dragon helmet. Rafan bit his lip, frustrated that he hadn't been on the battlefield. Rafan, I understand your frustration, but our role was just as vital as those fighting. We served as a barrier against the other 5 demons' forces. I know it's just a bit disappointing. He chuckled, acknowledging the importance of the Robert family's duty. That's enough then. Darius patted Rafan's head, smiling softly. Isn't it time Lord Rayon got a new title? Dragon Slayer doesn't quite cover him anymore. Rafan rubbed his chin, suggesting that Rayon needed a new title. You still admire the Light Wind Division leader, I see. Of course, I'm not the only one. No one dislikes him. He raised his hand, saying Rayon's renown was reaching the skies. And then why don't you try coming up with one? After all, fans usually create the best titles. Can I really do that? Blushing slightly, Rafan fidgeted with his arms. If you come up with a good name, the Light Wind Division leader would probably like it. Then you'll take me to the next 6 Kings meeting. All right, but now go get some rest. You've been up all night waiting at the information department. Got it. He bowed to Darius and returned to his quarters with an energetic stride, muttering possible titles for Rayon under his breath all the way. Watching him leave, Darius smiled warmly before heading upstairs to the family head's study. He paused for a moment outside the study, then opened the door slowly. In the gentle moonlight filtering through, a man wearing a blue dragon helmet was leaning against the wall, blood dripping from his mouth. Darius Robert's silver eyes met the silver gaze within the blue dragon helmet, both calm and unwavering. You've returned. Darius Robert rolled up his cloak and bowed courteously toward the swordsman wearing the blue dragon helmet. Darius, The man in the blue dragon helmet addressed him as Darius, recognizing him by his appearance and voice. Beorn and Kubara returned, but you didn't come back, so I was getting concerned. Are you all right? The fake Darius approached the real Darius, his eyebrows furrowing deeply. My body is fine, but something else is broken. The real Darius Robert clutched his chest, coughing up black blood. If it hadn't been for the bracelet that compresses the aura of death, I might have been buried beneath that river. Murmuring about how close it had been, he spat out another mouthful of blood. What kind of technique did you fall victim to? The fake Darius trembled in disbelief. It was a swordsmanship style I had never seen before. It cut through not just the body, but the soul itself. Darius shook his head, his tone filled with incredulity. Was it similar to Agram's flawless sea of flames? No, it was on a completely different level. With the flawless sea of flames, a soul of high enough caliber could withstand it to some extent, but Glenn's sword was different. His slender fingers traced the air as if mimicking Glenn's mental world. It cut through my soul as if it didn't care about my condition. It was beyond swordsmanship, a transcendent power. But there was something even more infuriating than Glenn's sword. Darius rubbed his blood-soaked chest, twisting his lips in annoyance. Rayon Sieghart, that damn brat, interfered to the very end. Unable to maintain his composure, Darius let out a roar like a beast bellowing in anger. Whoom! The fake Darius raised a barrier of energy, preventing the shout from escaping the study. He comes back to life every time I think he's dead, only to ruin my plans. I should have torn him apart long ago. As rare, genuine fury boiled over, an aura of death seeped from Darius. Whoosh, the deathly aura had evolved, now affecting even inanimate objects. Books turned to black ash and scattered, while fine furniture decayed into dust as though thousands of years had passed. After venting his rage, Darius took a deep breath, his eerie gaze finally regaining its usual calmness. Bardiel. Darius gestured to the fake Darius, his voice dropping to a murmur. Report on the situation since I left. Before the war, King Owen contacted us. During the war, the Tower Lord reached out, and afterward, Chamber sent a message via communication magic. None showed any signs of suspicion before ending the calls. Bardiel, as the man was called, lowered his head, signaling that there was no need to worry. Just as expected. Darius curled his lips and folded his fingers. Even if they're suspicious, they can't act on it. The magical projection created by Chamber and the Tower Lord not only shows one's appearance, but also reflects their nature, making it impossible to use a substitute. However, the disguise Bardiel was wearing was an ancient artifact crafted from the deaths of hundreds of doppelgangers, the skin of the doppelganger. It didn't just alter one's appearance, it changed their nature and aura as well. Unless someone came in person, it was impossible to detect. Rayon won't be able to reveal my identity so easily. Even if Rayon Sieghart was truly that Rayon, he hadn't seen this helmet. Without any evidence, attempting to expose Darius's identity would be no different from a death wish. Well, there is one piece of evidence. He glanced at the scar crossing in an X on the back of his hand. If he shows this scar, he can expose me as Darius Robert. But that, too, was impossible. As long as Bardiel wore the skin of the doppelganger, the scar could not be revealed, no matter what was done to it. If Rayon tried to use the scar as proof, Darius could turn the tables, making it an opportunity instead. Since you've returned, I'll remove the skin. No. As Bardiel raised his hand to the back of his head, Darius shook his head. As I said, I may have healed physically, but my soul is still torn. Darius shook his head calmly. While I recover, you will take my place. Understood. Bardiel nodded carefully. When he lifted his gaze again, it was as if he had truly become Darius, with an exact replica of his expression. The Six Kings meeting will convene soon. If it's through projection, you'll attend in my stead, and if I must go in person, you'll call me. Darius scrutinized Bardiel, narrowing his eyes. Even as a transcendent wearing that skin, you won't be able to fool those old men completely. Understood. Bardiel bowed, accepting the orders without question. Then I'll be going. Yes. He bowed slightly before leaving the study. Once he was alone, Darius removed the blue dragon helmet. Wounds bring new flesh and new experiences. With a cold smile, he pushed his blood and sweat-drenched silver hair back. I'll make you regret sparing me, and I'll make sure you regret being alive. So this is the letter Rayon left. Merlin, wearing a mask crudely crafted from tree bark, carefully held the folded paper in her hands. Yes, Rayon left it. Garam nodded as he looked at the letter. Merlin stroked the letter's edge, her breath quickening. This is the first time I've received a love letter. It's making me nervous. She smacked her lips, looking strangely anxious. Love. Garam tilted his head, baffled. Let's see. Ignoring Garam's reaction, Merlin unfolded Rayon's letter. The letter was brief, but Rayon had carefully written what he wanted to convey. Merlin clutched the letter to her chest, trembling as tears welled up in her eyes. Are you hurt somewhere? Startled, Garam rushed to her. Is it from an injury? This means he loves me, right? Rayon loves me. Merlin's violet eyes twisted in a disturbing direction. Garam backed away, unsettled by her strange, seductive gaze. No, that can't be right. Since Rayon had shared the contents of the letter with him, Garam knew it contained nothing about love. No, it's true. Cheering for someone and waiting for them is a way of saying you love them. Merlin murmured with conviction, nodding resolutely. I love you too, 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 I love you too. She rubbed her face against the letter as if it were Rayon himself, endlessly professing her love. I'm coming right away. I'll be there soon, right away, 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 I'll be there soon, right away. With her eerie obsession, even the river seemed to take on the same violet hue as her eyes. Garam raised his hand, conjuring a water spell. She really shouldn't be allowed outside, should he seal her again. A small tavern on the outskirts of Camelin, known as a trading or commercial city. As always, despite it being broad daylight, the tavern was so packed that there wasn't a single empty seat. But there was one difference from usual. Since people from all over the continent had gathered, they would normally talk about whatever rumors interested them. But today, everyone in the tavern was discussing only the war between Sieghart and the North-South Union. I never thought the North-South Union would truly collapse. A balding middle-aged man set down his beer mug, letting out a hollow sigh. I thought, as always, things would just end moderately. He shook his foamy lips, still in disbelief. It wasn't just the North-South Union. The White Blood Cult, Holy Sword Alliance, Eden, and even the newly affiliated Shadowsoul the Oma were hit. A mustached middle-aged man frowned. They say the Northern Annihilation King held off 5 Transcendents on his own. And if you add the Dragon Lord, that's 6. Leave out the North-South Union leader. The balding man shook his head. Dranos was beheaded by Rayon Sieghart. That's actually the part I find hardest to believe. The mustached man pounded the table heavily. Defeats the Axe King, survives a sneak attack after passing out, saves the Northern Annihilation King, and kills the leader and vice-leader of the North-South Union. This isn't some ancient legend. How does any of that make sense? He slammed his mug down again, finding it all too incredible to believe. I can't believe it either, but people who saw it swear it's true. I mean, the Sieghart family are not ordinary humans, are they? How can a grandfather and grandson both be like that? The balding man shook his head, baffled. Rayon Sieghart is 22 now, right? He might just be the greatest genius in the history of the continent. Definitely. At his age, even the heads of the 6 kings and 5 demons were only masters. The mustached man nodded in agreement. Oh, and I heard Rayon Sieghart got a new title. I heard that too. It came up from the south. The bald man lifted his mug, then paused, his eyes rolling in thought. Was it the usurper? Sounds cool, though I don't quite get it. If you look at Rayon Sieghart's deeds, it's easy to figure out. The mustached man traced a crown shape with his finger. His deeds, yes. Before this war, Rayon Sieghart executed the king of the Holy Kingdom, who'd fallen under demonic influence, and passed the throne to the third prince. In this war, he killed the Axe King Roman, the North-South Union leader Dranos, and the vice-leader Helgrim, and he returned the river to the Blue Stream tribe. He swallowed and pressed down on the imaginary crown he'd drawn, as if crushing it. A usurper is someone who deposes kings. Rayon Sieghart beheaded a corrupted king and dethroned the king of the river. The title fits him perfectly. The mustached man shuddered as if he felt chills from his own explanation. True, it's fitting. The balding man nodded in agreement, letting out a deep breath. Oh, come to think of it, there's someone else who got a new title besides Rayon Sieghart. Yes, and it's perhaps even more chilling than the usurper. The mustached man swallowed, lowering his gaze, the demon blade with red eyes. The grave of swords behind Sieghart's main hall. Sylvia, dressed in black mourning clothes, lowered her red eyes slowly. Standing before the graves, she bowed her head respectfully, as if comforting the departed. Following Sylvia's lead, Rayon paid a solemn salute toward the masterless swords. Those buried here had taken to the battlefield to avenge his death. Since Darius was involved, war would have erupted one way or another, and even if he had awakened earlier and participated, he likely wouldn't have been able to save them. Still, he wanted to express his gratitude and apologize to those who had fought for him. I make you this promise. Rayon clasped his hands together, closing his eyes. I will reveal the true identity of Darius Robert and take his head. Up to now, he had moved solely for his own vengeance, but this experience had placed the will and breath of many people upon his shoulders. Exposing Darius and killing him had become a task he was bound to fulfill, even at the cost of his life. After bowing once more to the grave of swords, Rayon stepped back and looked at the figure standing at the forefront, Glenn Sieghart. Unlike other ceremonies, he led this funeral from start to finish, never taking his eyes off the swordsmen's graves. It was as if his back bore the weight of guilt for not being able to protect them. Rayon let out a short sigh, biting his lips slightly. I've never seen the head like this. He had thought Glenn would conduct the funeral with his usual confidence, yet here he was, handling everything with the utmost care and respect. It felt strange, as if he were seeing a new side of him. That's exactly how it should be. Wrath pointed his round finger at Glenn. The higher up you go, the more you should value your subordinates. That old man might have questionable taste in food, but at least he knows how to do things right. Wrath nodded approvingly, and Rayon felt an unusual kinship with him, given Wrath's own tendency to care for his underlings. They say the head has always been like this. Sylvia approached Rayon, whispering quietly, "He's always been like this. Yes, he only became this cold-hearted after going through war. I heard he used to have a much gentler side." She chuckled softly, admitting that it was something she'd only heard, not experienced herself. "I see." Rayon nodded slowly, though he still found it difficult to imagine a softer side to Glenn. That concludes the funeral. At Chad's closing words, the funeral came to an end. "There will be a small banquet tonight at the main hall, so please attend if you're not busy." He spoke as if participation were mandatory, then descended from the podium. Glenn glanced in their direction for a moment before heading toward the main hall. "A banquet, huh?" Rayon clicked his tongue and turned away. "I don't really need to go, do I? What nonsense is that?" Wrath blocked his path as if horrified by the suggestion. "A banquet means tables full of delicacies. How could you even think about skipping it?" Drooling, Wrath's gaze became intense. "I thought you liked home-cooked meals. Besides, Mother isn't particularly fond of the main hall. You call her your mother, are you not going to think about her? Well." Wrath was left speechless, his chin trembling as he looked torn between the banquet's food and his mother. His eyes darted back and forth as if caught in a pendulum. "Mother, shall we head back?" Rayon pushed past the conflicted Wrath and turned to Sylvia. "Young Master Rayon, Lady Sylvia." Roan approached, carrying 2 elegant boxes at his waist. "The head has ordered that you both attend tonight's banquet. For both of us, yes. Both of you must come." He emphasized that they must attend and presented the 2 boxes. Rayon and Sylvia exchanged glances and took their respective boxes. "What's in there? Is it ice cream?" Wrath snapped back to attention, darting in clothes with his tongue hanging out. "Hold on." Pushing Wrath aside, Rayon opened his box and looked inside, finding an item he hadn't expected. "This is clothes?" Rayon's eyes widened as he looked at the clothes inside the luxurious box. It was a formal suit with a harmonious blend of black and gold, radiating an elegance that was both lavish and stately. Then Mother's must be. He glanced to his side. Inside Sylvia's box was a dress with a white base adorned with gold embroidery, graceful and flowing. Oh, Sylvia stared at the dress with a dazed expression, as if overwhelmed by the unexpected gift. Wrath shook his round fist in disappointment. "They're all inedible. Not that tasteless old man would serve anything better than some bland Nadine bread anyway." He snorted, muttering that it was probably just as well. Ignoring Wrath's grumbling, Rayon examined the suit and dress again. Why would he send us clothes? He had expected Glenn might give them rewards for their performance in the war, but he hadn't anticipated receiving formal attire instead of artifacts. It was somewhat surprising. "Lord Roan." Rayon lowered the box containing his suit and called out to Roan. "Did the head really send these clothes?" "Yes. He wishes for both of you to wear them at the banquet this evening." Roan nodded, affirming there was no mistake. Oh, Sylvia let out a faint gasp as she looked at the hem of the dress. The hem was embroidered with Sieghart's emblem, a flaming sword which glowed even more brilliantly than the crest on the official badges. "Mine's the same." The same symbol was embroidered on the chest of his suit, so vivid it seemed as though the sword were truly ablaze. Embroidering the Sieghart emblem like this means. Rayon gently traced the emblem, swallowing hard. Is he saying he'll officially make Mother part of the direct line tonight? Yes, that must be it. The sudden gift of elaborate formal attire and the invitation to the banquet could only mean they would be inducted into the direct line. The embroidered Sieghart emblem reinforced his certainty. Ray on this. Sylvia clutched the dress to her chest, her lips trembling. She, too, seemed to understand the significance of the dress Glenn had given her. "I think that's right." Rayon met Sylvia's gaze and nodded. There was once a tradition in Sieghart where a father would make their child's first set of clothes. Though it's been discontinued, these clothes are crafted from the threads of an ancient spirit, the spirit thread. Roan smiled slightly as he explained that Glenn had personally obtained the spirit thread. It seemed like Glenn was officially acknowledging them both as direct members of the family. Oh, Sylvia lowered her gaze upon hearing that the tradition had once been discontinued. Naturally, she had never received any such first clothes herself. "I will see you at the banquet then." After a polite bow, Roan headed off toward the main hall. "Understood." Rayon returned the bow, then looked at Sylvia. "There's much to prepare. Let's head back." "Yes." Sylvia's eyes glistened with tears, her lips quivering. Lately, people had been calling her by the moniker Demon Blade with red eyes, yet she hardly seemed like a demonic swordswoman at this moment. "Let's bring Helen and the other attendants along." Right, with a firm grip on Sylvia's trembling hand, Rayon led her back to the annex. "You've delivered them, I assume?" Glenn tilted his chin as Roan entered the audience chamber. "Yes." Roan nodded, smiling slightly. "Did Rayon and Sylvia have any suspicions?" "They're both perceptive. I believe they've understood your intentions, my lord." He mentioned that both Rayon and Sylvia seemed to have recognized the significance of the gifts as he approached the podium. "I find that hard to believe." Rimmer blinked at Roan. "Maybe Sylvia figured it out, but Rayon. That kid wouldn't notice a thing unless it hit him in the face." the densest of the dense. He shook his head, saying he had never met anyone as oblivious as Rayon. That's true. Cheryl nodded in agreement. There were countless times I wanted to shake some sense into him because of his cluelessness. She sighed, echoing the sentiment about Rayon's obliviousness. But he's remarkably quick-witted in battle. Roan laughed softly, noting how surprising it was. That's true. Rayon is sharper than even me when it comes to fighting, but Rimmer chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. For some reason, he's utterly lost when it comes to human relationships. He clicked his tongue, looking up at the podium, probably because someone kept him confined to the annex since he was young. Cheryl and Roan's gazes shifted to Glenn in unison, following Rimmer's line of sight. Clearing his throat, Glenn quickly motioned Roan to continue. Did they like the clothes? Yes. Both of them were pleased. Roan nodded, adding that they seemed genuinely delighted. Of course they should be pleased. Do they know who made them? Surin, former head of the Zeekhart Elder Council and current leader of the Five Flowers Guild, snorted. By the way, head, you're too much. You asked me to fill the council head position, then you suddenly have me back in the guild, telling me to make the finest clothes in 3 days. It was exasperating. She covered her mouth with her fan, which bore a black butterfly design, her tone elegant yet reproachful. I do have a schedule, you know. It was truly abrupt. I apologize, but your skill surpasses that of the current guild head. Glenn raised a hand apologetically, admitting that his request had been sudden. I wanted to give the best clothing to those two. Well, a parent's heart is the same everywhere. Surin's expression softened, and she smiled faintly. Still, I didn't make Rayon and Sylvia's clothes solely because of your request. I wove those threads with the hope that they would thrive. She laughed, saying she had worked day and night without sleep or food, yet didn't regret it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I should go rest. Oh, absolutely not. Surin shook her head firmly. Zeeghart's most beautiful faces will be wearing my masterpiece, and I wouldn't miss seeing that for anything. She clenched her fist, declaring she'd rather collapse at the banquet than miss it. Well, yes, they're both quite striking. Glenn nodded vigorously, pleased that Rayon and Sylvia had received compliments on their appearance. Rimmer, Cheryl, and Roan chuckled quietly as they watched Glenn's genuine smile. Rayon donned the formal attire Roan had provided, moving his arms and legs to test the fit. It's surprisingly easy to move in for formal wear. Usually formal clothing, prioritizing ornate designs, was uncomfortable, but this suit allowed him to move as freely as training clothes. It was both exquisite and comfortable, which was rare. What's the point of that? It's not even edible. Wrath muttered that clothes were worthless, shaking his head. But with this suit we can go to the banquet and eat all the delicacies, can't we? Ooh, then it's essential. He suddenly sounded like Dorian, muttering the word essential over and over. Simple-minded. Rayon chuckled and left his room. Wow, young master, you look angelic. The suit doesn't overshadow your face, and your face doesn't overshadow the suit. It's perfect, absolutely stunning. Young master. Helen, who had been staring in awe, approached him cautiously. Are you really sure we're allowed to go? She looked down as if unsure about attending the banquet. It's fine, your family. Rayon smiled, meeting her anxious gaze. The attendants were family who had endured hardships together, and he wanted them by Sylvia's side when she joined the direct line. Young master. With eyes glistening, Helen and the other attendants bit their lips to hold back tears. Don't cry or your makeup will be ruined. Sylvia came down the stairs, shaking her head. She wore the dress Roan had given her, but despite its ornate beauty, the focus was entirely on Sylvia's face. My lady, you're truly beautiful. The dress can't match your beauty. So gorgeous, so gorgeous. The attendants chirped around Sylvia like sparrows. Sylvia laughed as she embraced each of them. If you're ready, let's head out. Yes. Rayon opened the door and led them outside. He escorted Sylvia and the attendants into the prepared carriage and headed toward the main hall. Laughter filled the carriage as they talked and enjoyed each other's company. By the time they arrived at the main hall, people were already entering the main hall for the banquet. Let's go in. Yes, my lady. Sylvia led the attendants into the main hall. As they made their way down the hall, a man standing in the right corridor blocked their path. It was Starrick, one of Karun's direct subordinates. He seemed briefly taken aback by Sylvia's appearance, then shook his head. Are those attendants behind you? Yes. Sylvia stepped forward protectively, nodding. Then why are they wearing dresses instead of attendant uniforms? Starrick frowned in confusion. I asked them to join me. Sylvia raised her chin confidently, taking another step forward. How absurd. Inviting attendants to a banquet heaven, if there's no restriction on attendance, you must have lost your senses. Starrick looked at Sylvia and the attendants with disdain. Ha. As Rayon was about to step in, Sylvia raised her hand, stepping up to Starrick and drawing close as if she'd grab him by the collar. Keep your mouth shut unless you want to lose that head. Sylvia could no longer tolerate the insult. Her red eyes flared as she unleashed an imposing aura, pressing down on her opponent with the force of her will. The demon blade with red Aisha resolve to protect the annex was clear. Did you realize where we are? Starrick's lips trembled as he took a step back, ready to summon the guards to block their entry. Let them pass. Karun approached from behind, pushing Starrick aside and opening the doors to the banquet hall. K. Karun, sir. The Vice Lord invited everyone to the banquet without qualifications. That means anyone can enter, so it's not your place to interfere. Karun looked down at Sterik with a chilling gaze. My apologies. Sterik pressed his back against the wall, quivering, unable to defy Karun's words. Karun didn't respond. He glanced at Sylvia and Rayan briefly, then entered the banquet hall. Rayan, see you inside. Buran, standing behind Karun, waved to Rayan before heading into the hall. What's gotten into him? Rayan narrowed his eyes as he watched Karun's retreating back. Normally, Karun would have gone out of his way to put up obstacles, yet he had actually helped. It was disconcerting. Does he have some other scheme? Rayan detected no hint of treachery from Karunanly and austere, bamboo-like dignity. You heard me. There's no reason to shrink back. Walk with confidence. Sylvia patted the attendants on their backs, then led the way into the hall. Yes, feeling Sylvia's encouragement, the attendants walked confidently behind her. With a slight smile, Rayan was the last to enter the banquet hall. Wow, is that really Sylvia? So the stories were true about her once being the most beautiful woman in Zeeghart. Crafted that dress. It complements her beauty perfectly. The people enjoying the banquet couldn't close their gaping mouths as they took in Sylvia's appearance. Rayan isn't overshadowed by her either. He's not overshadowed. He might even surpass her. They say the term absolutely handsome was coined for him. I believe it. He's been famous for his looks since he was a kid, too. The Zeeghart swordsmen couldn't take their eyes off Rayan, who followed Sylvia as if guarding her, leaving them all sighing in admiration. Rayan took in their attention calmly as he observed the banquet hall. Given that it followed a funeral, the hall wasn't overly extravagant, but the warm colors and ambience brought a sense of comfort. Oh, Wrath let out a gasp as if his breath had been taken away. This is the most food I've ever seen at a banquet. Indeed, as Wrath had said, the outer areas of the hall were laden with a countless array of dishes, like an endless buffet. The colors and aromas of the food alone made his mouth water. Rayan tasted some. Runan waved at him, clutching an armful of ice cream scoops. Judging by the bulge in her dress, she'd already eaten her fill. Tusk, why am I even here? Martha leaned against the wall, looking disgruntled. She seemed embarrassed by her white dress, keeping her head low and frowning. Buran followed closely behind Karun, and the two seemed slightly closer than before. Master, try this. Dorian's cheeks were puffed with food, his beaming smile suggesting he'd already sampled everything. He looked happier than ever. Let's go, let's go. Wrath drooled as he reached toward the buffet. What do you want to try first? First, the beef tartare over there. He licked his lips, claiming that buffets should start with cold dishes. For a glutton, you have an odd amount of knowledge. Rayan chuckled softly and was about to head toward the beef tartare when a voice rang out, presenting the Lord of the North, Glenn Zeeghart. The banquet doors opened in unison, and Glenn appeared. All bow to the Lord. Rayan knelt along with the others. Everyone rise. Glenn ascended to the podium at the center of the hall, casting a calm gaze over the attendees. Are you enjoying the banquet? Yes. Everyone in the hall responded in unison, bowing their heads. I'm not enjoying it because of that old man. Wrath was the only one who dared to resist, shaking his small fist. Good. Glenn nodded with a faint smile. Though this banquet was meant to reward your efforts in the war, there is an even more important reason for this gathering. Raising a hand, he pointed toward Rayan and Sylvia. Sylvia Zeeghart and Rayan Zeeghart, come forward. Not one to draw things out, Glenn called them up directly. Yes. Rayan met Sylvia's eyes and moved forward together to stand before the podium. Once I made a promise with the leader of the Light Wind Division. With his hands clasped behind his back, Glenn looked out the dimmed window. I promised that if he survived his duel to the death with Roman, the Axe King, I would raise Sylvia to the direct line. Turning back to Rayan, Glenn's gaze met his. I thought it was impossible, but the leader of the Light Wind Division defeated the Axe King and brought honor to the name of Zeeghart. He nodded in approval, as though genuinely proud of Rayan. Furthermore, after surviving the North-South Union's ambush, he even protected me from their assassination attempt. After that, Glenn vividly recounted the battles he had witnessed, leaving those who hadn't been present sweating with tension. Rayan Zeeghart has achieved far more than just fulfilling our promise. Therefore, Glenn looked at Rayan and Sylvia with pride in his eyes. I will raise Sylvia Zeeghart and Rayan Zeeghart to the rank of the direct line, double the lands of the annex, and grant Rayan Zeeghart one wish. He nodded calmly, as if ready to grant whatever Rayan desired, as he handed them the golden badges that symbolized the direct line status. Rayan and Sylvia bowed, Sylvia's voice trembling with emotion. Woo, finally you did it. Well done, Rayan, master. The officers and the Light Wind Division swordsmen who knew Rayan well clapped and cheered. The music in the banquet hall changed to a more lively tune, echoing the celebratory mood. My lady, young master, the attendants too shed tears, as if simply witnessing this moment was a dream come true. You're officially my nephew now. Balder gave him a thumbs up. Congratulations, Rayan Sylvia. Denner clapped and nodded. Karun, who would normally do anything to disrupt such a moment, remained silent. With Karun quiet, the other direct line members also held their tongues, standing still as if struck dumb. Rayon clenched his fist, feeling the festive atmosphere of the hall. His chest pounded as if it would burst. I've finally achieved one of our goals. The status of being in the direct line might seem like a mere birthright to some, but to him and Sylvia, it was a long-held dream. The fact that they achieved it amidst everyone's blessings filled him with indescribable joy. Now he felt certain that he could also accomplish his vengeance against Darius. Sylvia bowed, unable to hold back her tears any longer. Rayon took Sylvia's hand and bowed, but would just land and a wish be enough? Hey, nephew, I'll give you some gold. Balder shouted, gleefully waving his hand, promising Rayon some gold coins. Hey, shut up. Rayon is my nephew. Aris leapt up beside Rayon. Now that you're officially my nephew, go ahead, call me aunt. Her crimson eyes glistened with anticipation. I'd be fine with uncle, though. Balder licked his lips, eager to hear the word first. Our Rayon. Yes, right here. Ha, shouldn't it be grandfather first? Rimmer, Shirl, and Roan gestured to Glenn, who was watching with an icy, fierce gaze. Today, as part of the direct line, can you finally call me mother? Now that she was officially in the direct line, Sylvia moved her shoulders forward, wanting to hear him call her mother. Aunt, uncle. Grandfather, mother, 4 directions, 4 intense gazes, each awaiting the title they wanted to hear. Rayon's eyes darted around faster than ever. Rayon's mind was spinning as fast as his eyes. This is dangerous. Though he was often called clueless by Wrath and Rimmer, he was certain about the danger of the current situation. Making the wrong choice here would undoubtedly cause major headaches in the future. This is interesting. Wrath stroked his thick chin, looking intrigued. Your fate could be decided by who you call upon first. Wrath laughed, waving his tail, clearly amused by Rayon's predicament. If you really can't choose, you could call me master. They'd surely understand if it's me. Please just shut up. Rayon swatted Wrath's chin away and turned to look at Sylvia. Rayon, say Mom. Sylvia's lips moved as if she was teaching him how to speak just like 20 years ago. Why is she doing this? Shaking his head, he looked to the right. No, Aunt comes first. This was decided a year ago. Aris declared she wouldn't yield, her hand resting on her sword hilt, ready to cut down anyone who dared interfere. They won't really fight, will they? Rayon swallowed nervously and shifted his gaze forward to the left. Isn't uncle the most natural choice? It's perfect for loosening your tongue on the first call. Balder waved his thick arm like a bear looking Rayon's way. Rayon's anxious expression soured. Why is that bear getting involved? In the past, he'd been eager to devour him, yet now, after showing slight kindness, he was suggesting Rayon call him uncle. Even Denier, who used to look out for him, remained silent. Was Balder thick-skinned or just plain foolish? He's so simple-minded that it's hard to understand him. Forget him. Rayon erased the grinning Balder from his mind and focused his attention on the platform. Whoosh. Glenn looked down at him with a gaze colder than ever. The chilling aura radiating from him felt like an icy blade stabbing into his heart. He'll kill me if I call him Grandpa, won't he? In any normal situation, calling his grandfather first would be the right thing. However, Glenn's eyes were frozen in an intimidating glare that made Rayon unable to speak. Rayon, it's okay. Forget the rest, just call him Grandpa. It absolutely has to be Grandpa first. Cheryl, Rimmer, and Roan urged him to call Glenn Grandpa first, but Glenn's expression darkened further. Just meeting his gaze sent shivers down Rayon's spine. What is going on? I don't know either. Well, it's the first time a collateral branch has risen to the main line. Who will Rayon, or rather Lord Rayon, call first? Of course he'll call Lady Sylvia Mom first. Parents come first. TL note, I actually have no idea why he has to call her Mom, even though he was already calling him Mom before. No, Lady Aris has been waiting longer, so it'll be Aunt first. Normally, Grandpa is the priority, but I wouldn't dare call him that. The attendees of the banquet held their breath, eagerly awaiting Rayon's decision. Rayon glanced back at the 4 people. Let's just ignore the bear. He mentally erased Balder from the scene as if he didn't exist. Aris is also out. Aris was the most laid back among his relatives. Having already heard him call her aunt several times, she wouldn't get sulky if she wasn't called first. That leaves Mom and Grandpa. Even though he was terrified of saying Grandpa, it was hard to ignore Shirl, Rimmer, and Roan's reactions. He decided he could use both of them. With Aris and Balder eliminated, he could now see a path out. Rayon made his decision and steadied his racing heart. Mom. He grasped Sylvia's hand tightly and called her Mom first. Rayon. Sylvia beamed so brightly she seemed ready to soar into the sky, while Glenn's face twisted into a grimace that seemed to rival a demon lord facing Darius. Oh no, we're doomed. Ha. Shirl, Rimmer, and Roan stepped back, smacking their foreheads, trembling with fear in their eyes. However, Rayon wasn't finished speaking yet. Mom, you should greet Grandpa first. Rayon lifted Sylvia's hand, pointing it towards Glenn. Now that you've returned to the main line, it's proper to address him as father first. As if it were the most natural thing, he referred to Glenn as Grandpa. Oh, right, since I'm part of the main family again. Sylvia clapped her hands and nodded. Father, it's been so long since we last greeted each other. She held the hem of her dress, carefully curtsying. Grandfather, I too greet you again. I am Rayon Sieghart. With his hand on his chest, Rayon bowed. This should work right. With this, he would satisfy Sylvia and avoid Glenn's wrath, while Eris would surely understand. One person might feel left out, but it wasn't important. What is this? Wrath dashed forward, frowning. Using your mother to escape a crisis, you sly bastard. Wrath swung his round fists in frustration, clearly disappointed by the outcome. Looks like it worked out. Seeing Wrath grumble about Rayon's slyness was a good sign. Just as Rayon was about to lift his head with a satisfied smile, a strangled gasp came from the platform. His eyes are rolling back. Master, breathe, breathe. You can't go yet. You need to see the kids get married. Stay with us. Looking up, he saw Rimmer, Chad, and Shirl crowding around Glenn, thumping his chest and rubbing his limbs. Rayon's mouth hung open as he watched Glenn's head tilt back like a puppet with cut strings. What's happening? Maybe it was from fatigue, but Glenn appeared faint, just as he did after using Mind Sword on the 5 demons' leaders. It was like he might disappear at any moment. Ha ha ha. Roan chuckled hollowly as if even he didn't understand the situation. What is going on? Rayon blinked at Glenn, who was growing paler by the second. Did I mess up? Before long, Glenn's breathing returned to normal. He claimed his internal injuries from the war hadn't fully healed yet, then headed back to the audience chamber with Rimmer, Shirl, and Roan. The strange look Glenn gave him before leaving the banquet hall lingered in Rayon's mind, but fortunately it didn't seem serious. Heh. Wrath didn't care at all about Glenn's condition, savoring the banquet food and letting out satisfied sighs. The roast duck is the star today. The skin is as crisp as if it were freshly fried, and the meat melts tenderly on the tongue. Wrath raised his finger, declaring roast duck the best of all the dishes. I really can't eat anymore. My stomach is satisfied, so I'll stop here for today. For dessert, some ice cream balls. Run-On already ate it all, though. He pointed to the empty line where Run-On had eaten the last of the ice cream. Not only were there no ice cream balls, but there was no ice cream at all. Eek! Wrath clutched his head, screaming. Ice cream girl, he wailed, crying out Run-On's name. Rayon, you. As Rayon was enjoying Wrath's scream, Eris approached him. You didn't call me first. I'm sorry, Aunt. Rayon bowed his head to Eris. You were the only one who I thought would understand. Flattery won't get you anywhere now, you brat. Despite her words, Eris smiled and pinched Rayon's cheeks. Whoever you take after, your mind sure works fast. Calling Sylvia first and then connecting it to father was a great choice. She praised him, ruffling his hair. Hearing you call me Aunt so proudly makes me so happy. Eris couldn't hold back and hugged him, her fresh ocean scent tickling his nose. When I look at you, I think of my son. You don't resemble him in the eyes, but for some reason, you remind me of him. She smiled faintly, meeting his gaze. Still no luck finding brother Saif. Now that he was part of the main family, he referred to Saif as brother. He did ask us not to search for a while, but he's not the type to hide his tracks this well. Eris furrowed her brow, her expression troubled. Did I go too hard on him? Go hard. I trained him pretty intensely to make sure he wouldn't get beaten up anywhere. She scratched her head, sticking her tongue out slightly. It seemed obvious he'd been raised under some tough love. Well, he's not someone who'd die young, so we'll find him soon. Eris declared she'd scour the entire continent next time and left. Rayon. As soon as she was gone, Balder approached and gripped his shoulders. Why didn't you call me uncle? Balder scrunched his nose, looking genuinely disappointed. He was the hardest person in this family for Rayon to understand. If I had called you uncle first, Lady Eris would have drawn her sword. Besides. Rayon calmly explained the situation to Balder. So in the end, you were looking out for me. Yes, I mean that's. Not at all. Balder was interpreting the situation in a way that suited him best. I've liked you from the start too. You're the most straightforward person after me in our family. Balder nodded enthusiastically, saying Rayon's personality suited him perfectly. Then I suppose I should give my nephew some pocket money. He pulled out a heavy pouch of gold coins, sincerely offering it to Rayon. Eat well and grow strong. You're still short. Balder walked toward the drinks, saying Rayon should aim to reach 2 meters in height. 2 meters is a bit much. Rayon sighed, shaking his head. What is that guy? Wrath let out a huff as he watched Balder drink straight from a large bottle. I can't tell where his stupidity ends and his sincerity begins. Even Wrath seemed puzzled, blinking his round eyes. Exactly. Rayon chuckled softly and pushed himself off the wall. He was about to approach Sylvia, who was surrounded by people, when his eyes met Karun's as he was heading towards the exit, being a direct descendant of Sieghart. Karun turned towards him. Means you must set an example for all swordsmen. Be more mindful of your conduct from now on. He offered advice or a warning with a dry gaze. Then I just need to avoid behaving like the head of true martial hall. Rayon muttered, meeting Karun's cold stare. Let's see how he reacts. This wasn't to provoke him, it was bait to gauge Karun's thoughts. Rayon waited, forming multiple plans in his mind based on how Karun might react. Yes, that will do. However, Karun nodded calmly and left the banquet hall. Rayon pursed his lips, watching Karun's back as he walked away. What's with that guy? He had expected one of 3 reactions: fiery anger, a cutting retort, or complete disregard. Karun's quiet acceptance was entirely unexpected. Father seems to have changed a bit. Burin approached from the left, smiling faintly. Changed? Yes, it's hard to explain, but he nodded, mentioning that Karun had even started teaching him swordsmanship lately. Swordsman. Rayan clicked his tongue. Karun had always ignored and pushed Burin away. For him to be teaching Burin swordsmanship now signified a significant shift in his mindset. Congratulations, Rayan. Burin leaned against the wall, patting Rayan on the shoulder. You've now even caught up in the one area where I was ahead. Despite his words, he smiled without a hint of resentment. Do you remember? When I was abandoned by Father and holed up alone in the annex, you came to find me. Looking up at the chandelier on the ceiling, Burin wiggled his fingers. Yeah, I could never forget that stupid look on your face. Rayan chuckled, nodding. He'd never forget being asked by Tias to drag Burin out by destroying the annex. Do you remember what you said while breaking down the annex? He remembered but kept silent. You said your goal was to raise Lady Silviano, Aunt Silviato the main line, and you asked me which of our goals would be harder to achieve. Burin narrowed his eyes as if recalling that moment. At the time I thought your goal was impossible, but you ended up achieving it. Congratulations again. He smiled brightly, full of sincerity. Don't worry. Burin shook his head with a calm expression. I've watched you live your life and make your efforts up close. There's no way I could give up now. He clenched his right hand into a fist. I'll earn recognition from Father, even if I have to overpower him. I'll win the true martial hall and become your strength. Burin pounded his chest confidently before leaving the hall. Rayan watched him leave with a subtle smile. Those are his eyes. He's changed so much. This might be the real Burin. The trainee Burin Sieghart, once trapped by feelings of inferiority and stubborn pride, no longer existed. The man who had just pledged himself would not break, no matter the hardship. He was Burin Sieghart of the Light Wind Division, a swordsman with unyielding spirit. I can't settle here either. While it was a joy beyond words to see Sylvia reclaim her status and replace her long-held bitterness with laughter, he couldn't just stop here. Even now, Darius was likely planning new schemes as the head of the Robert family. I need to uncover his true identity as quickly as possible so he can't play his tricks. With the current situation and the strength he possessed, he would undoubtedly be able to expose Darius's identity. Once I'm ready, Hey, something very important has come up. As Rayan steeled himself, Wrath approached him from the side. Something important, Rayan swallowed dryly, wondering what he might have missed as he looked at Wrath. My mouth feels so dry. Go fetch me some mint chocolate. Wrath waved his hand, demanding mint chocolate immediately. Rayan closed his eyes tightly. Will he ever go back to sleep? My son, I love you. Rayan laid Sylvia, who kept drunkenly muttering her love for him, on her bed and let out a deep sigh. This is exhausting. Everyone, including Sylvia and the maids, was drunk, and he had brought them to the annex alone, causing sweat to pour down his back. Fighting a formidable opponent would have been easier, but he wasn't annoyed. He knew better than anyone how happy Sylvia and the maids had been today. After tucking Sylvia in, Rayan headed to the lake outside the annex. Please, let's get some sleep. Wrath rubbed his round eyes, grumbling that he was dying of exhaustion. We can train later. This isn't training. Rayan shook his head and walked onto the lake. Not training. Right. This is an experiment. An experiment to see if he could expose Darius's identity. Only by completing it could he use his wish with Glenn. Whoosh. Rayan activated the Ring of Fire and his fury simultaneously. The two forces had often clashed like water and oil, yet combining them wasn't too difficult since they had merged multiple times before. And here just as he was about to add a new attribute between the Ring of Fire and his fury. Ribbit, a frog's croak, came from beside the lake. A frog here. He was about to resume the experiment, finding it odd when a strange thought struck him. It's winter. Even though Sieghart was magically temperature controlled, it was still colder than anywhere else in winter. This environment shouldn't host any frogs. Rayan opened his eyes wide and stepped back as the frog leapt forward to match his movement. Rayan, the frog's mouth opened wide and Merlin's voice emerged from it. Eek. Wrath shrieked and hid inside the bracelet. Merlin, Rayan exhaled sharply, taking another step back. It's been so long. I read every letter of love you left behind. I engraved each word into my mind and body. The frog's eyes turned a deep violet, making his hair stand on end. I love you too. Please stop. Just as he was stumbling back, trembling, a voice that was not Merlin's came from the frog's mouth. Garam. Rayan blinked, calling out to Garam, and once again the frog opened its mouth. Rayan, I found you. Did you find it? Rayan bent one knee, staring into the frog's eyes where Merlin and Garam resided. Yes, below the Label River. I'm talking right now, Merlin interrupted as Garam started to explain. Rayan, why aren't you looking at me? Merlin's voice was chilling, as though it echoed from the depths. Keek. Wrath grabbed his throat and tilted as if horrified. If you ignore me. Merlin, wait a second. Rayan raised his hand toward the frog's purple eyes. I'll hear everything you want to say after I finish talking with Garam. Please just wait. Swallowing dryly, he pleaded. Really? Merlin's tone softened. Yes, I promise. Rayan nodded, showing he meant it. Good, with Merlin smiling and backing off, the creepy purple glow in the frog's eyes faded. Rayon, it seems like you have it rough too. The frog opened its mouth, and Garam's voice came through again, trailing off as if he felt sympathy. Nuff, covering his reddening face, Rayon placed the frog in his palm. Who did you find? Describe their appearance. When he returned to Sieghart, he had asked Garam to look for the bodies of the 5 demons that might be beneath the river. It seemed he had found one of them. It's not a person, it's a weapon. Garam shook his head, his tone calm. A weapon, yes. A black sword belonging to the red-haired man who suddenly entered the battlefield and challenged your grandfather. He smiled, saying he found the black sword deeply embedded in the river. Sword Saint. The only man who had challenged Glenn, the red-haired madman, was indeed the Sword Saint. No body was found. No, there was none around. Garam shook his head, stating only the sword was embedded. What's the condition of the black sword? It has a few cracks, but it's not broken. Maybe it could be repaired. Rayon looked at the frog's dark eyes, biting his lip. Is he truly dead? The Sword Saint was a lunatic who pushed aside the leaders of the 5 demons just to clash with Glenn's sword. It was unlikely he'd leave his sword behind and vanish, especially since he faced the Patriarch's heart sword directly. While the other leaders of the 5 demons fled from Glenn's heart sword, the Sword Saint instead leapt forward, studying the technique. There was no way he could have survived that encounter. But the fact that the Sword Saint's sword was intact was concerning. Though it had cracks, it wasn't shattered, raising the possibility he might still be alive. I should report this. The Sword Saint had shown he was not aligned with the 5 demons during this war. Even if he was alive, he wouldn't join them again, but Glenn should know about it. Rayon smiled softly, patting the frog's head. We're friends, right? Garam chuckled, pretending it was nothing. But Rayon, he suddenly lowered his voice mid-laughter. That masked woman, shouldn't you seal her? Garam gulped, saying he feared the world would be in danger if Merlin was left unrestrained. You understand well, dullard. Wrath nodded vigorously from his perch on the bracelet. That madwoman shouldn't be allowed to roam without a leash. He trembled, saying she absolutely must not be freed. What are you doing? Merlin's voice exploded from the frog's mouth where Garam resided. Sorry, I was just joking about the sealing. Why are you the only one receiving Rayon's attention? With a jealous tone, the frog's eyes flashed purple once more. Ha. Rayon sighed, looking at the frog with a forced smile. Is this more important than sealing? Merlin seemed far more offended about not getting Rayon's attention than about Garam's thoughts of sealing her. She was clearly not normal. Move aside, HMPH. He heard the sound of Merlin pushing Garam aside. Merlin, Rayon sighed, raising a finger toward the frog's eyes. Garam is the one who saved both you and me. I'd appreciate it if you showed him respect. Understood. Before Rayon could finish, Merlin nodded. Sir Garam, this girl was too rude. I will be careful from now on. Her voice took on a formal tone, one fit for royalty. And no, it's fine. Garam's voice trembled. Sir Garam, it is only right to repay a life debt with another life. If there's anyone you wish gone, just say the word, and I will sever their neck. No, don't do it. Allah, terrified, he let out a scream and disappeared. Merlin, stop scaring Garam and come over here. I'm not scaring him. I'm sincere. Merlin chuckled, shaking her head. How's your injury? Has it healed? It hurt a bit, but after reading your letter of love, the pain vanished. She flicked her hand, saying the letter worked wonders. How is that a love letter? It was simply a letter thanking her for saving him and encouraging her. Why had it turned into a love letter? Rayon felt more exhausted than after talking with Glenn. So what will you do next? I think you should travel. Being by your side is the journey, a journey of love. Merlin shook her head, saying she didn't need to go anywhere. Keek. Unable to bear it, Wrath made a choking sound, rolling his eyes back. But I have something to confirm before I meet you. Merlin's voice grew calm. Confirm? Yes, I need to check the movements of the 5 demons and the dragons. She nodded thoughtfully as if she had learned about the war situation from Garam. You're no longer with the 5 demons. If you reveal yourself, they'll attack immediately. I know, I'll be careful, so don't worry. Merlin smiled, saying she would keep disguising herself as an animal. Still. The heavenly demon might make a move. Just as Rayon was about to stop her, she mentioned the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon? Yes. The fallen one said the heavenly demon would make a move soon. He's been raising a disciple for a while. Merlin bit her lip. The goal of the heavenly demon and the fallen one is restoration. They want to turn the continent back to a paradise for monsters and resurrect the demon dragon, but their purposes diverge after that. Her gaze sharpened, saying she needed to understand the heavenly demon's true motives. Even if you had a chance to come to Sieghart. Yes, I still couldn't. You're more important to me than myself. Merlin waved dismissively, saying nothing would dissuade her. His chest tightened, feeling more moved than disturbed by her words. In that case, I have no choice. Rayon sighed, meeting her gaze. Just be careful. I still owe you a debt. You don't have to repay it. Merlin shook her head as if it didn't matter. Then it's time to relay this one's request. Rayon swallowed dryly, nodding. It woke from hibernation and asks for a bedroom, a place that's warm, soft, spacious, and quiet. How am I supposed to suddenly find a place like that? please." As Merlin waved her hand, the frog's purple eyes returned to black. "Ribbit." The frog flicked its hind legs as if urging him to find a bedroom quickly. Sigh. Rayon sighed, pointing to a spot near the lake. "How about here, Ribbit?" The frog shook its head as if it disliked the dampness. What kind of frog cares about dampness? Frowning, Rayon moved near a flower bed. "Then how about here, Ribbit?" The frog shook its head, indicating the flower bed's roots were too entangling. It was proving to be a particularly fussy amphibian. "Ribbit." The frog stuck out its tongue, suggesting it preferred North Mountain. "Fine, let's go." With a long sigh, Rayon climbed North Mountain. By the time he returned to the annex, dawn had already broken. Glenn slowly opened his eyes to the soft, pale purple of dawn outside the window. "Did you cough, sir?" Roan placed a towel by Glenn's bedside, smiling gently. "It's been a while since you slept so long, my lord." Shirl, leaning against the wall as a guard, lifted a finger and laughed. "What happened?" Glenn furrowed his brow as he sat up. "Did you lose your memory?" Shirl widened her eyes, approaching him. "My lord, you nearly ascended in the banquet hall." "The banquet hall ascended." Touching his temple, Glenn lowered his gaze. I feel like there was something joyous had he slept too long. He couldn't remember what Shirl was talking about. "So happy you erased the memory, it seems." Shirl laughed in disbelief. "You waited over 20 years. Roan chuckled, saying it was understandable. "Enough stalling, tell me what happened yesterday." Glenn narrowed his eyes at Shirl and Roan. "My lord, you were finally called grandfather by Rayon." Shirl twirled her lifted finger. "Haha, and Lady Sylvia called you father." Roan laughed beside her. "Gee, grandfather." Glenn's jaw trembled as their words brought the memories back. Mom should greet grandfather first. Since she's returned as a direct family member, it's only proper for her to address grandfather as father. Thinking of Rayon's words, his lips curled, his heart racing as if it might burst, and his limbs felt weak. Thud. Glenn collapsed onto the floor by the bed, closing his eyes. "I can leave this world with no regrets now." His body glowed faintly, as if his soul was about to depart. "Ah, not again. Quick, we have to catch him." Shirl and Roan rushed to Glenn, performing CPR. Cough. Glenn coughed violently, his color returning. "Please get a hold of yourself. Why do you keep trying to ascend? Ha ha ha." Shirl yelled in frustration while Roan wiped the sweat from his brow. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Glenn leaned against the bed. "It seems I waited too long. Just hearing Rayon call me grandfather feels like my life's purpose has been fulfilled." He waved his hand as if he would have had no regrets departing. It was especially moving to be called by both Sylvia and Rayon. Glenn nodded, feeling as if his deepest wish had been granted. Both grew up well, unlike this fool. He closed his eyes, picturing Rayon and Sylvia at the banquet with a gentle smile. Just recalling that scene made his soul feel as if it were melting away. Had he been alone, he might have truly ascended. After committing his daughter and grandson's dignified presence to memory, he opened his eyes. "I feel light." It had been so long since he had slept this deeply. "This is why you mustn't ascend here." Shirl shook her head firmly. "You need to live to see the children marry." "Indeed, my lord. You mentioned there's much more to teach them." Roan extended his hand as if imploring him to hold on. "Yes, you're right." With a faint smile, Glenn nodded. "I can't leave yet." He had dealt severe wounds to the leaders of the 5 demons, but this peace wouldn't last forever. He had to impart his experiences and wisdom to everyone in Sieghart. Rayon, Sylvia. Glenn looked out at the golden sky, clenching his fist. "I will protect you both, no matter what." With a stronger resolve than ever, he stood up. Rayon stood alone in the training ground, channeling both the Ring of Fire and Glacier. Boom! The Ring of Fire pulsed through his heart, and Glacier rose from his soul, clashing fiercely in his middle dangian as if they were enemies. Despite the chest-rattling pain, he tried to harmonize the two, but they repelled each other like oil and water. Clicking his tongue, Rayon lowered his hand. "It's not easy. Fool, why complicate things so?" Wrath shook his head in disdain. "Simply rip off that lizard helm's glove to reveal his true nature." He suggested, tearing the glove off, scowling. "Even if he possesses a healing factor of celestial or demonic nature, the mark on his hand will remain." Indeed, Wrath seemed to have noticed Darius's hand during the chaotic battle. "He's not that easy." Rayon shook his head calmly. "He doesn't simply test the bridge, he builds a new one to cross." Darius wouldn't overlook such a detail. "He'd likely conceal that mark in a way Rayon couldn't anticipate, so I have to find a way to shatter his trickery." No matter what Darius tried, Rayon needed a way to expose him. Humans are insufferably complicated. Wrath mumbled that simply severing his head would suffice. "Let's try again." Rayon exhaled, spreading his hand. As he attempted to merge the energies of Glacier and the Ring of Fire, they refused to blend. Is it impossible to make them one? At this rate, even if he reached transcendence, it seemed he would never fully unite the two. "If hands don't work, bring a container to mix them in." Wrath laughed mockingly. "A container, exactly. If hands fail, pour them into a vessel." Wrath flicked his tongue, more in derision than genuine advice. Yet within his mocking words, Rayon glimpsed an idea. "Yes, I can make a container." Rayon nodded, closing his eyes. "It's not about the materials first, I need a vessel." Without summoning either the Ring of Fire or Glacier, he drew upon blade that cuts through death. Woong! In his grasp, the white aura emanated as he infused it with the energies of the Ring of Fire and Glacier. Chi-yang. Unlike before when the red fire and blue fury dispersed, they now merged, absorbing warmth in the blade that cuts through death. A new flow has been established. All stats increase by 10 points. The attribute of blade that cuts through death has leveled up. Messages of stat and attribute increases appeared. What? Wrath trembled, staring at the messages. Advice. I wasn't advising. You told me to use a vessel and it worked. Rayon grinned, lifting the blade that cuts through death, now containing both Wrath and the Ring of Fire. You're the ever-giving tree, Wrath. Damn it, I was only mocking you. Wrath cursed, now a strawberry-flavored cotton candy, yelling at the sky. Finally, with a white glow in his hand, Rayon gazed toward the Lord's manor, a fierce light flashing in his red eyes. It's time to call out the name, Darius Robert. TL note, we will start referring the leader of Holy Sword Alliance as the Sacred Sword Saint instead of just Sword Saint. FYI, Rayon extended his hand again, channeling the energies of the Ring of Fire and Glacier into the blade that cuts through death. Crack. But this time the blade that cuts through death couldn't withstand the roll of the vessel, shattering like a cracked glass. Damn. Rayon frowned as he watched the fragments of Glacier scatter from his hand. Of course it broke. Wrath nodded smugly, a wide grin on his face. If you succeeded in merging powers from the start, you'd be a demon god. He hummed, saying Rayon would have to struggle a bit. You're right. Rayon nodded calmly. Merging 3 powers was no simple task. Continuous success without practice would indeed be strange. At least you're quick to admit your faults. Wrath snorted, lifting his chin. But there's one thing you're forgetting. What else have you forgotten this time? Are you trying to befriend a crow? I'm not the one forgetting something. Don't you realize that if I don't succeed, you won't get to eat? Wrath's mouth hung open, realizing he hadn't considered that. I won't leave here until I succeed, you ruthless fiend. Wrath's face paled, visibly unsettled by Rayon's threat. Let's try again. Ignoring Wrath's nervous sweating, Rayon channeled the blade that cuts through death once more. Wait, as he began to invoke the energies of Glacier and the Ring of Fire, Wrath rushed forward. You're making the energy too thin to act as a vessel. Reinforce it. Really, have I ever lied to you? Just try it. All right then. Following Wrath's advice, Rayon increased the energy within the blade that cuts through death before infusing it with Glacier and the Ring of Fire. This time the vessel didn't shatter. Though there was still a noticeable imbalance between the blade that cuts through death and Glacier, it seemed manageable with proper control. I'm not helping because I like you. It's because tonight's menu has pineapple pizza. Wrath turned his head with a huff. Now that it's done, let's go eat. Not yet. Rayon shook his head, pushing Wrath aside. I'll keep practicing until I can perform it flawlessly. Darius was sharper and more cautious than anyone Rayon knew. There would only be one chance to use this blade against him. If he missed the opportunity at the next assembly of 6 kings, he'd never have another chance to expose Darius's identity. Rayon needed to be able to succeed with absolute precision every time. Curse it, just bear with it a little longer. In the quiet of the training grounds where no one else came, Rayon honed the blade that cuts through death until sundown. When the grade of the blade that cuts through death rose to 3 stars, his success rate improved to only 1 failure out of 10. With the assembly still some time away, he felt confident he could perfect it by then. Then there was no need to make such a fuss today. Wrath shouted in frustration. Without today's practice, I wouldn't have received your advice. Rayon waved lightly. It was Wrath's guidance that allowed him to master the blade that cuts through death in just 1 day. If it hadn't been for that cotton candy-like spirit, the process would have taken much longer. You wretched creature, I swear you won't die peacefully. I'll gnash your flesh and bones. It's not too late for dinner, is it? Then why are we still here? Let's hurry. Wrath stopped his cursing mid-sentence, licking his lips and flapping his arms like wings. All right, I'll go as fast as I can. As he sprinted toward the annex, he noticed a man hiding in the dark at the edge of the garden. Who's there? Rayon approached silently, pressing his hand against the back of the man's neck. The man collapsed, clearly not expecting anyone to approach from behind. I am not an enemy. I just Sterek. Seeing the trembling man's face, Rayon frowned. It was Sterek, the direct subordinate who had blocked the maids in front of the banquet hall the previous day. Why are you here? Rayon's voice turned chilly as he looked down at Sterek. Are you here to complain about yesterday? We can smell a delicious scent wafting this way. This pest is just delaying us. Wrath sniffed the air and yelled, urging Rayon to behead the man and hurry to dinner. Should I? Rayon nodded lightly. If Sterek started spouting nonsense, he'd be ready to slice his mouth shut. And no, absolutely not. Sterek dropped to his knees, shaking his head. I came to apologize for what happened yesterday. He quickly lowered a box he was holding. And this is, I heard you liked beef, so I brought some. Sterek opened the lid of the box, revealing beautifully marbled premium beef. A fine fellow indeed. In a blink, Wrath shifted his attitude, chuckling. Did you poison it? Rayon smirked, staring at the trembling man's eyes. Of course not. I just bought it a little while ago. Sterek shook his head, saying he would never do something like that. Well, setting the gift aside, I think you've mistaken your apology's recipient. Rayon withdrew his hand from his sword and looked toward the annex. Of course, Sterek quickly nodded, as if realizing what Rayon meant. If you give me the chance, I'll apologize to the maids as well. Wait here. Rayon looked at the back of Sterek's head for a moment before heading into the annex. Young master, are you just arriving now? Dinner is almost ready, so please wash up quickly. Yua, Judith, and Helen greeted him, smiling and commenting on his perfect timing. Everyone, please come out to the garden. Everyone. Yes, it's important, all of you. Rayon called not only the three but everyone in the annex and led them to where Sterek was waiting. Ah, you, recognizing him, Helen let out a soft gasp. Why, yesterday I am truly sorry. Without any hesitation, Sterek bowed to the maids. And no need, it's really not something to apologize for. The maids assured him it was fine, waving their hands, but Sterek didn't lift his head. Rayon narrowed his eyes, watching the trembling Sterek's shoulders. So this is the power of the direct line of Zeekhart. Sterek wasn't apologizing out of genuine remorse, but because he feared the authority that Glenn had bestowed upon Rayon's direct family. Even Karun, his superior, hadn't objected, so it was only natural that Sterek was terrified. I'm finally beginning to realize the power we hold. Yesterday, he had felt joy and satisfaction seeing Sylvia included in the direct line, but Sterek's reaction today showed him just how powerful his position truly was. I'm truly sorry. Please stand up. As Sterek continued to apologize, Sylvia stepped out from among the maids. No need to thank me. I don't accept apologies without sincerity. Sylvia shook her head firmly, handing back the box of beef that Sterek had offered. Come back when you can put genuine remorse into your words. The last glimmer of hope vanished from Sterek's face, leaving him pale. Don't worry. I don't plan to retaliate as your kind would, but if you harm our people again. Her eyes gleamed, reminiscent of the infamous red-eyed demon sword. You'll wish you'd asked for death. With that, Sylvia turned away. Her golden hair, usually so comforting, now seemed to carry an icy chill. Oh, the beef is a pity, but Mother is amazing. Wrath blinked rapidly, admiring Sylvia's decisiveness. Well, she's not actually your mother. Rayon chuckled softly, nodding. Mother has started to change as well. Sylvia was still emotional and warm-hearted, but when it came to protecting the annex, she had grown as sharp as a blade. He admired her newfound resolve. Sterek, legs weak from fear, stumbled back toward the main residence. It was nothing. Let's go inside. Sylvia waved to Rayon and the maids, smiling as though she hadn't just delivered a chilling threat. We have something to celebrate as well. Tonight there's a feast waiting. She winked, saying they were in for a treat. Mother is the best. Wrath clung to Sylvia's shoulder, cheering. Rayon watched the others heading back to the annex, a faint smile on his face. To protect this life, I have to act. The battle with Darius isn't just about revenge. It's a war to protect Zeekhart. With his resolve strengthened once again, Rayon stepped into the annex. In a secluded training hall within Zeekhart, Rimmer's sword drew streaks of wind and lightning, illuminating the dim hall. So intense was his focus, it was as if he alone felt the summer heat. Cheryl entered the training hall, raising her brows at Rimmer. You've been training since dawn. Seeing his sweat-drenched clothes, she sighed. Rimmer exhaled heavily, lifting his gaze to the sky where the moon had risen. It's already this late. The king of slacking lost track of time. Cheryl furrowed her brow, watching him laugh awkwardly. I focus every once in a while, you know. He shrugged, his tone playful. Hey, Cheryl called, her tone somber. What, you're supposed to be gambling as usual. What's with the training? She sneered, as if serious Rimmer didn't suit her. All the gambling dens are closed. Rimmer waved his hands dismissively. Besides, I need to move my body every now and then. It's because of Rayon. She looked down knowingly. Soul-eating specter appeared in the river, and that Beorn creature emerged from its shadow. In that situation, neither Roan nor I could have protected Rayon. She shook her head, saying it was inevitable. You were exhausted too, so there's no need to blame yourself. Inevitable. Rimmer sighed deeply, holding his head. For those who stand guard, there is no such thing as inevitable. You of all people should understand that. Cheryl's attempt at consolation was kind, but this time, Rimmer couldn't accept it. Garam hadn't saved Rayon. He'd have spent his life blaming himself, withering away like a rootless tree. This is my responsibility. Excuses of fatigue and ambush didn't matter. Even if he died there, he should have protected Rayon. Having declared Rayon the future leader of Zeekhart, he couldn't overlook this failure. Teaching the kids, earning money, sending funds, it's all necessary, but Rimmer roughly wiped the sweat from his palms. Protecting Rayon is my top priority, even if it costs my life. He raised his sword, vowing never to repeat the same mistake. Do what you want. Cheryl leaned against a tree, snorting. Fool. She stayed with him until dawn, when his training finally ended. Rayon requested an audience. Glenn's body tensed, his frame leaning forward on his throne as if he might shatter it. Yes, he said he must see you. Roan nodded with a soft smile. At this hour. Cheryl glanced at the morning sky, tapping her fingers. Maybe he's coming to greet his grandfather. I think so as well. Now that he's part of the direct line, he likely wants to formally address you as his grandfather. Roan chuckled beside her. My lord, please don't ascend when he calls you grandfather this time. Cheryl clasped her hands together, pleading. I'll try. Glenn swallowed, feeling his heart pounding. I'll bring him in then. With a calm smile, Roan opened the heavy door. Rayon took a deep breath outside, then entered the audience chamber. Step. Rayon approached the platform with steady, composed steps. My respects, Lord. Glenn's eyes narrowed as he looked at Rayon, who knelt before him. Even though Rayon hadn't addressed him as grandfather, he didn't feel disappointed. Rayon's expression was resolute, as if he were a monk facing death. Who? Glenn calmed his racing heart and nodded solemnly. Speak, what brings you here? I came to deliver an important message. Go ahead. Instead of responding immediately, Rayon looked around the chamber. Seeing only Cheryl and Roan present, he clasped his hands together. I've discovered the identity of the swordsman with the dragon helm who ambushed you. What? Glenn leaned forward, his eyes widening. He discovered that man's identity. The swordsman with the blue dragon helm had appeared as if from nowhere. There were a few suspects, but without evidence, Glenn hadn't been certain. Yet Rayon claimed to know the man's identity, and Glenn could scarcely believe it. Young Master Rayon, is it true? Do you truly know who he is? Roan and Cheryl swallowed nervously, looking at Rayon. Yes, I'm certain. Rayon nodded without a trace of hesitation. Then tell us his name. Reading the unwavering determination radiating from Rayon, Glenn stroked his chin. The identity of the swordsman with the blue dragon helm. Rayon closed his eyes, picturing Darius Robert, the one who had tormented him in his past life and mocked the continent in this one. Slowly, he opened his eyes. As his red eyes blazed, blue fury and righteous indignation arose within them. The head of the Robert family, Sky Sword Saint Darius Robert. TL note, ooh, things are going to get spicy again. Glenn's hand, resting on the armrest of his throne, trembled. Darius Robert. Darius Robert was a top-tier powerhouse among the 6 kings and 5 demons. He was strong enough not to yield even to the Sword Saint, and he could indeed be the swordsman with the blue dragon helm, but he had a solid alibi. Chamber, the Tower Master, and Lekros all confirmed that Darius remained within his family estate. According to the Tower Master, Darius hadn't left the estate even once, supposedly under constant observation through a fire vision spell. Unless he used a duplicate, there was no way he could have been the swordsman with the blue dragon helm, but I still feel suspicious. Occasionally, when Glenn met Darius's gaze, he'd feel an inexplicable chill. Though Darius's eyes radiated kindness, they also conveyed a chilling sensation, as if a blade was pressed to his throat. Since eyes reflect the heart and serve as gateways to the soul, Glenn had sometimes wondered if Darius's true nature wasn't goodness but something far darker. Still, there's no proof, no matter how odd it feels. If they misstepped in accusing him, it could ignite a war far greater than anything with the North-South Union. Rayon. Cheryl's eyes widened in shock at Rayon's revelation. Darius Robert, do you realize the implications of speaking that name? Her lips quivered as disbelief clouded her face. Young Master Rayon, are you serious? Roan, equally astonished, couldn't close his mouth. Do you have evidence? Unlike Cheryl and Roan, Glenn remained composed, his chin lifted slightly. Yes, I do. Rayon met Glenn's calm eyes and nodded. Do you remember the incident when the Sacred Sword Saint and the White Blood cult leader attacked the 5 Divine Order? I could never forget. You went missing then, didn't you? Glenn responded patiently, though the story seemed unrelated to Darius. I was attacked twice during my escape. The first was by the Sacred Sword Saint's disciple. I recall, an assassin you mentioned. Yes, but he wasn't just any assassin, he was a sacrificial assassin who detonated himself. A necromantic creation called the Waterman. TL note, I know there is a right term for this, but I can't recall. If you still remember, I'd appreciate it if you comment it down below. Necromancy. Surprised, Glenn's eyes turned steely. After capturing the master who controlled the Waterman, I uncovered information about a factory producing such creatures. On my way back from capturing the mad dragon Kaibar, I tracked down the factory. Rayon recounted how he had destroyed the Waterman factory with the help of the black market. I suspected the real owner of the factory might appear, so I waited at the outskirts of the village. And then someone I never expected showed up. Could it have been? Glenn's legs trembled as he asked. Yes, it was Darius Robert. Enraged at the factory's destruction, he ruthlessly killed his subordinates, then removed his blood-soaked gloves. Rayon swallowed hard and raised his voice. I saw the same scar on his hand as that of the swordsman with the blue dragon helm. Clenching his fist, he emphasized he could never forget that scar. Wait a moment. Cheryl couldn't hold back and stepped forward. If agents of the black market were there, then why didn't you? Lord Denzel and his agents didn't know it was Darius Robert. He wore a mask and didn't emit any aura. Then how did you know? I have a heightened ability to sense the mana and presence of others beyond normal detection. Having met Darius at the Assembly of 6 Kings, I recognized him immediately. Rayon steadied his breathing, raising his head. Revealing Darius's identity on the spot could have endangered Lord Denzel and the black market, so I kept silent. After explaining everything, he glanced at Glenn, Cheryl, and Roan. All 3 stared back in stunned silence, seemingly at a loss for words. Isn't that all a lie? Wrath shook his head, saying it was a story woven with lies. True, but it's not all lies. Half of what he told Glenn was fabricated. While it was true that he'd found Darius at the Waterman factory, Darius hadn't revealed his identity or removed his gloves. If they directly questioned Darius, the lie would unravel. But Rayon didn't mind the core truth that Darius was the swordsman with the blue dragon helm was undeniable. The swordsman with the blue dragon helm possessed regenerative abilities beyond a troll's, yet he couldn't erase the scar on his hand. Everyone present saw it, so exposing that scar will easily reveal his identity. Rayon knelt and asked them to trust him. Rayon. Glenn addressed him not by his title but by his name. Yes, my lord. Rayon looked up, steadying his trembling hands. This is where it truly begins. He expected a barrage of questions from Glenn, Cheryl, and Roan, challenging his statements and digging for clarity. However, Glenn's words took him by surprise. You must have had a hard time. Glenn's brows creased deeply as he bit his lip. Rayon blinked in confusion. Glenn's response was so unexpected that he didn't know how to react. His mind felt blank. I apologize for not telling you sooner. No, it's fine. Glenn cut him off, his tone resolute. Since I'll need to inform the others, I'll call for you again in the evening. Glenn waved his hand, signaling Rayon to leave. Yes. Rayon cast a brief glance at Cheryl and Roan before leaving the audience chamber with slumped shoulders. Thud. The doors of the audience chamber closed with an unusually cold sound. Cheryl held her forehead as if nursing a headache, letting out a long sigh. The idea that Darius is the one behind the dragon helm is shocking, but I'm more astonished by Rayon. She bit her lip, gazing at the spot where Rayon had stood. I can't imagine how he's managed to keep something so terrifying to himself. I feel the same way. Roan nodded with a grim expression. My hands are still trembling. It's incredible he endured this on his own. He looked down, acknowledging Rayon's strength of mind. Glenn's shoulders trembled as he crushed the armrest of his throne to dust. I can't imagine how difficult it must have been for that young man. Darius commanded the greatest power on the continent. It was natural that Rayon couldn't speak out and had to carry that burden alone. Imagining his grandson suffering in silence felt like a knife twisting in his heart. There's no need for him to be so selfless. Why must he be so considerate? If only Rayon had foolishly reported this immediately, things would have been simpler. But Rayon was far too kind, his thoughts too deep. Judging by how he'd stayed silent until now, Rayon clearly hadn't wanted to endanger others with reckless accusations. Furthermore, Glenn buried his face in his hands. I wasn't someone he could rely on. He had shown Rayon a stern, distant demeanor, making it impossible for Rayon to trust him. Regret wrapped around his heart like barbed wire, squeezing it painfully. I'm truly sorry. Glenn lowered his head, silently apologizing to Rayon, who was no longer there. I will handle this decisively in return. Glenn steeled his heart and extended his hand toward Roan. Connect me to chamber via fire vision magic. Yes, my lord. Roan lifted his head and projected a blue screen at the center of the audience chamber. What's this about at this hour? Chamber lifted her oversized witch hat, licking a lollipop. Is anyone else there? Some people are here. You want to greet them. She gestured to the mages in her room, inviting him to say hello. I need to speak with you. What is it? A confession? With a wry smile, she dismissed everyone from her chamber. They're all gone. Tell me what's the issue. Chamber held out her hand, signaling her interest. I speak now without a shred of deceit. Glenn clenched his lips until they bled, resolute in his intention to bring down not only Darius but the entire Robert family. Rayon, I too will risk my life. Leaving the Lord's mansion, Rayon tilted his head. What just happened? The story he shared with Glenn had gaps, deliberately left to prompt questions, with answers prepared for each. But Glenn hadn't questioned him at all. He wouldn't have missed that, would he? Glenn was courageous enough to remain calm against the leaders of the 5 demons. Even if Darius were the man behind the dragon helm, Glenn wouldn't be unsettled. So why did he let Rayon go without probing? What's with that old man? Wrath frowned, sharing Rayon's confusion. I don't understand either. Rayon exhaled deeply, nodding at Wrath's comment. Things are going well, but now I'm even more concerned. It seemed there was a vast difference between the Glenn Zeekhart he knew and the real Glenn Zeekhart. To clear his mind, Rayon made his way to the training ground, intending to practice until Glenn called for him again. As he entered, he heard the sound of a sword slicing through the air inside. Martha. It was Martha, her entire body drenched in sweat, having trained for some time already. Training even on break, Rayon raised a hand as he approached her. I'd die if I stayed idle. Martha lowered her sword, letting out a heavy sigh. You die? Yeah, I keep hearing my mother calling for help. I can't just sit around. She clenched her jaw, her grip on the sword trembling. Rayon's brows furrowed as he watched Martha resume her swings. She must be in more pain than I am. For him, avenging Darius would bring peace, but for Martha, capturing the white blood cult leader wasn't the end. She also had to save her captive mother. Though everyone had their burdens, Martha's suffering seemed boundless. The beings above are filthy and vile. Wrath huffed, saying he wouldn't even speak of the gods and divine beings. Still, the good thing is that she was managing her anger. Unlike before, when she'd recklessly vented her rage, Martha now focused on what she could control. Her strength was steadily growing. Martha. Rayon dusted off his black dragon robe and motioned to her. Want to spar for old time's sake? I've been waiting for you to ask. Martha turned toward him, understanding that sparring with him would accelerate her growth. Prepare to feel pain. Rayon drew the blade that cuts through death, igniting it with the flames of the Ring of Fire. I've endured pain my whole life. Gritting her teeth, Martha charged at him. Boom. After sparring with Martha, Rayon followed Roan's guidance back to the Lord's mansion. As he entered the audience chamber, he saw 4 blue screens projected, each showing the face of one of the 6 king's leaders. Unsurprisingly, Darius Robert was absent. The guest of honor is late. Chamber waved her hand in mock greeting. Rayon, you must have endured a lot. Ogram sighed deeply, furrowing his brows. You're a knight in every sense of the word. King Lekros nodded approvingly. If it were me, I would have confessed long ago to ease my mind. The Tower Master trembled slightly under his robe, his eyes alone visible. Glenn remained standing before his throne, eyes lowered. Judging by the situation, it seemed Glenn had briefed them. Yet oddly, the atmosphere wasn't tense. Rayon. Chamber snapped her fingers, her image and body leaping forward from the blue screen. The old man explained, but can you recount what you went through? Understood. Rayon nodded, recounting the story he had told Glenn to the leaders of the 6 kings. So the swordsman with the blue dragon helm is Darius Robert? Chamber asked, her mouth twisting. Yes, I am certain. Rayon nodded without hesitation. Now it begins. Unlike Glenn, the leaders of the 6 kings wouldn't accept this so easily. He braced himself for their sharp questions and prepared to eliminate any doubts. Honestly, I've suspected him myself. Chamber nodded calmly. Since neither the Heavenly Demon nor the Black Tower Master would appear masked, I figured it had to be either the secluded Sword Emperor, the former king, or Darius. She listed her suspicions, ticking off her fingers. I deliberately kept him close to that recluse, watching for anything odd, but I found nothing. She clicked her tongue, admitting she had harbored suspicions all along. I trust your words. Ogram nodded without any doubt. This is troubling. King Lekros sighed shortly. While there are some inconsistencies in your account, I can hardly believe Darius would commit such heinous acts. He rubbed his forehead, visibly strained. If there's anything strange about my account, please point it out. No need. If you pledge on it, we'll believe you. King Lekros nodded, signaling trust despite his suspicions. I hate fighting. The Tower Master didn't lift his head, clearly overwhelmed. Rayon blinked, looking at the leaders with slight confusion. What is this? This was Darius Robert, not just anyone. They were condemning him as a villain, a continental traitor, yet none of them raised any serious objections. It was baffling. Excuse me. Rayon raised his hand, his eyes still dazed. You must have some doubts. Why aren't you asking questions? The abnormal reaction prompted him to speak out. Not needed. Chamber shook her head. Why though? Because I value my life. She shrugged, stepping back. I withdrew because I saw the Lord's resolve. King Lekros also had no intentions of questioning him. What do you mean? Rayon looked between Chamber and King Lekros, bewildered. Your lord vowed to stake his life on your words. Ogram pointed at Glenn with a twisted smile. It's the first time that cold-hearted man has ever said he'd put his life on the line, so I believe it. He nodded as though it were an obvious choice. Oh, Rayon turned to Glenn, his lips trembling. Lord, I looked into your eyes and saw no falsehood. Glenn said that was enough, biting his lip. All because of my eyes. It was so unlike Glenn's usual demeanor that Rayon felt overwhelmed. Despite being part of the direct line now, he hadn't expected this level of trust. Of course, it's not solely due to that old man's life. Chamber stepped forward, waving a finger. I trust you personally. She smiled, lifting her chin proudly. After witnessing your achievements and your role in the war, how could I not? The same goes for me. Ogram nodded. You saved my life. I'll follow you even to hell. He raised his fist, vowing to repay his debt. I feel the same. I've trusted you since you saved my 3rd son. King Lekros smiled, mentioning he still owed Rayon for saving Gria's life. Darius unnerves me. The Tower Master finally lifted his gaze. Though he was there in person, it felt like he was someone else. What? Why didn't you mention that sooner? Chamber frowned, scolding him. It's just a feeling, not something I can logically prove. The Tower Master admitted that feelings for a mage were unreliable, and he shrank back. Really? Chamber thumped her chest, shaking her head. All right, let's move on. Darius isn't a fool. He'll likely erase his hand scar in a way that even we can't detect. Lifting her witch's hat slightly, she stated they'd need a way to reveal it. There is a method. Rayon stepped forward. Really? Yes, he couldn't erase the wound I inflicted on him. By using the energy of 10,000 flames cultivation, we should be able to expose the scar on his hand. He nodded, explaining how he'd use the Ring of Fire and Glacier through 10,000 flames cultivation. Knowing there could be a spy among the 6 kings, Rayon kept his true plan hidden. Oh, that's right, Chamber nodded quickly. One of those scars was yours, wasn't it? She laughed, understanding at last. Good, then let's devise a plan to unmask that worm. We should hold the assembly as soon as possible. Ogram clenched his lips, eager to confront Darius. Too soon and he might grow suspicious. A week should suffice. King Lekros suggested they convene next week, tapping his fingers thoughtfully. We'll meet at the Beast Alliance's grounds. With Ogram's recent injuries as a reason, it's close to Robert's domain, so if he tries to flee, we can track him down quickly. Glenn met the leader's gazes and nodded in agreement. The meeting proceeded smoothly, and they finalized plans to hold the assembly of 6 kings at the Beast Alliance in a week. Fwoom. Watching the 6 kings' leaders meticulously lay out their plan, Rayon clenched his fist. He felt the blade that cuts through death burn within his heart as he steeled his resolve once more. Darius Robert, this is where my revenge begins. The leaders of the 6 kings concluded their emergency meeting, resolved to reveal Darius Robert's identity at the upcoming assembly of the 6 kings in a week. Are we sure this will work? The Tower Master looked around nervously. Even if it doesn't, we'll make it work. Haven't you learned any courage as a mage? Chambers scowled at the Tower Master, wrinkling her brow. Shouting like that gave me a headache. She muttered that she needed more sugar, pulling a fresh lollipop from her pocket and popping it into her mouth. With the assembly at the Beast Alliance's headquarters, I'll have a lot to prepare. Agram shrugged, feigning reluctance but clearly ready to contribute his strength. King Lekros lifted himself slightly from his throne, nodding. Do I have to attend too? The Tower Master raised his head, looking as reluctant as ever. If you don't show up again, I'll burn down your laboratory or maybe even the entire tower. Chambers' tone made it clear she meant business, twisting her mouth into a smirk. He-ick. The Tower Master trembled and muttered under his breath that he would go. Then, until the meeting, Glenn signaled the end of their discussions with a wave of his hand. Right, the Tower Master was the first to cut his connection, disappearing almost instantly. Look at that shut-in, quick to leave as usual. If he doesn't show up, I really might have to go break down his tower. Chambers snorted before vanishing from the screen. I'll be waiting. See you soon. Agram and King Lekros gave brief goodbyes and ended the call. Rayon lowered his head respectfully to the departing leaders and then turned around. Glenn remained standing before the throne, his gaze calm and steady even after the meeting's end. My lord. Rayon approached Glenn and knelt. He raised his gaze, his voice trembling with frustration. Why did you have to stake your life on this, my lord? Why would you go that far? For the first time, Rayon raised his voice at Glenn. He had woven in a few lies to capture Darius, and hearing that Glenn had staked his life on his words had left him in a cold sweat. He couldn't comprehend the situation and found himself unable to contain his emotions. I am like you. Glenn's tone was calm, as if there was no need to elaborate. Rayon swallowed, looking into Glenn's tranquil eyes. What does he mean like me? Every time that old man has a way of speaking in riddles. Wrath grumbled, wrinkling his nose in confusion. Let's just go eat, sorry, but today's a bread day. Rayon shook his head, not even glancing at Wrath. Bread? Are you insane? With all the delicious food out there, why are you choosing bread? The Lord staked his life. There's no time to waste. Now that Glenn had placed his trust in him, Rayon couldn't afford to waste time. He couldn't let himself relax. Curse that old man. Wrath shook his fists, filled with frustration. Rayon. As Rayon began to stand to leave the audience chamber, Glenn raised his hand. It's late, have dinner before you go. Glenn stepped down from the dais as if inviting Rayon to join him for a meal. Oh, Rayon blinked. Though he wanted to get back to training immediately, he couldn't bring himself to reject Glenn's offer. I'll prepare it right away. Without even waiting for a response, Roan dashed out of the audience chamber, clearly not taking no for an answer. Yes, naturally, Wrath was the one most excited by the turn of events. Best, grandpa, ever. The meal shift from tough bread to a luxurious course had promoted Glenn from old man to grandpa in Wrath's eyes, truly the capricious nature of a demon. This is exhausting. Dinner with Glenn was a silent affair. If not for the occasional clink of silverware, they might as well have been dining in a library. Rayon sighed inwardly as he cut into his main course. This is giving me indigestion. The atmosphere was so heavy that he could hardly tell if he was chewing on meat or rubber. It's melting in my mouth. Wrath, however, seemed delighted, pressing his cheeks with a blissful grin. Having a wealthy grandpa is the best. He seemed to love it so much that he kept referring to Glenn as grandpa. I'm even more tired. Rayon, feeling weary due to Wrath's enthusiasm, focused on finishing quickly by swallowing the meat in one go. You tasteless oaf. I'm clueless. Ignoring Wrath's grumbling, Rayon waited for dessert. That's when Glenn set down his knife and fork, meeting Rayon's gaze. Rayon, yes, my lord. Rayon straightened his back and looked up. An unanswered question is like a poison that gnaws away at a warrior's heart. If anything troubles you in the future, speak to me without hesitation. Glenn's nod suggested he was open to hearing anything Rayon had to share. His tone, unlike the formal one in the audience chamber, was unexpectedly soft. Understood. Rayon swallowed, looking into Glenn's eyes, faded like ancient stone. Could it be that he staked his life because he felt sorry that I couldn't bring up Darius's name and carried the burden alone? If not for that, there seemed no other reason for Glenn to say such words. Our time years, mine, and Sylvia's, though close, has flowed by at a distance from each other. Glenn looked at Rayon, lightly biting his lip. It may be hard to mend the lost years, but I hope from now on we can gradually walk together. He didn't know how much time he had left, but just as Cheryl and Roan had urged, it was time to muster the courage to reach out. But the thought of expressing such sentiments to his grandson, whom he had never even hugged, made his face flush with embarrassment. He found himself unable to continue. Ahem. Avoiding Rayon's gaze, Glenn quickly turned his eyes away. Rayon's fingertips trembled as he watched Glenn's ears flush red like autumn leaves. Seeing that reaction, Rayon could tell Glenn meant every word he'd said. I will remember that. Rayon could sense that Glenn wanted to grow closer with Sylvia as well. He promised himself to arrange a gathering for them once this matter was resolved. Then you should get going. Glenn gestured toward the door, indicating that it was time to leave. Rest well. After bowing once more, Rayon left the dining room. Ha, you're such a fool. Wrath clicked his tongue in disapproval. Now what? On a day like this, you should have called him Grandpa. How can you just leave without saying it? Wrath narrowed his eyes, finding Rayon severely lacking in humanity. Was that the right thing to do? Having only ever considered Sylvia and the attendants his family in both his previous life and this one, Rayon found it hard to trust Wrath's advice. Should I go back and say it now? Lost time doesn't come back. Wrath shook his head, saying it was already too late. Hopeless fool. Looks like I'll have to teach you morals and ethics. Wrath extended a round hand, demanding 10 cartons of mint chocolate as tuition. Mint chocolate, wait. Suddenly distracted, Wrath twisted his head around. We didn't have dessert. Go back immediately. Realizing that they'd left before dessert, Wrath grabbed Rayon by the collar, shaking him. Sorry, but Rayon shrugged Wrath off. Lost time doesn't come back. Wah. And so the assembly of the 6 kings will be held in the Beast Alliance headquarters in a week. Can you attend? Of course. Darius Roberts' face remained calm as he nodded to Chamber, who appeared on the blue screen. Then I'll see you there. Waving her lollipop in the air, Chamber ended the call and vanished. Even after the communication spell was cut, Darius lingered in his office. He stood by the window, basking in the last rays of sunlight before dissolving into gray smoke. The place Darius Robert reappeared was the Lucian Mountains rising to the west of the Robert estate. With familiar steps, he approached a concealed cave entrance behind a large rock. Descending stairs darker than a moonless night, Darius ignored the assassins who bowed to him along the way. He reached a spacious underground chamber, tidied his appearance, and made his way to the center. At the heart of the blood-stained chamber, whose red walls looked as if they had absorbed lifeblood over the years, a man wearing a blue dragon helm sat shirtless atop a rock. Greetings, Lord Darius. Kneeling cautiously, Darius addressed the helmed man. Bardiel, your presence here means. The real Darius Robert gestured subtly at Bardiel. The assembly of the 6 kings has been arranged. As if he had anticipated everything, Darius gave a faint smile. Yes. It's set to take place at the Beast Alliance headquarters in a week. Bardiel lifted his head, recounting all the details Chamber had shared. Have you heard from him? Darius asked while reaching for his jacket from Kubara. Not yet, I see. He smiled knowingly as if he'd expected as much. How is your condition? There's nothing wrong with my body. Darius shook his head calmly. What Glenn Sieghart cut wasn't my flesh but my soul. Then, no need to worry. I've mostly recovered. In fact, I've gained something from it. He placed a hand over his chest, a subtle gleam in his eyes. Then you'll attend the meeting in person. Unable to meet Darius's eyes, Bardiel lowered his gaze as he spoke. As I said, even if you take my form, the old men of the 6 kings won't be fooled. Darius stroked Bardiel's cheek, his reflection cast on Bardiel's face. It's not an issue of appearance or temperament, it's simply that your power is too weak to avoid detection. He shrugged dismissively, as if it were a matter of fact. Lord Darius, this could very well be a trap. Bardiel clasped his hands, urging caution. I know. The timing, the location at the Beast Alliance headquarters, it's all too convenient. It's suspicious. Darius nodded, already aware. It's obvious what they intend to do. He took off his black gloves, revealing a scar on his hand, no longer just a straight line but now a cross. They'll do whatever they can to expose this scar. Even though he'd used ultra-regeneration during the war, the scar on his hand hadn't disappeared. Their plan would likely center on revealing this mark. But one thing baffles me. Rayon Sieghart. What exactly is he? To withstand his surprise attack, leaving a scar even his regeneration couldn't heal it, left Darius curious about Rayon's true identity beyond the young man from his past life. Did heaven or hell send him to stop me? Darius murmured, chuckling at the absurdity of the thought. I'll take my leave now. Bardiel braced himself and placed his hand on the back of his head. As gray sludge-like substance oozed down from his body, Bardiel's elegant features transformed into the cold face of a young man. Rumble. The gray substance pulsed like living flesh before Bardiel handed it over to Darius. This substance was an ancient artifact known as the doppelganger's skin. Darius took the skin and pressed it against the scar on his hand. Hiss. As the doppelganger's skin vaporized, his scar vanished, leaving no trace of the 2 crossed lines. It was as if the wounded flesh itself had been reborn. Even Glenn Sieghart won't be able to detect this. Darius ran his fingers over his flawless skin, a faint smirk on his face. The doppelganger's skin was a unique artifact that ignored aura, magic, and curses alike. Since he only needed to cover his hand, even the leaders of the 6 kings wouldn't be able to find it. Though the spell might reveal him if it unleashed the force of death itself, he had no plans to use it, sealing away that possibility altogether. In fact, I hope they do suspect me. If they were to accuse him and find nothing, it would only strengthen his position. Darius secretly wished for a trap as he savored the thought. Even so, please remain cautious. Kubara, dressed in a maid's uniform, bowed her head. Of course. Darius nodded slightly. That's why I'll be bringing Rafan along again. He spoke Rafan's name in a chilling tone devoid of warmth. Prepare yourselves for what's to come. Yes, my lord, understood. Bardil and Kubara bowed and disappeared from the chamber. Beorn, Darius, taking off his blue dragon helm, glanced to his right. There's someone you might want to see. Will you come with me? No, I have no interest. Beorn, his hands clasped behind his back, shook his head and faded into the shadows. What a bore. Darius chuckled, tossing the blue dragon helm into the air. Thunk. The helm hit the ground with a metallic crunch that echoed from the depths of the underground. The assembly of the Six Kings. Darius leaned back against the blood-stained walls of the chamber, his mouth curling into a smile. Waiting for the next week will be tedious. Rayan awoke to the early morning song of birds. In his hand an ethereal blade glowed. So you've finally completed it. Wrath grimaced in disbelief. It's not bad, but it's not all that powerful. It won't work on many people. He waved dismissively, predicting that Rayan's new creation might be in vain. I don't need it to work on everyone. Rayan nodded, his expression calm. I just need it to work on one person. Taking a deep breath, Rayan lowered the refined blade that cuts through death back into his core. The blade strained both his body and spirit, but he could endure anything to expose Darius's true identity. Darius Robert. Watching the warm sunrise, signaling the start of the assembly, Rayan clenched his fists until they turned red. Today, I'll tear off your mask in front of everyone. Rayan finished his light meal, a sandwich Helen had prepared, and prepared to set off. Wrath looked at the empty sandwich plate and smacked his lips briefly. I could still eat a bit more. He looked around subtly, suggesting they find something else to eat. There should be plenty to eat at the meeting hall. Rayan glanced at Wrath, narrowing his eyes. Haven't you gained some weight? Even though Wrath in his spirit form shouldn't be capable of gaining weight, his cheeks and arms were puffed up like well-baked bread. What nonsense is this? I am the lord of the devildom. I don't gain weight. Wrath strongly denied it, waving his hands. You've definitely been eating more lately. Rayan nodded as he observed Wrath's quivering chin. Ever since Wrath had been demanding tribute from his savior daily, Rayan had provided him with whatever he desired, and it seemed he had got quite comfortable and chubby from the constant indulgence. I told you, I'm not one to gain weight. Wrath shrieked, shaking his head. His cheeks jiggled like pudding. To even say I've gained weight is an insult to me. Enough, you're on a diet from now on. Rayan murmured the decree as he left his room. Absolutely not. I'm your life-saving benefactor. Yeah, your influence has run dry. Rayan brushed Wrath aside and headed for the entrance. This is the real beginning. As he walked down the sunlit corridor, he thought of Darius Robert. He focused his thoughts, bolstering his mental defenses so he could be prepared for any move Darius might make. Are you leaving now? Sylvia, who had been waiting by the entrance, approached him with a smile. Yes, I need to leave in good time. Rayan nodded and stood at the entrance, giving Sylvia a reassuring smile so she wouldn't worry. Helen, the sandwich was great. He handed the empty plate to Helen, clasping his hands in gratitude. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Helen replied with a soft smile as she took the plate. Rayan, Sylvia's smile faded and her face turned serious. Are you going to fight? What? Rayan turned to Sylvia, swallowing hard. What do you mean? Sylvia didn't know what was going to happen today. She only knew about the Six Kings meeting, a post-war gathering, so he had no idea what made her say that. Your eyes look as though you're heading into battle, just like when you went to fight in the arena for me. Sylvia's hands trembled as she clutched her skirt in anxiety. Rayan bit his lip as he looked into Sylvia's wavering eyes. How did she know? He hadn't raised his aura or even his fighting spirit. He'd only gradually raised his focus with a smiling face. How had she noticed? This is the power of a mother. Wrath tilted his chin up proudly, exhaling through his nose. Rayan couldn't understand why Wrath was boasting, but Sylvia's intuition was indeed impressive. I'm not going to fight, I just want to untangle some knots. He took Sylvia's hands and spoke with sincerity. Besides, I'll be with Lord Glen. Nothing will happen. He shook his head, reassuring her there was nothing to worry about. I suppose that's true. Sylvia seemed to trust Glen as she let out a faint smile. If anything happens, go straight to Lord Glen, or rather to your grandfather. Having once returned from the dead, she urged him to stay close to Glen as if he were a child. Yes, Rayan readily agreed without hesitation to ease her mind. Then I'll be on my way. Rayan bowed to Sylvia and left the annex. Yes, this isn't a fight. As he had told Sylvia, this wasn't going to be a battle, but an outright offensive. The meeting hall would serve as a place of execution, where Darius would be stripped of everything. For Mother and the servants, I must expose Darius's true nature. Rayan waved to Sylvia and the servants, who had come to see him off, and headed toward the main hall. At the front of the main building, swordsmen from Light Wind Division and Heavenly Sword Division who were participating in the Six Kings meeting were waiting. Over here, Division Leader. Burin raised his hand, indicating where Rayan should stand. During his leave, Burin seemed to have trained hard. He emitted a sharp aura, like a well-honed blade. You're quick to arrive for training, but always slow when it's time to leave, Martha grumbled, her brows furrowing. Her aura had grown as strong as Burin's. Run-on waved her hand lazily, urging him to come faster. Her dreamy gaze held a noble spirit. Though her martial prowess hadn't grown as much as Burin's or Martha's, it seemed she had matured significantly in other ways. She mentioned she faced off against Syria. He'd heard that Run-on had stood against Syria while he was unconscious. Though she still appeared somewhat afraid, she seemed close to overcoming it on her own. Thud. Rayon smiled at the growth of Burin, Martha, and Run-on. He heard heavy footsteps behind him. Division leader, you're here. It was Dorian who approached with a foolish grin. Rayon's mouth fell open as he looked at Dorian. Did you gain weight too? Dorian's face was as round as Wrath's, reminding Rayon of their trainee days. Maybe because I feel so relaxed, my appetite's gone through the roof. It's not your appetite that's about to explode, but your belly. Martha scowled, tapping his bloated belly. Pathetic. Can't even control your eating. Wrath shook his head as if Dorian's lack of restraint was disgraceful. You're exactly like him, though. That's nonsense. I'm a paragon of beauty. Wrath strongly denied it, shaking his head so vigorously that his chin jiggled like Dorian's. Rayon simply sighed in silence. Rayon. Cheryl approached from the right and tapped him on the shoulder. How could the division leader be the last to arrive? You should have been here early to prepare. Despite her scolding, she greeted him with a warm smile. Our vice leader isn't here yet. Is that person even human? Cheryl waved her hand dismissively, implying the question was absurd. Since Rimmer was indeed not fully human, Rayon had no response. Come on, that's too much. Rimmer emerged from inside the main building, grinding his teeth. I'm a person too. He lunged at Cheryl, demanding not to be dismissed. You're an idiot before you're a person. Cheryl furrowed her brows, kicking him away. Rayon's eyes widened as he watched Rimmer spar playfully with Cheryl. Has the vice leader also been training? Though not as drastically as Burin and Martha, Rimmer seemed to have steadily improved his skills as well. Step. As Cheryl and Rimmer moved aside, the swordsmen of Light Wind Division and Heavenly Sword Division parted to make way as footsteps echoed from within the Lord's Hall. It was Glenn, emerging with Roan by his side, standing before the Light Wind and Heavenly Sword swordsmen. We greet you, Lord. We greet you, Lord. With Rimmer and Cheryl's greetings, the swordsmen of both divisions knelt simultaneously. There's no need for such formal greetings so early in the morning. Glenn gestured for them to rise, then moved to the front of the two divisions. Prepare for departure. Yes, sir. The Zeeghart mages, who had been waiting on the left, moved swiftly to open the dimensional gate. As Rayon gazed at the shimmering blue portal, Glenn approached him. Take this. Glenn pulled a small dagger from his robe and held it out. It was the Soul Requiem sword, lost in the Leber River. Rayon's eyes widened at the sight of the Soul Requiem sword. Have you had it this whole time? Yes, I retrieved it from the riverbed. Glenn glanced at the Soul Requiem sword and nodded. I was delayed in returning it because I had a new scabbard made for it. Now that he looked closely, the scabbard was indeed new. Its ornate craftsmanship suggested it was made by a master from Balkan, rather than Kuverad. Rayon bowed deeply as he received the Soul Requiem sword. It's nothing. Glenn dismissed it with a wave and returned to his place. Wuong. The Soul Requiem sword emitted a soft hum in his hand, as if happy to be reunited. Yes, I'm glad too. Gripping the vibrating sword tightly, Rayon looked at Glenn's back. Perhaps because he had received it from Glenn, the Soul Requiem sword felt even warmer and heavier than before. Wuong. Rayon stepped through the clear, autumn sky-colored dimensional gate. Suppressing the churning in his stomach, he opened his eyes to see the Beast Alliance headquarters, where he had once stayed after rescuing Ogram. Normally, he would have needed to pass through numerous barriers and checkpoints to reach this place, but Chamber and the Tower Master had adjusted the coordinates beforehand, allowing him to arrive at the Beast Alliance headquarters in one step. Rayon. Ogram, who was leaning against a tree massive enough to be called the World Tree, stood up. He shouted Rayon's name before even addressing Glenn, rushing forward. Alliance leader. Rayon bowed as Ogram, who was charging forward like a bison, approached him. Are you well? Despite the toll it must have taken on him, Ogram reached out, worry etched on his face. Hold it. Glenn stepped in front of Ogram, furrowing his brow. If you charge like that, you'll crush the boy's bones. He raised his hand, signaling for Ogram to halt. Rayon is stronger than I am. Ogram insisted Rayon's body was tough as iron, shaking his head. Even so, I won't allow it. Glenn refused to let Ogram proceed. I'm not going to devour him. What's forbidden is forbidden. You stubborn old man. Ogram clenched his teeth, raising his fist. You don't understand, Alliance leader. Rimmer snickered, watching the two transcendents bicker like children. He's not doing this to protect Rayon. Glenn merely disapproved of Ogram attempting a hug before he could, having never hugged Rayon himself. It was a childish squabble, yet amusing enough to draw a smile. Are you ready? Glenn asked, gesturing toward Ogram, who stepped back. All set, Ogram replied with a snort, nodding. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he watched them. That wasn't a question about the meeting preparations. The all set they referred to wasn't about the meeting, it was about their readiness to expose Darius's true identity. Ogram and the Beast Alliance seemed to have completed all the necessary preparations in the past week. Brother, just then Garona emerged from behind Ogram, a big grin on his face. You seem to have healed up well. He nodded approvingly, glad to see Rayon fully recovered. Yes, I'm all better now. Rayon tapped his chest, smiling. It seemed Garona had reached a higher level himself through his recent experiences in the war. Rayon, Ogram said, tearing his gaze away from Glenn to study Rayon closely. Have you advanced to a new level of martial skill? He instantly sensed Rayon's improvement, his eyes widening. Yes, I was fortunate. Ha ha ha. Ogram burst into hearty laughter, clutching his forehead as he laughed so hard it echoed around them. At this rate, the techniques I've developed will soon bear the name of Rayon Zeekhart. You all will need to work harder. He chuckled, glancing at the Beast Alliance members around him. If it's Rayon, we don't mind, the deputy leader of the Alliance replied with a serene smile. So Rayon, how about becoming my successor? Ogram extended his hand in jest. Nonsense. Glenn's forehead tightened with a vein, swatting Ogram's hand away as his face flushed with genuine irritation. I was just joking, just joking. Ogram smirked, clearly entertained by Glenn's reaction. Haven't the others arrived yet? Glenn asked, looking around as if regaining composure. You're the first to arrive, Ogram answered, nodding toward the round building in the back, suggesting they could go ahead to the meeting hall if bored. There seem to be quite a few people here already, though, Dorian remarked, noticing the figures milling around. They're not part of the Six Kings. They're neutral forces attending the meeting, Ogram clarified, lowering his hand. Rayon observed the people filling the Beast Alliance grounds and nodded, just as planned. The gathering of neutral forces wasn't solely for the meeting's significance. It was to reveal Darius's true nature in front of as many people as possible, branding him and the Roberts as enemies of the continent. Then let's. As Glenn was about to step into the hall, a blue-dimensional gate opened in the air, and Chamber leapt out. Ah, so far, she muttered, adjusting her magic hat as she grumbled about the journey. Oh, seeing you in person. She slid between Ogram and Glenn, pulling out a piece of candy. You two geezers have more wrinkles now. Maybe try taking care of yourselves. She chuckled, mocking the two elders. You're the oldest here, Ogram started, but clammed up as he caught sight of Chambers' eyes turning a shade of red. Did you come alone? As if Chambers said, pinching Ogram's side and gesturing behind her as wizards from Balkan emerged from the still open dimensional gate, including Princess Jaina among them. Dorian whispered, recognizing Jaina immediately. It's that bratty princess. Rayon nodded, smiling. Jaina's refined face was unchanged, but her mana had grown deeper. She too had made considerable progress since they last met. HMPH. Jaina scoffed and looked away as soon as she noticed them. Some things never change, Rayon chuckled as he watched her. Her defiant attitude, even with the restrictions on her, was almost endearing. She's something else, Dorian shook his head, seemingly thinking the same. Wuong, following the Balkans, a black armored figure appeared as Owen's black armored forces emerged from a dimensional gate that seemed to devour the sun. The towering King Lekros removed his helmet and approached Glenn. Are we late? No, they just got here quickly. Ogram shook his head, nodding at Glenn and Chamber. Rayon, between the knights, Greer, Owen's third prince, ran out waving to Rayon. What? I didn't do anything. Rayon shook his head in surprise. Every time I heard of your accomplishments, it fueled my own determination. Just knowing I once sparred with you gave me courage. Greer bowed his head in gratitude once more. Rayon smiled, placing a hand on Greer's shoulder. Greer smiled, then turned to Martha with a hopeful expression. Lady Martha, I'm now a master. I'm an advanced master. You're still a nobody. TL note, help me out here. I'm sure there is a better term for advanced master, right? I'd appreciate it if you comment it down below. Martha tilted her chin up indifferently. The prince slumped in disappointment, his shoulders drooping as if he'd suffered heartbreak. Wuong. As Greer's spirit was on the verge of scattering, a third-dimensional gate opened, and wizards from the magic tower stepped through. Unlike Balkan's wizards, they moved slowly, covered from head to toe in robes. Where's the tower master? Chamber asked, narrowing her eyes at the wizards. He's here. One wizard with ash-white hair stepped back, revealing a blonde wizard squatting on the ground, bundled in robes. I'm here, the tower master raised a trembling hand but kept his face hidden. Good grief, you look like a vampire. Are you going to die if you're exposed to sunlight? Chambers sighed in exasperation and pulled the tower master to his feet. The other wizards seemed accustomed to his behavior and remained unmoved. Rayon, a giant figure, walked over, removing his robe. It was Yuria from Shinbin, whom Rayon had met during the Five Divine Order festival. The memories of seeing Yuria risking his life to save civilians left a positive impression on Rayon. It's been a while. Yuria, usually brave, spoke with an uncharacteristic shyness in his voice. I've kept up with your feats through books. Books? Rayon asked. Here. Yuria pulled out a biography of Rayon and opened the first page, asking for an autograph. Rayon shut his eyes. Seeing the book brandished in front of him made his cheeks redden. Wait, is this a new copy? Yes, of course. I have separate copies for reading and distribution. Yuria opened a spatial pouch filled with several copies of the biography. He wasn't normal either. Rayon sighed as he autographed the books. As he finished, the last dimensional gate opened. Instantly, silence filled the air as the six kings turned their gazes toward it. Wuong, a blue glow dissipated as Darius Robert, draped in a black robe, stepped forward with his youngest son, Rafan, and 2 divisions of swordsmen. It seems I'm the last to arrive. Darius offered a polite bow, as if apologizing. There's still time, so there's no need to apologize. Despite being angrier than anyone at Darius, Agram masked his emotions with a smile. Yeah, the old guys just came early, Chamber said, waving her witch hat dismissively. I wanted to be the last, muttered the Tower Master, already looking exhausted. I should have arrived first to prepare. My apologies, Darius said, bowing once more to the 6 kings. No need. Let's proceed to the meeting hall, Agram said, pointing toward it. It's not filthy, is it? Chamber grumbled, chewing on the candy in her mouth. Don't worry, I had it freshly prepared. Agram nudged her shoulder playfully as he stepped toward the hall. Ah, Rayon. Darius stopped in front of Rayon as he followed the others inside. I heard of your great deeds in this war. I regret not being there to witness them. He sighed, lamenting that he hadn't been there to see Rayon end the war alone. No, protecting the rear was the more important task, Rayon replied, suppressing the rage rising within him and smiling naturally. You're remarkable in so many ways, Rayon. I believe you'll soon surpass the barrier of transcendence, Darius said, extending a gloved hand as if offering a handshake, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Is he daring me? Darius's eyes gleamed with confidence as if he knew everything. His outstretched hand seemed to glisten with a dark, sinister energy like it had emerged from the depths of hell. I'm still a long way off, Rayon said, lifting his right hand and extending it toward Darius's sinister grasp. Tap, Rayon grasped Darius's hand calmly, shaking it up and down with no aura or hostility, just a straightforward handshake. It's not the time to confront him yet. Darius Robert was one of the most cautious and suspicious individuals Rayon had ever known. His willingness to extend his hand suggested he was fully prepared. Patience. Rayon bit the inside of his lip, pressing down the blade of vengeance that seemed ready to slice through his chest. Stick to the plan. It was impossible to reveal Darius's identity while he was so vigilant. Acting rashly would only hand him information. For now, he had to stifle his anger and thirst for revenge, plastering on a false smile just as Darius had once mocked him. The atmosphere is intense. It feels like we're in an ice fortress. Wrath shivered, muttering about the chilly tension. It's an honor to shake hands with the Sky Sword Saint, Rayon said with a faint smile, brushing his thumb lightly over the back of Darius's hand. I can't tell. The black leather gloves Darius wore were so thick that Rayon couldn't make out the scar on his hand. As expected, the man was exceedingly careful. Suppressing the urge to burn the gloves off, Rayon finished the handshake. In time, Rayon, I believe you'll reach far higher heights than I, Darius said, his face glowing with a bright smile that belied his true thoughts. Oh, right. He clapped his hands as if he just remembered something. Did you know your title has changed? Yes. Rayon nodded subtly, lowering his gaze. They're calling me the Usurper. It's a noble title, but it feels too grand for me. As Rayon said this, Rafan, standing behind Darius, flinched. Not at all. Darius waved his hands in exaggerated denial. Did you not topple corrupt rulers from their thrones? He smiled, saying the title suited him well. In fact, that title, the Usurper. Darius gestured for his youngest son, Rafan Robert, to step forward. It was my youngest here who came up with it. He's still quite a fan of yours. Darius laughed, saying he was almost jealous. Hello, Rafan murmured shyly, bowing his head. Rayon's eyes widened as he took in Rafan's greeting. Now that I think about it, that title did come from the south. When Chad had informed him of his new title, he'd mentioned that it was spreading northward from the south. It seemed that this young man before him had indeed created the title of the Usurper. Rafan Robert, innocence shone through his untainted eyes. This boy was someone Rayon had never encountered in his past life. He had been born after Rayon's death and had just come of age. For now, he didn't seem to bear Darius's influence. Still, I can't let my guard down. Darius was a monster who even brainwashed his own children and fed them rage worms. Just because Rafan looked innocent didn't mean Rayon could be careless. Sorry, Rafan stammered, looking down at his feet, his shoulders drooping. I shouldn't have. He trembled, seemingly apologizing for creating a title he thought Rayon disliked. No. Rayon placed a hand on Rafan's shoulder and shook his head. It's not that I dislike the title Usurper, but that I feel unworthy of it right now. He clarified, not wanting Rafan, who was still young, to be discouraged. Are you sure? Rafan lifted his gaze, his face brightening with a smile like sunlight. Rayon nodded, looking into Rafan's gleaming eyes. Sir Rayon, if it's not too much to ask. He pulled 2 thick books from his spatial pocket. They were volumes of the biography of Rayon Sieghart, which Rayon had seen just a moment ago. Rayon groaned, staring at the books bearing his name on their covers. Just how far has that book spread? He was astonished, even a bit appalled, at Insia's extensive distribution network. Rafan, they're waiting in the hall. Why don't you ask for his signature later? Darius, smiling apologetically, patted Rafan on the head. Hurry up, why are you young folks so slow? I've eaten all my candy waiting for you. Agram and Chamber shouted from inside the meeting hall, urging them to hurry. Don't worry, I'll sign it after the meeting, Rayan promised, calming Rafan. Oh, okay. Rafan straightened up like a soldier and nodded. Also, I really do like the title usurper. Soon, I plan to pull down a certain wretched king from his lofty throne. Rayan's eyes met Darius's as he spoke, a faint smirk playing on his lips. If his crown falls to the ground, then I'll bear the title you gave me without hesitation. I look forward to it. Darius twisted his lips into a knowing smile, clearly aware that the wretched king Rayan spoke of was himself. Rayan and Darius exchanged smiles, each harboring different intentions, as they entered the Beast Alliance's meeting hall. I hereby commence the Six Kings meeting. The deputy leader of the Beast Alliance, who presided over the meeting, bowed to those seated in the round meeting hall. Before we address the first item, I'll review the recent war's developments and outcomes. He held up a document, stating that he would recap the events before proceeding. The war began with a duel between the Light Wind Division leader of Sieghart and the North-South Union king. Unable to accept the king's defeat, the North-South Union launched a surprise attack, with the leader of the Shadows, the one in the blue dragon helm, appearing. After summarizing the events, the deputy rolled up his sleeves. While the Six Kings have sustained losses, the annihilation of the North-South Union is heartening. It restores balance against the five demons who had gained the upper hand. Isn't there still another issue? King Lekros raised his hand, his brow furrowing. You're correct. The Shadows have aligned with the five demons, and the dragons have also become our enemies. The Six Kings remain at a disadvantage, however. The deputy clenched his right hand into a fist as he continued. The clear identification of our enemies is a positive. We won't be caught off guard by the dragons again. He nodded, explaining that the situation could be favorable due to the clarified lines of alliance. Darius, observing the heated atmosphere, wore a faint smile. Just as expected, they're all after me. His transcendent senses told him that the monsters in this hall were all secretly scrutinizing him, especially my hands. The leaders of the Six Kings were inspecting only his hands, each trying to ascertain whether a scar was present, how he might have hidden it, and how to expose it. Of everyone in the hall, only the leaders of neutral forces were genuinely focused on the meeting. How amusing. Darius Robert rolled his eyes, feeling the tension crackling around him. This gathering was as much a battle of hidden agendas as it was a council meeting, and the thrill brought a smile to his face, especially that one. He glanced at Rayan, who was watching the deputy leader with unwavering focus. While his skills may not surpass those of the old men, his perception and composure certainly do. Rayan remembered well the lesson that the best opportunity could be the deadliest trap. Naturally, Darius had offered his handshake as a trap. If Rayan had gone for the scar on his hand, Darius would have used it to gain leverage and gather information. Of course, he still showed a hint of impatience. During the handshake, Rayan had tried to subtly inspect his hand, even brushing his thumb over the back of it. Rayan. Darius lowered his head, his lips curling. You haven't changed, even in this life. In his past life as an assassin, Rayan had failed to question everything, which had ultimately led to his beheading by Darius. Despite being reincarnated, Rayan hadn't changed much. This is a fight you can never win. You'll never be able to expose my scar. Rayan had indeed marked Darius's hand with an indelible scar, but only twice, and both times when Darius had let down his guard. From the start, Darius had been aware of Rayan's existence, so there was no way the doppelganger's skin would break. Moreover, drawing out the aura of death is beyond him. The aura of death was sealed deep within his soul, hidden in a place so secure that even Glenn couldn't locate it. This mission requires absolute caution. Darius flicked his fingers, smirking at Rayan's crimson gaze. But you won't back down, I taught you that. So in this life too, it seems your fate is only to help me. Darius Robert clasped his hands together, quietly imagining the rewards he would reap after concluding this affair. What matters most now is the whereabouts of the vanished dragons and the identity of the swordsman in the blue dragon helm, the deputy said, raising a second document as he nodded slightly. Since that day, the Dragon Lord and other dragons have disappeared from this continent, and some have even abandoned their nests. It appeared the deputy had already investigated the dragons, as he read the report without hesitation. They probably won't show up anytime soon, Chamber said, tapping the round table with her candy stick. Dragons are born the strongest beings on the continent. Those arrogant creatures were nearly killed by mere humans. They're probably hiding somewhere, trembling. She chuckled, saying it served them right. It's not just the dragons, said King Lekros, raising his hand to speak. The fallen one, the holy sword leader, the white blood cult leader, and the swordsman in the blue dragon helm will also find it hard to move. Even if they survived, he believed they wouldn't show themselves for a long time. That's a relief. The Tower Master revealed his eyes for the first time, relieved they wouldn't have to fight again soon. During this time, we need to reorganize and build our strength, so we're ready to crush them when they return. Chamber clenched her tiny fist, urging them not to waste this chance. I agree. Owen is also prepared to enhance our knight's capabilities, King Lekros said, running his hand over his sword as he cast a sharp look around the table. The Robert family has already begun training. Everyone is wielding their swords with blood and sweat, Darius said, nodding in agreement. He rose from his seat, bowing to Glenn. They call it the heart sword, correct? Yes. I heard that everyone who witnessed that sword could not move for a while. To think he cut down both the 5 demons and dragons in one stroke, it's still hard to believe. The neutral faction leaders, recalling the heart sword they'd only heard about, sighed in awe. Sure, the old man is amazing, but... Agram turned his gaze away from Glenn. If it hadn't been for Rayon, that old man would have been killed with a sword through his heart. He bared his teeth in a grin, pointing to Rayon. So it wasn't Glenn but Rayon who ended this war and bought us time. Isn't that obvious? Chamber rolled her eyes, wondering why he was stating the obvious. It's worth emphasizing. I agree that the Light Wind Division leader changed the course of the war. King Lekros gave Rayon a thumbs up, acknowledging his incredible feat. Isn't it terrifying? The Tower Master admitted he would have struggled to stop it even if he'd been there himself. So Rayon, Agram said, turning his body toward Rayon with a sly grin. Is there anything you'd like? Anything I'd like? Rayon's eyes widened as if hearing this for the first time. As King Lekros said, you didn't just save a single person, you changed the balance of this continent. That's no small feat. Agram nodded, his gaze serious. Ask for anything, and I'll grant it if it's within my power. He gestured for Rayon to go ahead. I'm in too. Even if you ask me to marry you, Chamber teased, adjusting her witch hat and giving Rayon a wink. That's absurd, there's a 100-year age gap. King Lekros began to shake his head but fell silent at the sight of Chamber's reddened eyes. If there's something you want in Owen, just say the word Light Wind Division leader, he said, quickly averting his gaze. As long as it's not troublesome. The Tower Master raised her head for the first time, her golden hair spilling over the table. I won't be left out. The Roberts family will honor your request as well, Darius added, smiling. Rayon, speak up. Glenn stretched out a hand, encouraging him. Scratching the back of his head, Rayon stepped up to the round table. There is something, though it's a little embarrassing. In a calm voice, he glanced around, finally resting his gaze on Glenn. I've learned swordsmanship from the Lord and martial arts from Agram. King Lekros has also given me advice. Although he'd never actually received martial advice from King Lekros, he straightened confidently, knowing no one could dispute his words. I'd like to learn a lesson from Sir Darius as well, but regrettably, there's been little interaction between Sieghart and the Roberts. Rayon lowered his gaze slowly, his crimson eyes glinting as he locked onto Darius. I'd like to request a duel with you, Sky Sword Saint Darius Robert. Will you grant my request? Rayon gazed at Darius Robert with an expectant look, skillfully masking his true intentions. He won't be able to refuse. With the other 6 kings promising to fulfill any request and Darius himself having said he'd grant one as well, there was no room for him to decline, especially after emphasizing the need to grow stronger. Of course, I wouldn't be able to stand against you in a full fight, so I'd appreciate it if you could restrain yourself a bit. Rayon smiled as though his request had already been granted. Please allow me the honor of experiencing the renowned swordsmanship of the Robert family. He bowed respectfully, placing a hand over his chest. Oh, to think we'll witness a duel between the usurper and the Sky Sword Saint. I'm already getting chills. Just watching this will be a rare blessing. The leaders of the neutral factions exchanged glances, eagerly anticipating the duel. Father, Rafan also looked at Darius, clasping his hands together in a hopeful gesture, for a request like this. Darius smiled faintly, running a hand through his hair. I'd be happy to oblige. He nodded, indicating his agreement. Wow, Rafan clenched his fist in excitement. Well, let's not waste any time. Let's get started. Agram stood up eagerly from the round table. I even had the sparring grounds remodeled for our youth. This will be a fitting debut. He gestured for them to follow and led the way out of the hall. If you ever need a sparring partner, feel free to ask. King Lekros chuckled as he followed Agram. Are you certain about this, Light Wind Division leader? Glenn gave Rayon a measured look, addressing him as the leader of Light Wind Division. Yes, even if I get injured, I don't want to miss this opportunity. Rayon bowed in gratitude. It's your wish, I won't interfere. Glenn nodded in approval and rose from his seat. Don't worry. No one will be hurt, Darius said, following Glenn with a casual wave of his hand. Hey, aren't you coming? Chamber cast a side eye at the Tower Master. Count me out, the Tower Master waved her hand, already looking weary. Ridiculous, Chamber grumbled, picking him up by the waist and hauling him along with her out of the hall, looking like a mother dragging along her child. Let's go too. Yeah, we don't want to miss the best seats. Just being in this meeting is an honor, and now this opportunity. The leaders of the neutral factions eagerly exited the hall. As Rayon was the last to leave, he clenched his fingers, steeling himself as though sharpening a blade. The first step of the plan is complete. Of course, this duel was all part of his plan. Glenn and the other leaders of the Six Kings had played their roles well, allowing it to proceed smoothly. However, Darius Robert probably realized it was a setup. It was unthinkable that such a sharp-minded snake would be unaware. He'd accepted the duel knowing it was a trap. He doesn't believe I'll be able to expose his scar. That arrogance, his ease, even his ignorance of his own pride would become the blade that pierced his heart. Placing his hand on the hilt of his heavenly drive, Rayon stepped out, his gaze dark and intense as though cloaked in night. This life won't end like the last. Before the duel, Darius returned to his quarters to remove his cloak. Lord Darius Kubara took the cloak from him, bowing. "Are you sure about this? It's all rather amusing." Darius chuckled, clasping his hands together. "I was curious how he'd approach me. A duel, not a bad choice." His smile twisted with amusement. Rayon Sieghart is a monster who creates countless variables. Kubara spoke in a low tone, his expression unchanging. "Of course, I'll exercise caution." Darius rotated his neck as though loosening up, a grin stretching across his face. "They have no way to reach me. The aura of death is sealed deep within my soul, and the scar on my hand is impossible to reveal." He chuckled, tapping his gloved hand lightly. "The outcome is predetermined. There's no tension, and even the old men's acting is forced. But there's something to appreciate about it." Darius raised a finger. "Since they can't openly accuse me, requesting a duel was actually a smart move. Rayon and the Six Kings likely devised this duel to force him to remove his glove and reveal the scar. Even if they failed, they'd lose nothing, as they could claim it was all part of a duel. But that's only in their minds. A crisis could also be an opportunity. By counteracting their expectations, he planned to damage their reputation and gain rewards. "I'm looking forward to this." He removed his gloves with satisfaction, already envisioning the humiliation on Rayon's face and the old men's frustration when the doppelganger skin foiled their attempts. "Let's go," Darius said, unable to hold back his eagerness as he rose from his seat. Kubara silently followed him without another word. Rayon was already in the sparring grounds, warming up. "You're doomed to lose no matter what you do." Wrath shook his head, comparing it to a fight between an elephant and an ant. "Just leave it to me." Wrath tapped his chest, declaring he'd trap Darius in eternal ice and make him suffer forever. "That's tempting, but this is my battle. I can't hand it over to anyone else." Rayon shook his head resolutely. "And this fight isn't about martial prowess." The duel with Darius wasn't a sword match, it was a battle of minds. Victory would come to the one who was better prepared and knew the other best. Rayon. While he was resonating the ring of fire to focus, Glenn approached. "I'm still not comfortable with this plan." He cast a sound barrier to ensure no one else could hear, shaking his head. "Even now, we could alter it. I could put an end to him. If we go that route, Darius will never reveal his true nature, not even at death." Rayon turned his back to Glenn and lowered his gaze. "I'm the only one who can pull this off because he doesn't perceive me as a threat." Rayon bowed, asking for trust. "Fine, just know." Glenn returned to his seat, his eyes blazing. "If you're in danger, I'll intervene no matter what." "Yes, I'm counting on you." Only then did Glenn's tense expression relax. Rayon looked around the sparring grounds with a faint smile. Not bad. Knowing the continent's strongest swordsman had his back, fear vanished, replaced by a sense of invincibility. "I am here too," Wrath shouted, surging into the air. "If things get dangerous, summon me." Wrath's ears perked up, and he waved his arms, eager not to be outdone. "Yes, yes," Rayon chuckled as he patted Wrath's head just as Darius entered the training grounds. Without any warm-up, he stepped onto the sparring ground. "Are you ready?" "Yes, I am," Rayon replied, drawing his heavenly drive. "Then let's begin." Darius reached back, and Barian, captain of the Phantom Blade Unit, handed him a sword emitting a blue glow. "Are you both ready?" The vice leader of the Beast Alliance, who had been in the meeting hall, had appeared on the sparring grounds to act as the referee. "Yes, yes." Rayon and Darius both nodded, raising their swords to guard. "Then let the duel begin." The deputy leader dropped his hand forcefully and stepped off the sparring grounds. "I'll give you 3 moves," Darius said, stepping back to allow Rayon as his junior to attack first. "I won't hold back then." Rayon launched himself across the sparring grounds, thrusting the heavenly drive forward with precision. The tip of the red blade flickered, scattering into hundreds of fiery petals. Crimson flower sword technique. TL note again, I'm sure there was another term for this. It's really hard to keep up with the names of their techniques. I'd appreciate it if you comment down the right name. Fire spirits, a dense flurry of fiery fragments surged at Darius, encircling his entire form. It's a refined technique with precision and speed. Few could handle it with ease, but Darius exhaled as if admiring it, then swung his sword. With one calm slash, the fiery petals surrounding him were all extinguished. It still lacks the speed and variation to catch a master off guard. His tone was measured, as though offering guidance in a training session. Swoosh. As if anticipating his technique would be nullified, Rayon stepped around to Darius's back, using the Supreme Harmony steps. With a flash, he unleashed the 36 stab technique. his strikes piercing every direction in a torrent of sword energy, a beautifully honed skill, however. Darius twisted his wrist, and his blade traced a half-moon arc, effortlessly absorbing the energy from Rayon's 36 stabs as if they'd been drawn to a magnet. It still lacks the power and speed. He smiled, once again pointing out the weaknesses in Rayon's technique. Rayon took a deep breath, quietly observing Darius's hand. Despite using fire spirits and the 36-stab technique, his glove remained unscathed. His technique has improved. He's stronger than before. True to his title as a transcendent rivaling Glenn, Darius was unmoved by Rayon's techniques. It felt like trying to pierce an unbreakable wall, but that's fine. His plan remained intact. The one who laughed last would be the true victor. Rumble, Rayon rushed at Darius, swinging the heavenly drive. From the blade, a vortex of flames whirled forth, coiling into the shape of a massive fire dragon. Crimson Flower Sword Technique, Flame Dragon Strike. With a fearsome roar, the fire dragon exploded before Darius, creating a grand explosion. Boom, the sparring ground erupted with bright scarlet flames and thick, acrid smoke. F-whoosh. Unbothered by the attack, Darius waved his sword, clearing the smoke, but his leather glove was slightly torn. Rayon swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the slight tear in Darius's glove. Despite this, his heart remained calm, beating steadily. An impressive strike, approaching so closely to detonate it was effective. Just a little more precision, and it would be perfect. Darius relaxed his stance, stepping forward with his left foot. Since I've given you the advantage, let's start for real now, shall we? Anytime. Rayon planted the heavenly drive and the soul requiem sword into the ground. Sword field creation, demonic and divine harmony. TL note again, I'm sure there was another term for this. It's really hard to keep up with the names of their techniques. I'd appreciate it if you comment down the right name. With his quiet words, another sun rose into the sky, and opposite it, a silver moon appeared, a sword realm. Darius smacked his lips in anticipation, his eyes gleaming. This is getting quite enjoyable. Yes, it will be very enjoyable. With his sacred and demonic swords gripped, Rayon dashed toward Darius Robert. Clang, blocking Rayon's sword, Darius smirked. He's absurdly strong. Even back when Rayon had blocked his ambush, Darius had felt it. Rayon Zieghart's strength was real, an incomparable talent that surpassed even Darius's capabilities. No one on the continent in any era had ever reached this level at Rayon's age, but talent means nothing. It didn't matter how strong or gifted Rayon was. In the end, he'd wither and sink into the ground. SSSHHH. Rayon's sword moved gracefully, like sunlight shimmering over water, targeting the vulnerable points on Darius's body and finally dropping toward his hand with deadly precision. As expected, he's targeting my hand. Darius smirked, deflecting the strike. Rayon had feigned strikes at vital points while subtly aiming for his hand. The elaborate swordplay was likely intended to conceal his true target, not a bad act. But from the start, this was a fight he couldn't win. As if he could hear Darius's mocking laughter, Rayon's sword strike grew heavier. It was a strike containing the sky's essence, Glenn's Azure Sky Sword technique. This might be worth allowing. To see Rayon and the old men's despair, Darius decided to let the Azure Sky Sword technique tear his glove. Slash! The thick leather glove split under Rayon's strike, exposing the back of Darius's hand. Rayon heard a faint gasp from Glenn, Ogram, Chamber, Lekros, and the Tower Master, who were watching the duel. I rather liked that glove, Darius said, holding out his exposed hand with an almost imperceptible smirk. Naturally, his hand was flawless, there wasn't even the faintest scar. As I expected. The leaders of the Six Kings murmured, disappointed as they stared at his unmarred hand. They'd never be able to tell. The doppelganger's skin didn't respond to mana, not even a transcendent could perceive it. While the Six Kings leaders showed hints of disappointment, Rayon's gaze remained steady, his expression as if he had expected this outcome. He knew. Darius chuckled to himself. Rayon knew him well enough to have foreseen this, but even Rayon wouldn't be able to detect the doppelganger's skin. Focusing on his hand would only drag Rayon further into an endless swamp, predictable as always. Just as Darius sneered internally, ready to make his move, Rayon's crimson sword suddenly darted forward like a spear, filling his vision. Darius struck down with his sword, deflecting the blazing weapon. His eyes widened momentarily in surprise. Thud. As Rayon's sword clattered to the ground, he lunged forward, grabbing Darius's wrist. What's this? Darius asked, feigning surprise. You're too fast for me to handle otherwise, Rayon replied, as if inviting Darius to a close-quarters duel. Impetuous youth, Darius scoffed, his tone mocking as he moved to restrain Rayon's hand. Of course he'd come to me. Rayon was trying to pull out the scar he'd etched into his hand, probably because he had no other options. His eyes are trembling. Rayon's gaze shook, like waves crashing against the shore, a sign of his growing impatience. Even after reincarnation, he still hadn't shed that habit. Buzz. As Darius expected, Rayon began forcing his fiery aura into the scar on the back of his hand. You can't break through. The layer between the doppelganger's skin and his real flesh was filled with tightly woven aura, creating a space Rayon's energy couldn't penetrate. It seems you're struggling. With a sly grin, Darius cast a sound barrier, leaning closer. It's beyond your ability. There's no such thing as impossible. Rayon poured more energy into his grip, as if he refused to give up. It's useless. With a smug look, Darius strengthened his defense, his focus now entirely on his hand. As Glenn, the other transcendent leaders, and even Darius all concentrated solely on his hand, Rayon focused beyond it. A faint blade of colorless light slipped past Darius's barrier, bypassing his hand entirely and struck at the core of his spirit. SZZZHH, the flame of wrath illuminated the darkness, Eris' dimensional sword and Agram's martial art combining to pierce through to Darius's soul. Wait. Realizing he'd been deceived, Darius tried to withdraw his wrist, but it was too late. The blade, honed to slice death itself, plunged into the depths of his soul, breaking the seal on his aura of death. Boom! A deafening roar split the air as Darius's clear eyes darkened to pitch black. The aura of death spilled from his body, writhing like flames dancing across his shoulders. You vile brat, it was all a trick. Darius's jaw clenched, his entire body trembling as he stared at the deathly aura escaping his control. It's not vile. Rayon smirked, facing the dark energy surging from Darius's form. It's thorough, Darius Robert. TL note, damn. Rayon had begun his deception the moment he met Darius Robert. No, in fact, his lies had started from the very decision to convene the Six Kings. He had insisted that they aim for the scar on Darius's hand, fearing that one of Darius's agents might be eavesdropping on the holographic meeting. But in reality, Rayon had trained solely in the blade that slices death to unseal Darius's hidden aura of death, not the scar on his hand. With relentless, tireless effort, Rayon's blade technique, which he'd only recently developed, had already reached the 3rd level. After arriving at the Beast Alliance, Rayon continued his charade. He knew Darius's spies would have arrived first to assess the situation, so he kept his demeanor calm, pretending he was only there to protect Glenn and hiding any intent to confront Darius. It was the same when I met Darius. From the moment Darius arrived, Rayon used subtle energy to give the impression he was studying the aura of death, not the scar on Darius's hand. Then, by feigning inspection of the hand during a handshake, he subtly conveyed that he'd given up on finding the aura of death. Rayon's movements were so discreet that Darius focused his attention on guarding the scar on his hand, as expected. That was only the beginning. Knowing how cautious and suspicious Darius was, Rayon didn't immediately attempt to attack his aura of death even after seizing his wrist during their duel. Instead, he first guided Darius's focus toward the scar on his hand. When Darius was distracted by the sparks of the Crimson Flower Sword technique, Rayon seized the single chance he had and plunged the blade that slices death into the core of Darius's soul, piercing through to the aura of death buried deep within. The sensation in his hand was sharp, as though he had sliced through something physical, and Darius's entire body convulsed. Darius's eyes darkened to pitch black, and the aura of death that he'd hidden, even at the cost of his life, lost control and erupted wildly from his body. But this wasn't the only outcome Rayon had achieved. Flash, gray energy radiated from Darius's hand, revealing a cross-shaped sword scar on the back of it. Two undeniable pieces of evidence confirmed that Darius Robert was the swordsman in the blue dragon helm. What is this? Wrath trembled in shock. Why is the aura of death erupting? Weren't you aiming for his hand? This was my goal from the start. Rayon's lips curved into a smile. His elaborate deceptions had even confused Wrath, who was always with him. It was this intricate scheme that allowed him to deceive Darius Robert. So he was after the aura of death all along, not the scar. He even fooled us. He's insane. Lie. Even Glenn and the leaders of the Six Kings, who were aware of the plan, looked taken aback. You vile creature. Darius's eyes, now blackened, glared at Rayon with a look of sheer malice, resembling a demonic visage from a cursed legend. Vile creature, a smirk formed on Rayon's face. Those words had been his own dying curse in his previous life. It's not vile, it's thorough, Darius Robert. Rayon returned the exact words Darius had sneered at him with. Darius's pupils quivered as he realized Rayon had mirrored his own words back to him. Seeing the twisted look on Darius's face brought Rayon a wave of satisfaction, like a dam of 20 years' worth of resentment finally breaking. Is that the aura of death? It's so oppressive I can barely breathe, it has to be. And look, the scar on his hand, it's the same one the Six Kings said to look for. Darius Robert, he was the swordsman in the blue dragon helm all along. No way. The neutral faction warriors swallowed hard, realizing that Darius was indeed the swordsman in the blue dragon helm. Father, Rafan Robert stood frozen in shock, unable to even move his fingers. Rayon, losing his composure, Darius extended his sword toward Rayon. His aura of death formed a black net, closing in from all sides. Rumble, but even as the deadly aura surged at him like waves, Rayon remained calm. This was no longer his battle to fight. A massive strike descended from above, slicing through the aura of death surrounding them. Know your place. Glenn appeared before Rayon, his aura shredding through Darius's dark energy with his heavenly tremor. His gaze was filled with a cold, murderous intent. Unbelievable. Chamber crushed the candy in her mouth, spreading her hands. From her small fists, silver mana blossomed, slicing through Darius's aura of death like a reaper's scythe. Sheeing, a silver gleam passed by, followed by a black blade. King Lekros' sword exuded a majestic, oppressive force as it struck. Boom! Darius tried to shield himself with his aura of death, but Lekros crushed his chest with the pressure of his sword. Blood spilled from a gaping wound. Ka, racked with pain, Darius sharpened his aura of death again and directed it at Rayon. Annihilate. The Tower Master stretched out her long, thin fingers and Darius convulsed, his body locked as if bound by invisible threads. One of the Tower Master's 5 signature spells, Thread Magic, GRR. As Darius tried to pull his limbs inward to escape the spell, Ogram appeared behind him. Boom! Ogram's fist, filled with the power of martial arts, struck Darius from behind, avenging his earlier ambush. Bang! With an earth-shattering sound, Darius spat black blood and staggered. The moment he closed his eyes from the impact, Rayon lunged, piercing Darius's abdomen with both the holy and demonic swords. Erg! As Darius began to collapse, Rayon threw a punch directly into his face. Crash. With an explosive sound, Darius slammed into the ground. Ha! Rayon exhaled deeply, stepping back. His hands were trembling. It was a strange combination of a deep sense of satisfaction and seething rage feelings he'd never experienced before. KGH. Darius lay bloodied on the ground, groaning in agony. Not bad. Ogram dusted his steaming fists, smiling at Rayon. So how does it feel to get pummeled from behind, Darius Robert? He twisted his lips in a mocking grin at Darius. See, curse you. Darius crawled along the ground, his hands trembling in pain and anger as he found himself surrounded by the 6 kings. Why stop? You should keep beating him. My grudge against him runs deep. Wrath shook his fists in fury, as if recalling Rayon's words from the first meeting of the 6 kings. He still has strength left. Rayon shook his head, seeing that despite his severe injuries, Darius's energy hadn't waned much. Knowing Darius, there was a chance he'd try to take someone hostage to escape, so stopping now was the wisest choice. You knew all along. Wrath nodded with a rare look of understanding. You really do have a strange sense for things. Wrath sighed, as though noting how Rayon's intuition seemed selective. Don't kill him yet. Chamber stepped up next to Ogram, shaking her head. There's a mountain of things we need to get out of him. She lifted her witch hat, saying there was much to learn. That's a wise call. Rayon lowered his gaze, biting his lip. Darius had surely imprisoned and experimented on countless people and raised assassins. To put an end to it, they'd need him to talk. We need to start by understanding his motives. King Lekros moved to Darius's right, his sword ready to strike at any wrong answer. I'd like to just end this quickly. The Tower Master, still restraining Darius with her thread magic, shivered nervously. Lord, what are you doing? Stop at once. The Phantom Blade Unit and the Iron Vanguard Knights attempting to protect Darius ran into the sparring ground, but they stopped dead in their tracks before they could even enter. You're not going anywhere. Roan's sword was poised against Phantom Blade Captain Barion's neck, his aura murderous, calling him Lord even after seeing all that. You're in on it too, huh? Shuril, her gaze cold, pressed her sword against Iron Vanguard Knight Captain Bellen's neck. And no, the Lord couldn't have done such a thing. Unlike Barion, who remained silent, Bellen shouted in disbelief, unable to accept the truth. Father. Why did you do it, you who lacked for nothing? Darius didn't respond, instead letting out a long, weary sigh. Not attacking me at a time like this, even you aren't entirely sane. Regaining his composure, Darius fixed an intellectual gaze on Rayon. It's been a while since I've felt pain like this. Darius touched the deep wound on his chest, releasing a faint, eerie laugh. Despite his wounds, which should have been fatal, it began to heal gradually under his touch. It was not merely a skill, but felt more akin to some form of authority. Don't move. With the heavenly tremor aimed directly at Darius's neck, Glenn narrowed his eyes. Sitting slumped on the ground, Rafan gripped the earth, his hands trembling. Father, are you really that monster? Tell me it's not true, please say it's not. He shook his head wildly, unable to accept the reality, though he was aware of the scar left by the blue dragon helm swordsman. Rayon looked at Rafan's reaction, then let out a brief sigh. So only the Phantom Blade Captain and the attendants knew his true nature. Judging by the reactions, it seemed neither the Iron Vanguard Knights nor Rafan Robert had known the truth about Darius. Though it was a bitter realization, Rayon knew they couldn't stop here, not even for Rafan's sake. Darius Robert. Standing directly in front of Darius, Glenn's crimson gaze bore down on him. There's no escaping this time. Chamber tilted her chin toward Darius, a mocking sneer on her face. All transportation, magic, and dimensional gates have been sealed. Whatever you try, it's useless. Exactly. Don't even think about running away, muttered the Tower Master, her shoulders trembling as she strengthened the threads binding Darius. Your son is watching. Don't make this any more disgraceful. King Lekros sighed as he looked at Rafan's distraught form. Darius Robert, so it was you all along. Agram clenched his fists so tightly that blood dripped from his hand as he ground his teeth. Yes, it was me. Darius, his face twisted in pain, curled his lips into a grin. I learned from you, Rayon. To deceive someone suspicious, you must first deceive yourself. Rayon met Darius's distorted gaze, adjusting his grip on his sword. Ha 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 ha. Darius clutched his forehead and let out a chilling laugh. As expected of Rayon, one mistake is all I needed to see it through. Understanding dawned on him, and he nodded as though everything made sense. When did you first realize? Was it after the recent war? Rayon tilted his chin slightly toward Darius, the question suggesting Rayon was asking when he had discovered he'd reincarnated. Slowly, Darius rose to his feet. Despite his blood-soaked body, an intense, chilling energy radiated from him, suffocating the air. I am the swordsman in the blue dragon helm who ambushed you and attempted to kill Glenn Sieghart. He acknowledged his true identity with a grim, blood-stained smile. Why would you do such a thing? Agram grabbed Darius by the collar, his bloodshot eyes wide with rage. What could you possibly lack? You wouldn't understand. Darius gave a dry laugh, turning his gaze to Rayon rather than Glenn or Lekros. All of this was a trick you prepared well. I could anticipate the actions of the other old men, but I didn't expect you to pull this off. And no, I knew it from the beginning. Darius added, what? I don't believe in coincidences. Darius lowered his arms weakly, his eyes scanning the room. For the first time in ages, this scar bled. I didn't understand it initially, but over time I noticed a pattern. Darius raised his hand, the bleeding scar on his hand visible. Rayon, every time you achieved something or one of my plans fell through, this scar bled. When the two overlapped, the blood soaked the inside of my glove. He grinned, licking the blood from his hand. Suspicions grew during the Six Kings meeting, but I became certain. Darius held up his fingers, recalling each clue as he continued. During the Necromancer Factory incident, the puppets I'd ordered to kill you died, the factory collapsed, and shortly after, word spread that you were alive. Though there was a time gap, I was certain it was you, Rayon. Clenching his fist, Darius smirked as though he had solved a grand puzzle. And finally, licking the blood from his scarred hand, he showed it to Rayon, his blood-stained teeth gleaming. The only person who could have inflicted this unhealing wound is you. Darius's gaze twisted as he looked at Rayon. Anyone who couldn't see that shouldn't bother keeping their head on their shoulders. He chuckled as he shook his head. Kubara swallowed hard as he looked at Darius, who was laughing like a madman. So Rayon Sieghart was really the assassin Rayon, though he trusted and admired Darius. He had always doubted his claim that Rayon was the deceased assassin. But now, seeing it all laid bare, Kubara could hardly believe it. Rayon silently clenched his jaw as he watched Darius, whose certainty was unwavering. This man truly is dangerous. He had assumed Darius would only realize the truth after the scar from the recent war. However, it seemed Darius had already suspected Rayon's reincarnation long before. His abnormal thinking was beyond ordinary comprehension. Darius Robert was truly the most deranged man in this world. What nonsense is he spouting? Agram furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend. He's just pretending to be mad to escape this situation. Chamber shouted a warning, layering mana shields around herself. I'm scared. The Tower Master hid behind Chamber, reinforcing his threads binding Darius. Ha, you all think it's just nonsense. But Darius lifted his cold gaze. As long as you and I know, that's enough. A chilling grin spread across his face. Enough stalling. Answer my question. With the heavenly tremor pressed to Darius's forehead, Glenn narrowed his eyes. What is your objective? My objective, that is. Darius was about to speak, licking the blood dripping from his forehead when boom, thick veins bulged across the Iron Vanguard Knights' bodies as they exploded simultaneously. Though not as powerful as the puppets, the blast shockwave was powerful enough to shake the earth around them. Buzz, using the commotion as a cover, Darius unleashed his aura of death and the Thousand Mountain Force, breaking through the Six Kings' encirclement. Hold your positions. Don't let the perimeter break. There's no way he can escape. Despite the explosion, Glenn, Chamber, and Agram did not let their guard down, sealing every escape route. These old fools are relentless. Darius hadn't moved from his position, yet in his hand was something that hadn't been there before. Father, Rafan Robert was now clutched tightly in Darius's grasp. What is this? Even Glenn, who was always alert, looked on in shock. What's happening? Rayon's lips trembled. It wasn't as if Darius had brought Rafan along, nor had Rafan come on his own. It felt as if Rafan had been under Darius's control from the start. Could it be? Chamber frowned, narrowing her gaze. You're going to use your own son as a hostage. Her lips twisted in disbelief. You really have lost it. Hostage? Darius pulled Rafan close, wrapping his arms tightly around him, his lips curling upward. Are you all really still seeing this as a human? The first to react to Darius' bizarre statement was naturally Rafan Robert, the one directly implicated. Dad, Rafan looked up at Darius with a forced smile, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. What do you mean I'm not human? What nonsense are you talking about? He couldn't even accept the fact that Darius was the blue dragon helm, so this revelation left him utterly shocked. There's no need to worry, Rafan. You are a truly extraordinary existence. As if reassuring him, Darius stroked Rafan's cheek with a blood-soaked hand. A crimson glow began to form over his sunken eyes. Master of the magic tower, Rayon bit his lip and called out to Larian, who stood to his right. The thread magic hasn't been broken yet. Larian, still restraining Darius' arms, legs, and neck with thread, exhaled nervously. That's not magic, Chamber interjected, glaring at Darius with a wrinkled brow. Nothing triggered the magic circle that restricts the use of artifacts and mana. She shook her head, affirming it wasn't magic nor any skill involving mana. It's not martial arts either, King Lekros swallowed dryly, raising his sword. Yes, Darius hasn't moved an inch from that spot, Glenn remarked, narrowing his eyes. Fawn simply appeared there as if he teleported. Then what on earth is this? What happened? Unable to comprehend, Agram pounded his tightly clenched fist against the ground. Darius Robert. Rayon chewed on the inside of his cheek as he stared at Darius, who held Rafan in his arms. What the hell did you do? The master of the magic tower controlled him with thread magic. Chamber blocked the use of magic and artifacts with her magic circle, and Glenn, Lekros, and Agram suppressed him with their auras. Yet whatever Darius had done was incomprehensible. Could it be, did he borrow the power of a demon king? The demon king's authority, like Wrath's wrath, isn't mana or aura. It utilizes the emotions of its wielder, making it difficult even for transcendence to resist. The only remaining demon kings are pride and lust, but pride was said to be associated with Eden, and there was no trace of lust's influence. Rather a faint sense of holiness, akin to the divine power he had encountered in the Superi kingdom when he faced the Holy Maiden's divine force, lingered. If Darius had truly used the power of a demon king, Wrath would have immediately pointed it out. Wrath. Rayon steadied his breathing and turned around. Do you know anything about this? He's lost his mind. Wrath's eyes deepened more than ever before. Why is that vile energy present here? His anger surged more fiercely than when he had encountered other demon kings, grinding his teeth in fury. What is that energy? It's the divine power of the angels. Wrath grimaced, declaring it the energy of the angels and a particularly potent force at that. Celestials. It was unimaginable that the name of the angels would arise here. It felt as if he had been struck on the back of his head with a hammer. Haven't I always told you? Wrath swung his arms as he shouted angrily. The angels are completely different entities from what you humans imagine them to be. He shook his head violently, saying they were even more dangerous than the demons. Damn it. If Wrath was telling the truth, they couldn't afford to leave Darius alone any longer. If the divine power he wielded was similar to the demon king's authority, the consequences could be catastrophic. We have to strike now. Even if we can't extract information, he must be killed. Rayon raised his divine and demonic swords, aiming them at Darius. I know. Glenn also sensed the dangerous energy emanating from Darius and raised the heavenly tremor. Boom. As crimson lightning burst from the tip of his sword, Darius' right torso, which held Rafan, was blown away in an instant. Before Darius could cough up blood, Chamber's magic and King Lekros' swordsmanship tore apart his lower half as well. This way, Rayon stepped on the Supreme Harmony steps to rescue Rafan. While it might not have been rational, the terror in the child's eyes mirrored his own past, making it impossible for him to stand by idly. No, as Rayon reached out for Rafan, Wrath let out a scream. The medium isn't your nemesis, it's that child. Wrath waved his arms frantically, urging him not to approach. What do you mean? As Rayon swallowed nervously, Darius, who had fallen lifelessly to the ground, rose like a zombie and pulled Rafan into his arms again. Ha! Despite wounds that should have been fatal for any human, Darius regenerated in an instant, reverting to his original state. What is this? The master of the magic tower trembled, his fingers quaking as he dropped to his knees. The magic is distorting. His eyes widened in horror as the thread magic began to lose its grip. Are you really my father? Rafan stammered despite the malice pressing down on him. What terrified him more than death or the current situation was the possibility that Darius might not be his parent. Rafan. Darius ignored the boy's question, smiling eerily. I never gave you a coming-of-age gift, did I? What does that even matter now? Rafan couldn't comprehend the situation, his eyes wide with disbelief. Looking at the red sword he had once gifted Rafan, Darius plunged his hand into the boy's left chest. TL note, what a F-king sick bastard, splurt. A ghastly hole appeared in Rafan's chest, spilling an unsettling amount of dark blood. Dadwhy. Rafan's eyes began to dim as darkness swallowed him. Without receiving the answer he sought, the child breathed his last. Thud. A thick book fell from Rafan's chest, marking the end of his life. Rayon trembled as he looked at Rafan's lifeless body. What is this? He had thought Darius might hold Rafan hostage or use him for some transformation, but he never imagined he would kill the boy by destroying his heart. What had just transpired was incomprehensible. His mind felt blank, as if emptied entirely. You bastard. With a roar, Glenn's sword split Darius' abdomen in two with crimson lightning. You dare call yourself a father? King Lekros, consumed by genuine fury, drove his blade into Darius' neck. You filthy wretch, unworthy even of the term trash, Chambers screamed as she tore Darius' remaining limbs apart. Boom! The leaders of the Six Kings, restrained earlier by Rafan, unleashed their murderous intent without hesitation. Darius collapsed, spewing black blood. Even his supreme regenerative ability failed, leaving his severed limbs unrecovered. I won't last long. He chuckled weakly, his voice dry and cracked. What's the meaning of this? Grinding his teeth, Glenn drove his sword into Darius' heart. That was your son. This time, Glenn's anger overflowed with grief, having learned the value of family. He's neither my son nor a human, Darius wheezed, his voice faltering. Come out, Uriel. Darius stuck out his tongue, glaring at Rafan's corpse. You wouldn't want me dead, would you? At his faint words, the blood that filled the dueling grounds turned into a radiant golden light. Thump, thump, a thunderous heartbeat echoed from Rafan's lifeless body. Whoosh, a fiery glow burst forth, forming a new heart in his chest. What is that? Rayan swallowed hard, staring at the heart blazing within Rafan. A ring of fire. Strangely, the flames in Rafan's heart resembled the ring of fire. Crackle, Glenn unleashed his lightning-covered heavenly tremor to halt Rafan's transformation. However, the sacred flames surging over Rafan's body repelled Glenn's sword strikes and expanded into an enormous pillar of light. It's coming. Wrath growled like a beast, veins bulging on his forehead. Is there a way to stop it? Impossible. Once that child arrived, the descent became inevitable. Wrath shook his head violently, declaring that no action could prevent what was already set in motion. Whoosh. From within the towering sacred flames, a being beyond human comprehension emerged. Golden hair and blue eyes, features common in this world, but the very presence of this figure was overwhelming. Each strand of his golden hair radiated like sunlight, and the vast skies seemed reflected in his azure eyes. His pure white robes resembled a pristine snowfield, adorned with golden ornaments that exuded elegance and nobility. 3 peculiar flaming horns hung from his waist, emitting an ominous aura simply by their presence. So disgraceful. The angel Darius had called Uriel wrinkled his nose as though repulsed by the very world itself. This is. Rayan's lips trembled, unable to even lift a finger. An angel? No, not just any angel. Wrath clenched his fists, staring intently at Uriel. That's Archangel Uriel. Among the angels, he's the most loathsome of them all. Wrath's voice was seething with hatred, his animosity unmistakable. Uriel Chamber muttered, her gaze locked onto the Archangel, her eyes trembling. One of the 7 archangels. She swallowed hard, her voice hoarse as she acknowledged the highest-ranking angels. You're in terrible shape, Uriel said, ignoring everyone else as his gaze fell on Darius. How dare you take so long to appear after being summoned? Darius sneered, not at Uriel but at the empty air. HMPH. Uriel waved a hand, and Darius' torn body began to mend. His ashen face regained its color, a miraculous feat beyond human comprehension. Yet despite this restoration, the wound etched on Darius' hand remained. Uriel frowned, clearly displeased by the lingering mark, but turned his attention elsewhere. This filthy place is not worth even a moment longer. He extended his hand, and angelic wings of exquisite beauty unfolded from his back. You're not going anywhere, Glenn said, stepping forward with an unyielding gaze. Archangel or Demon King, it makes no difference. I'll sever your neck right here. His heavenly tremor radiated killing intent as it aimed directly at Uriel. For the first time, Uriel's emotionless gaze wavered as he regarded Glenn. How are you still standing at this level? Without anyone to bear the burden of causality, you remain alone at this peak. How utterly absurd. His voice dripped with disdain, his loathing for humanity blatant. Don't engage with him, Darius said, standing beside Uriel and shaking his head. Even for you, he's dangerous. Darius brushed off the dried blood from his forehead as he spoke. You underestimate us too much, Chamber said, stepping forward with a scowl. Do you think you can leave just because you feel like it? She unleashed a mana barrier that spread across the area, trapping Uriel within. HMPH. Larian combined his thread magic with shadow magic, forming a prison-like structure around Uriel. Angel or not, your grave will be here. Agram and King Lekros surged forward with unrelenting resolve. Humans Uriel tilted his chin, his golden eyebrows knitting together. You always overestimate yourselves. He casually touched one of the flaming horns on his waist, its ominous aura deepening. Rayan felt a chill down his spine as Uriel's voice grew colder, filled with disgust for humanity. However, today is not the day. With a snap of his fingers, Uriel, Darius, and his subordinates began to glow with a translucent light. It wasn't mere transparency, it felt as though their very existence was vanishing from this place. Attack, stop him. Chamber and King Lekros launched their magic and sword strikes simultaneously. Hurria, take this. Larian and Agram joined in with their combined assaults, but nothing worked. Uriel and Darius' forms passed through all attacks as if they were no longer bound to this world. What's going on? Why isn't anything working? No matter how strong an archangel is, this shouldn't be possible. The leaders of the six kings gnashed their teeth, watching Uriel fade, its spirit manifestation. Wrath shook his head grimly. In that state, even transcendence cannot touch him. He scowled, saying that all forms of mana and aura would fail against them now. What kind of outrageous power is this? However, he can't attack in that state either. It's purely for escape. Wrath growled in frustration as Uriel attempted to flee. Glenn stepped forward, his heavenly tremor shrouded in an ethereal mist. The soul-severing blade. It was the legendary sword technique, capable of cutting down even the leaders of the 5 demons and dragons in a single stroke. That blade. Uriel's calm demeanor faltered as his eyes widened. The soul-severing blade seemed capable of piercing even his spirit manifestation. If you move, I'll cut you down, Glenn said, his cold voice dripping with murderous intent. That blade could indeed reach me, Uriel admitted, his tone heavy. But if I die, you will cease to exist as well. His unwavering gaze carried certainty. You seem to have much left to protect. Will you risk it? Uriel surveyed the trembling people around him, his calm expression showing no concern for his own life. Glenn glanced at Rayon. His grip on the heavenly tremor trembled ever so slightly. We'll meet again soon, Uriel said, tapping one of the flaming horns at his waist. There's not much time left. His figure faded entirely, leaving only faint echoes of his golden light. Glenn's hands clenched tightly, but in the end he didn't swing his sword. Rayon stared at Rafan's fallen form, grinding his teeth in rage. That book. Mid the blood-soaked ground lay the biography of Rayon Sieghart, a memento Rafan had held out shyly. Rumble. Memories of Rafan's innocent smile overlapped with the bloodied book, causing Rayon's suppressed fury to explode uncontrollably. Wrath, Rayon clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the spot where Uriel and Darius had vanished. Is there anything you can do? I'll accept your fury. No need for that. I'll help you, but don't let those scoundrels escape. Wrath roared. A massive surge of anger flowed from the icy flower bracelet connected to him. Divine power and my authority are opposites. Even spirit manifestation can't stop us. Wrath declared his confidence, shaking his fists in rage. Whoosh! Rayon gathered Wrath's fury and the power of the Ring of Fire into his divine and demonic swords. Boom! He stepped forward, pouring every ounce of his strength into his strike. Both swords, glowing red and blue, shot forward and pierced Uriel and Darius' backs. Zblurred! Arg! Darius screamed in agony, curling Yupa reaction he hadn't shown even when the 6 kings tore his limbs apart. How did it pierce spirit manifestation? His trembling lips betrayed his shock as he looked at the divine sword embedded in his back. Ah. Even Archangel Uriel, who had seemed invincible, let out a low groan. Disbelief filled his face as he gazed at the demonic sword protruding from his chest, golden blood streaming from the wound. Ha. Rayon exhaled deeply, staring at Uriel and Darius, both shaken and pale. It worked. Just as Wrath had claimed, the authority of Wrath bypassed the impenetrable spirit manifestation, striking Uriel and Darius in their hearts. However, the divine light protecting them hadn't fully disappeared. They still managed to maintain some focus. It hit perfectly. Wrath pumped his fist triumphantly as he observed Uriel's twisted expression. Keep hitting him. Smash that hideous face of his. Wrath gleefully pushed more wrath into Rayon, urging him to press on, even if killing them was difficult. Give me a moment. Rayon leaned forward slightly, shaking his head. Having maintained the sword realm for so long and unleashed his power all at once, dizziness threatened to overwhelm him. He needed to catch his breath. Rayon, just what are you? Glenn exhaled sharply, looking at Rayon with disbelief. How could your attack break through spirit manifestation? King Lekros swallowed dryly, unable to believe what he had witnessed. Don't you know by now? Rayon isn't someone logic applies to. Chambers snorted, brushing off the astonishment as if this weren't the first time. I'm scared. Larion's trembling eyes darted toward Rayon as if he couldn't make sense of him. Rayon, can you still fight? Agram lifted his bloodied fist and asked, his tone desperate. You're the only one who can strike them down now. I can fight, but even if I give my all, I can't kill them. Rayon bit his lip, shaking his head. Both Uriel and Darius possessed overwhelming power, and piercing their spirit manifestation wasn't enough to end them. Rayon, Darius glared at him, baring bloodied teeth. Who the hell are you? What are you hiding? He roared as he forcibly ripped the divine sword from his back, crimson blood pouring from the wound. Clang! The demonic sword embedded in Uriel's abdomen fell to the ground as well. However, despite being an archangel, the wound in Uriel's body remained open, golden blood dripping freely. Human. Uriel's sharp gaze turned to Rayon, his delicate jaw tilting slightly to one side. Who are you? His azure eyes seemed to burn with a dark flame, reminiscent of the chilling presence Wrath had brought forth. How does a mere human wield such a filthy authority? Uriel's frigid glare carried a murderous intent, demanding answers. Fortunately, while he could sense Wrath's wrath, he seemed unaware of Wrath's presence within Rayon. The filth here is you. Rayon endured the crushing pressure of Uriel's aura and smirked. You're the most disgusting creature I've seen, more vile than any human or demon I've encountered. As expected, you know no humility. Uriel's icy eyes filled with thick killing intent. That emotional power is not something you, a mere human, can handle. Shut up, pigeon. Rayon waved dismissively at Uriel. Uriel froze, his jaw dropping slightly as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. He's completely thrown off. Wrath laughed, clutching his sides in glee. That arrogant pigeon didn't expect to get insulted by a human. Look at his face, it's priceless. Wrath wagged his tail joyfully, savoring Uriel's stunned reaction. What about Rafan? What happened to Rafan Robert? Rayon clenched his teeth, glaring at Darius. You're still thinking about that. Darius scoffed weakly as he pushed himself to his feet. You've grown soft since I last saw you. Forcing his flesh to knit together, Darius tilted his head. I'll explain simply, Rafan was just a shell. A shell. As you know, what matters in a fruit is its core. As long as the core ripens properly, the shell doesn't matter. It can rot or fall apart, it's irrelevant. Using blood pooled in his palm, Darius drew a circular shape resembling a fruit. Rafan's existence was like that shell. The child existed, but the moment his purpose as a shell was fulfilled, Darius clenched his fist, causing the blood-formed fruit to shatter into nothing. He disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Darius smiled coldly, brushing off his hands as if dismissing Rafan entirely. Answer me, why did you compare me to a pigeon? Uriel, visibly upset, tried to restore his composure. Just as Uriel began to erase his spirit manifestation and reached out toward Rayon, a dark shadow appeared before him. Do you wish to die? It was Glenn. His heavenly blade emanated the mysterious power of the soul-severing blade, pushing back Uriel's divine light. This is getting messy. Uriel bit his lip, clearly displeased with how things had unfolded. This ends here. You can't stop what's coming anyway. Don't you feel anything? After raising that boy as your son, Glenn demanded. Feel what exactly? Darius tilted his head, his expression genuinely puzzled. Good, that's good. Rayon sneered darkly, his smile savage like that of a starving predator. Now I can destroy everything you've built without a shred of guilt. He clenched his teeth, his vow clear. Human, Uriel interrupted, standing before Darius. Why did you call me a pigeon? Uriel's piercing gaze alternated between Glenn and Rayon. Then he began to fade once more, light engulfing his form. Now, as Uriel's presence dimmed, Rayon drew out his dagger. The dagger, sharpened with wrath and mana, flew toward Uriel and Darius with unparalleled speed. Boom, the dagger's flawless trajectory carried it straight toward their hearts. I anticipated this. Uriel, prepared this time, summoned his divine power to block the attack. Clang. The dagger, though swift and precise, was deflected and fell harmlessly to the ground. But Rayon's true target wasn't Uriel or Darius. I know I can't capture them. Seizing the distraction, Rayon moved to the side, stepping onto the Supreme Harmony steps. With a fist imbued with wrath and immense strength, he struck the Sword Corps leader, Barian, whose spirit manifestation had weakened. Bam! Barian, struck hard across the cheek, was flung out of the golden formation. The spirit manifestation around him dissipated, and the other Sword Corps members collapsed to the ground. Master of the Magic Tower, Rayon called out to Larian the moment Barian was subdued. Without hesitation, Larian used his thread magic to bind all the Sword Corps members. Strike their hearts. There's bound to be a rage worm. Leave it to me. Chamber nodded, extending her hand. The hearts of the Sword Corps members trembled violently as if about to burst. This will do. Although losing Kubara was unfortunate, capturing Barian, one of Darius' trusted subordinates, could yield valuable information. This is disappointing. Rayon stepped on Barian's head, smirking. I was aiming for you. Uriel's eyes twitched with displeasure, his veins visible as he glared at Rayon. You're just as arrogant and insolent as him. It was clear whom Uriel was referring to, Demon King of Wrath, Rayon Sieghart. For the first time, Darius spoke his full name, his voice seething with rage. I'll personally kill you. I'll cast everything around you into misery. Red light glimmered in his eyes as he gave in to his wrath. No, Rayon stood tall, meeting Darius' gaze fearlessly. I'll kill you. I'll destroy everything you've built, everything you fought for. His clenched fist shook with barely contained anger, his vow echoing with conviction. You won't achieve a single thing before you die. Rayon raised his chin, swearing an oath that contained his anger. Your mouth has gotten stronger, it seems. Darius clenched his teeth, his frown deepening as his reddened eyes burned with intensity. The dry, palpable weight of murderous intent lingered in the air, held at bay only by the presence of Glenn. Human, if you can, try it. Uriel, having regained his composure, sneered. With that feeble authority of yours, impossible. He dismissed not only Rayon but even Wrath with a shake of his head. Worm, that bastard said it again. Wrath screamed furiously, leaping forward. Kill him. You must kill him no matter what. Wrath shook his head vehemently, declaring that Uriel could not be allowed to leave under any circumstances. Whoosh! As the holy light enveloped Uriel, Darius, and Kubara, preparing to take the three of them away, Rayon moved his lips once more. Hey, pigeon. Next time we meet, I'll pluck every last feather from your wings. Uriel's golden eyes flared with anger at Rayon's words, but before he could respond, his figure disappeared entirely into the golden light. That pigeon can't even handle being called names. Wrath chuckled gleefully, his laughter filling Rayon's mind. I knew it. Your sharp tongue works even on angels. It's perfect for dealing with those arrogant bastards. Rayon did not smile. He stepped forward, walking across the crumbled ground and picked up the blood-soaked biography of Rayon Zeekhart. The first page, where he had promised to leave his autograph, was soaked in blood and torn apart. The sight of it pierced his heart like needles. We only spoke twice. Their first meeting had been at the Six Kings Conference, where Rafan shyly declared himself a fan. The second had been when Rafan briefly explained the usurper's plans. For someone like Rayon, who wasn't easily moved by others, the overwhelming anger he felt was unusual. But Rafan's life had mirrored his own. No, it had been even crueler, a life built entirely on lies. Understanding that pain, Rayon vowed to avenge Rafan, and it wouldn't just be revenge. It would be absolute. Rayon carefully tucked the blood-soaked book into his coat and turned to Glenn. Master, this isn't over yet. Indeed, Glenn replied, his gaze heavy as he nodded. Everyone saw it. Darius Robert, the man who wields the blue dragon helm, is not only a master swordsman but also the leader of the Shadow Assassins. His serene yet commanding tone brought clarity to the warriors, who were still grappling with the shock of what they had witnessed. I still can't believe it. We saw it with our own eyes. How could we not believe it? Darius Robert betrayed the Six Kings and summoned an archangel. There's no denying it now. The warriors clenched their fists, their lips quivering in anger and betrayal. The fire of vengeance lit in their eyes. At Glenn's command, Chamber and Larian stepped forward. Buzz, the two of them activated their magic, and a massive dimensional gate, towering as high as a fortress wall, appeared before them. This leads directly to the Robert family estate. Chamber patted her chest confidently. I prepared it in advance, Larian added, lightly touching the edge of the gate with her fingertips. I'll remain here, Agram said, sitting down in front of the dimensional gate. Someone needs to keep an eye on these prisoners. He gestured toward Barian and the captured members of the Sword Corps. We'll return quickly, Glenn replied, trusting Agram's decision. He then stood before the dimensional gate. Let's go, to the Robert family. Placing a firm hand on Rayon's shoulder, Glenn was the first to step into the gate. The leaders of the Six Kings and the warriors from neutral factions followed, their determination unwavering. Crunch. Rayon clenched his fists tightly as he gazed into the shimmering blue light of the dimensional gate. I promised I would destroy everything you've built. This was the beginning. Rayon's crimson eyes burned with resolve as they reflected the image of the Robert family estate, consumed by an infernal blaze. Rayon stepped out of the dimensional gate and took in the sight of the vast blue southern sea with his eyes. It really is instantaneous. As Chamber and Larian had assured, the dimensional gate opened a path directly to the Robert family without the slightest delay. It was no wonder those monstrous beings had transcended through magic. Rayon exhaled slowly and turned his gaze to the right. A massive estate stood with the sea as its backdrop, looking imposing enough to be its own kingdom. It's been a while since I've seen that damned family face to face. The last time he had confronted the Robert family was when he came to seize the treasures of the underwater dungeon. It truly had been a long time, but nothing seemed to have changed. The most powerful force in the South continued to radiate its lofty and dignified presence, as if untouched by anything. Woo-um. Rayon extended a thin layer of perception toward the Robert family. As expected, he's not here. He scanned the direction of the Robert family's main estate, but could not sense Darius's presence. Glenn, who stood quietly, seemed to confirm that Darius wasn't there either. Of course, no one but a fool would run here. Both Darius and Uriel, having sustained injuries from Wrath's fury, were bound to hide in a place where no one could find them. However, no matter how meticulous Darius's preparations, he couldn't have evacuated all his subordinates from this place. Right now, the Robert family estate was brimming with assassins who knew Darius's true identity. Rayon needed to act swiftly to eliminate them before they could escape and bolster Darius's power. As Rayon recalled the layout of the Robert family's territory, stretching his fingers in preparation, Glenn approached the outer walls of the Robert estate. Rumble, Glenn raised the heavenly tremor toward the sky. With a deafening roar that seemed to split the heavens, a massive bolt of lightning struck. Kua. The thunder, imbued with the power of the Azure Sky Sword, mercilessly tore through the Robert family's protective barrier said to repel even transcendence. Boom! The lightning didn't stop at shattering the barrier. It surged forward and demolished half of the Robert family's gates and walls. Glenn's sword had transcended the limits of human strength, possessing an absolute might that could crush a fortress with a single strike. This should suffice. When King Lekros tilted his dark sword at an angle, the remaining half of the wall crumbled like a sandcastle. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the Robert family's knights paled as their fortress walls were obliterated. It's our turn now. Chamber crushed the candy in her mouth and rapidly chanted a spell, causing a massive magic circle to appear over the Robert family estate and the sea beyond it. It was the same teleportation-restricting spell she had displayed at the Beast Alliance. Larian nodded and began weaving his fingers as if playing cat's cradle, sending shadow attribute threads raining down to completely entangle the Robert family's main estate. It was as if a spider was wrapping its prey in its web. Ah. Dorian collapsed on the spot, his jaw trembling. This is the power of transcendence and upper transcendence at that. Burns swallowed hard, his shock evident. I want to follow them. For once, Runnan spoke with rare sincerity, biting her lip as she tried to imprint Glenn and Lekross's swordsmanship into her mind without even blinking. It's not just wanting to follow we have to follow. Martha clenched her fist, her brow furrowed. She too fixed her gaze, her bloodshot eyes reflecting her resolve to remember the transcendence overwhelming might. What is the meaning of this? A middle-aged man with gray hair emerged from behind the crumbled wall, his legs shaking. It was Malin, the Robert family's external administrator. To destroy the walls without any warning this crosses the line, even for the Six Kings. Despite his trembling voice, he finished his words, his tone carrying both dignity and fear. If you have something to say, come through this gate and speak directly. Malin pointed to where the gate once stood, stomping his foot in defiance. He radiated the demeanor of a true warrior with honor and courage. Rayon scoffed inwardly at Malin, who stood boldly before the leaders of the Six Kings. His acting is filthy good. Darius had dragged most of the Robert family's high-ranking members into the blood-soaked darkness. Naturally, Malin, who oversaw all external affairs, was among them. Where is our head of house, who attended the Six Kings' council? Why are you attacking us? Malin continued, his shoulders trembling under the weight of Glenn's aura, but still managing to keep his mouth running. The outer knights, seemingly emboldened by Malin, tightened their grips on their swords. I suppose you deserve an explanation. Chamber nodded and raised her hand. A massive blue spear appeared in the sky. Woong. The spear vibrated slightly before replaying the events at the training hall where Darius's true identity had been revealed. Chamber expanded the scope of her magic to show the footage not just to the outer estate, but also to those inside the inner estate. It seemed she had prepared this recording spell in advance. The head of the house. When Darius's identity was exposed, and it was revealed that Rafan wasn't human but an archangel, the knights' faces turned deathly pale, as if their souls had fled their bodies. Is that real? The head of house was the knight in the blue dragon helm. I don't believe it. There's no way the head of house could do such a thing. Yeah, this has to be a lie. Magic can be fabricated. Bring the head of house here immediately. We'll hear it directly from him. The outer knights, their expressions fierce, refused to believe the revelation. Malin bit his lip and turned to look behind him. Revel, come forward. At his call, a young mage in a black robe stepped forward. Yes, Sir Malin. Was there any fabrication in that footage? Transcendent mages can manipulate mana as they please. This is beyond my ability to determine. Revel subtly avoided confirming the footage as fabricated and bowed his head. Malin clenched his teeth and raised his gaze. I believe in the head of house I know. He lifted his sword, declaring his intention to fight to the death. Even in death, stop them. Malin's rallying cry prompted the outer estate knights to form an unyielding sword formation, blocking the path of the Six Kings. Even when shown the truth, they cling to delusions. Chamber shook her head in disbelief. Destroy them. Anyone who resists may be killed. At Glenn's command, the Heavenly Sword Division and Light Wind Division surged forward, kicking up a sandstorm. Dujujudu. The Owen Knights charged on horseback, as if they would trample the Robert Knights' formation outright. Woong. The mages of the Tower of Magic unleashed offensive and supportive spells in unison, conjuring all manner of magic circles. Kuang. The clash between the Six Kings' forces and the Robert family's knights sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield, shaking the earth. Though the Robert family's knights were undoubtedly strong, they were outnumbered and lacked justification for their cause. It didn't take long for their formation to crumble as they were driven back. Rayon smirked as he observed the collapsing Robert family knights. That was fast. Malin and Revel, who had incited the outer estate, had already fled, disappearing from sight. As expected, they had only emerged to buy time, throwing away subordinates and fleeing. Wrath roared, his voice filled with fury, his face turning crimson. Those scoundrels must not be spared. He demanded immediate pursuit, wildly flailing his fists. Don't worry, I know exactly where they went. Rayon signaled Glenn with his eyes, indicating that he would handle it himself before moving toward the outskirts of the Robert family estate. Damn it, using those guys to buy time is impossible. Malin gritted his teeth and shook his head. Even though the outer knights were strong, their opponents were the entirety of the Six Kings. The act of stalling itself was a hopeless endeavor. If we stay here, we'll die too. We should move somewhere anywhere, Revel said, exhaling heavily as he glanced back. You said that spell is blocking teleportation. Malin snapped, narrowing his eyes at Chamber's magic circle in the sky. Then we'll have to dive into the sea. If we move underwater, they won't notice us, Revel suggested anxiously, glancing around as he proposed using breathing magic to escape. Where are Sir Beorn and Sir Bardiel? Malin asked, narrowing his eyes as he looked toward the main building. I don't know. I haven't seen them since they gave the order to stall for time. Revel lowered his gaze, admitting he had only seen them when receiving his mission. Don't tell me they abandoned us and left first. As Malin turned his head with a grimace, both he and Revel suddenly stumbled as if they had tripped over something. What the? Why did we The two began to rise, muttering curses, only to freeze in terror. 4 severed legs lay on the ground where they had fallen. Legs, the two screamed in horror as they realized the severed limbs were their own lower halves. Chi-ying. With the faint hum of a sword, Rayon appeared before them, holding his spotless heavenly drive, not a single drop of blood on its blade. Yur. Rayon Sieghart, Malin and Revel trembled as they recognized the man who had severed their legs. You've grown weaker, Malin. Rayon calmly placed the heavenly drive down and struck their chests with his palm, neutralizing the rage worms embedded in their hearts. Gah. The two coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Rayon Sieghart, why are you here? So even Beorn, the one who stabbed me, was one of Darius's lackeys. He's left his mark everywhere, Rayon said, chuckling coldly as he drove the heavenly drive and soul requiem sword into their clavicles. Gah, erg. With both heat and cold flowing into them, Malin and Revel screamed as if their throats were being torn apart. Where is Darius? I don't know. Malin shook his head, claiming he hadn't seen Darius since he left for a meeting. Then who gave the order to stall for time? Be Beorn and Bardiel. Revel, struggling to breathe, forced out their names. Beorn and Bardiel. Rayon's eyes narrowed. These were individuals he had never encountered in his past life. They appeared to be Darius's trusted confidants who had remained behind. What do they look like? That. Speak, Rayon shattered Malin's collarbone as he infused both 10,000 flames cultivation's heat and glacier's cold. I'll talk. Beorn has red hair and... Malin, as if waiting for the chance, described the appearances of Beorn and Bardiel in detail. After hearing their descriptions, Rayon swiftly decapitated Malin and Revel. Go. The two, who had abandoned their subordinates to save themselves, sank into the earth after experiencing excruciating agony. You didn't extract more information from them. They didn't know anything else. Given that they weren't Darius himself and had merely been ordered by his confidants to stall for time, it was clear they were nothing but disposable pawns. Holding on to them any longer would have been a waste of time. Rayon bit his lip as he surveyed the Robert family's estate, where black smoke billowed into the air. I need to move faster. He had no intention of leaving even a trace of power that once belonged to Darius in this place. Moving as swiftly as possible, Rayon began eliminating the assassins of the shadows, whose faces he remembered. Darius Robert. As Rayon walked toward the main building, a murderous intent that had been hidden deep within him began to rise. I will destroy everything you've built. His steps turned into flames, consuming everything in his path. Rayon assassinated the shadow operatives remaining in the main building before heading to Lucian Mountain, located to the west of the Robert estate. There, he pushed aside a seemingly ordinary boulder nestled in the breathtaking landscape to reveal what lay beneath. So they sealed it. It seemed someone had anticipated an intruder and blocked off the underground cavern where the shadows were cultivated. However, instead of destroying the area, they had simply piled soil to block the entrance. That means there's still something inside. Carefully digging through the soil, Rayon made his way inside. Fortunately, the entire interior wasn't filled, and before long he found himself stepping onto a staircase. After descending the exact number of steps he remembered, his feet hit solid ground. It feels strange without them here. The underground chamber, once filled with shadow assassins, now lay empty. The lights that had once been kept on around the clock, causing insomnia, were nowhere to be seen. It was as if the memories of his past life were distorted. No, that's impossible. Rayon chuckled quietly, recalling his memories in the perfect darkness. Though the chamber had changed, the echoes of his soul's agony in this place still lingered. What is this place? Wrath asked, narrowing his eyes as he sensed an overwhelming wrath emanating from the area. Hell. Rayon curled his lips as he stepped on the sticky floor, stained with dried blood. A hell on earth. The scent of blood lingering in the air tickled his nostrils, bringing back vivid memories of his past life. The moments of vomiting blood under torture, scavenging weeds to eat while fleeing predators, and killing the only friend he had ever confided in came rushing back to him. What in the world have you endured? Wrath exhaled sharply, astonished by the intensity of the wrath. Stay focused. There's something here, yes, an enemy. Rayon nodded. I've sensed it since I first entered. In the pitch-black darkness, a figure shrouded in shadows was lurking. The presence was so skilled that even Rayon's keen senses could barely detect them. This one isn't disposable. Even Darius wouldn't abandon someone of this caliber. The fact that they were in this sealed-off cavern meant they knew something. Do you know who they are? Probably. Rayon's expression remained calm as he nodded. The assassin lurking in the shadows was undoubtedly the Ghost King, the worst assassin he had ever known. A master compared to whom people said Slaughter King was mild, and the very one who had helped Darius create this place and abduct Rayon. This time, Rayon placed his hand on the hilt of the heavenly drive, staring into the wavering darkness. I'll cut down even the Ghost King. Rayon lowered his gaze, imagining the Ghost King hiding within the darkness. The Ghost King. The first time Rayon encountered the Ghost King was when he was appointed as the leader of the shadows. The monster's presence was so faint that Rayon wouldn't have noticed him had Darius not spoken to him directly. However, despite his subtle aura, the Ghost King possessed overwhelming strength. Even back then, he was already a Grandmaster. Now it was highly likely that he had reached at least the upper tier of Grandmaster, if not the pinnacle. Still, he was likely inexperienced in actual combat. The Ghost King had handed over the title of the South's greatest assassin to Rayon and vanished. Rayon guessed that he hadn't engaged in many battles, since reappearing after the deaths of Martio and Lisbon, giving Rayon an advantage due to his accumulated experience. Let's stir things up a bit. Rayon gestured toward the impenetrable darkness of the chamber. You know you've been caught, don't you? With an arrogant smirk, he tilted his chin to provoke the Ghost King. Come out, so you're Rayon Sieghart. An aged voice rang out from the pitch-black darkness. It was the Ghost King. He ensured his exact location couldn't be pinpointed by making his voice echo throughout the chamber. That's right. Rayon nodded briefly, scanning the darkness that seemed to swallow even light. You must be the Ghost King. Yes, I am the Ghost King. The Ghost King answered without hesitation but still did not reveal himself. Instead, his voice continued to resonate, keeping his position hidden. Martio and Lisbon, whom you killed, were my pupils. A thick sorrow and loneliness emanated from his voice. So it's the Ghost King. Rayon relaxed his fingers, lowering his gaze. He's manipulating his emotions with ease. The sadness and loneliness in the Ghost King's tone were feigned. The man never considered Martio and Lisbon his disciples in the first place. Did you hear that from Darius? Rayon narrowed his eyes, staring toward the center of the chamber. The mention of Martio and Lisbon suggested that Darius must have informed the Ghost King that Rayon was once the assassin known as Rayon. Yes, he said you were Rayon. The Ghost King admitted without resistance, a faint chuckle escaping him. And you believed that schemer? Rayon sneered as he surveyed the chamber's layout. He is a god. The Ghost King's unwavering tone suggested he saw Darius as his sole deity. Do you know that your god fled with his limbs torn off and a hole through his stomach? Rayon tilted his chin mockingly as he described Darius's desperate escape. He even abandoned the family he built his entire life. Some god, huh? Truly impressive. Silence. The calm surface of the Ghost King's composure rippled briefly, suggesting he held more loyalty to Darius than Rayon had anticipated. Whether it's real or fake, this can be exploited. In a battle against an assassin, the one who controls emotions and information always has the upper hand. The more he knew about his opponent, the better. Because of you, so much has crumbled. Sharp, murderous intent emanated from the Ghost King's voice. Martio and Lisbon's deaths forced me to take over their duties, as well as improve the puppet soldiers that necromancers once handled. He spoke of how he had to endure hardships with his aged body, intensifying his killing intent. Rayon could feel his skin prickling under the pressure. Congratulations on your reemployment. Rayon chuckled and clapped mockingly. Getting a job at your age must have been tough. Good for you. They say a sharp tongue is more dangerous than a sword. That seems true. The Ghost King laughed dryly, stirring up a light breeze. But this is the end. You will regret coming here alone, even in death. Ghost King retracted all his murderous intent into the depths of the chamber, signaling his intent to kill with full force. I've always been curious to see how skilled the so-called greatest assassin, the Ghost King, truly is. Rayon smiled brightly as he melted into the darkness. This darkness will be your grave, foolish brat. The Ghost King's voice resonated with a smirk. Before you were even born, I was already the Ghost King, the symbol of terror. And you think you can challenge me in an assassin's battle? Scared are you? Rayon shrugged and shook his head. Fine. Whether you die here or elsewhere, your fate is sealed. The Ghost King's tone turned cold and composed, befitting an assassin. His composure had only briefly faltered when Darius was insulted. Rayon lowered his stance, suppressing his presence with the ring of fire. Not many chances here. Judging by the flow of aura that caused his voice to echo, the Ghost King's strength was at least that of a high-tier grandmaster. On the other hand, Rayon was exhausted, having used his techniques and unleashed Wrath's rage, leaving him with less than half his usual power. Although the situation was unfavorable, the exhilaration of having exposed Darius's true identity gave Rayon confidence. He felt that he couldn't lose, especially not here. Let's begin. Rayon slowly drew his soul requiem sword, twisting his lips into a grin, a silent war. The Ghost King narrowed his eyes, biting the inside of his cheek as he watched the spot where Rayon disappeared. Assassin Rayon. Darius had long suspected that Rayon Sieghart was once the assassin Rayon. At some point, he became certain of it and treated them as the same person. He had even warned the Ghost King that if anyone arrived after Darius's identity was exposed, it would undoubtedly be Rayon. Though he had accepted this half-heartedly, he hadn't expected it to be true. Darius ordered a retreat, but I can't miss this opportunity. If Rayon Zeekhart was indeed Assassin Rayon, there was no way they could coexist under the same sky. He had to kill him here and now. Still, you're as foolish as ever. Perhaps it was the thrill of exposing Darius's identity, but Rayon chose an assassin's duel instead of a direct confrontation. Rayon Zeekhart was strong. In a head-on fight, the outcome would be uncertain. But by accepting an assassin's duel, he had walked into the Ghost King's specialty. His skills are predictable. Even after years without real combat, the Ghost King was confident that he was unmatched in assassination, aside from the Slaughter King himself. Your hiding spot is obvious. The Ghost King projected his voice behind him, spreading his aura to limit Rayon's movements. You're Darius's lapdog, aren't you? Oh wait, I guess you don't need to polish his feet anymore since he doesn't have them. Rayon mocked Darius while striking upward, causing the ceiling to collapse. Rumble, debris rained down from the shattered ceiling, thickening the already heavy air in the chamber, trying to unsettle me. The Ghost King licked his lips as he observed Rayon's movements. But it's you who's rattled. Unable to suppress his unease and frustration at being unable to pinpoint the Ghost King, Rayon had resorted to destroying the ceiling and mocking Darius just as the Ghost King had planned. I showed a deliberate weakness. When Rayon insulted Darius, the Ghost King had feigned anger, planting false information. He knew Rayon would seize upon that perceived vulnerability. Do not insult him. The Ghost King moved toward the wall, pretending to fall for Rayon's taunts as he quietly unleashed his killing intent. Whoosh, as predicted, a blade shot toward the wall just before the Ghost King reached it. There you are, he turned to counter, but the incoming blade felt slow. What is this? Before he could react, a crimson dagger, which he thought had been planted in the wall, pierced his lower abdomen. Rayon appeared, his crimson eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. I told you. Rayon's voice was low and menacing. This darkness will be your grave. Boom, Rayon struck the Ghost King's heart, rendering the rage worm dormant. The Ghost King coughed up black blood as his body trembled violently. How? He noticed a small, hidden passage beneath the wall where Rayon had emerged. This place I designed it myself. There was no such passage. Of course not, Rayon smirked down at the Ghost King. This passage was made by me. The tunnel was one of the secret escape routes Darius had been preparing, unknown even to the Ghost King. So that's how it was. The Ghost King gritted his teeth, finally grasping the situation. Even slashing at the ceiling and mocking Darius, it was all a trick. That's right. I didn't think someone like the Ghost King would get agitated so easily. Rayon nodded calmly. The sword strikes that stirred up noise and dust, along with his taunts aimed at Darius, were all calculated to reverse the Ghost King's psychological tactics. As expected, the Ghost King assumed there was a dagger in the wall, approached it, and fell for the ruse perfectly. Other assassins might not have fallen for it. The Ghost King, however, allowed for such a high-level deception due to his own sense of superiority. I underestimated you. Kill me already. Even as blood gushed from his mouth, the Ghost King maintained an unshaken gaze. I am the Ghost King. Torture won't work on me. We'll see about that. Rayon shook his head, pressing both the heat of 10,000 flames cultivation and the chill of glacier into the soul requiem sword embedded in the Ghost King's abdomen. I know nothing, have nothing to say, Ga. The Ghost King, who seemed prepared to endure any form of torture, suddenly cracked, his expression shattering as he screamed in agony like an ordinary man. The Ghost King writhed, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Why did you stay here? Rayon, gazing into the Ghost King's wavering eyes, beckoned him with his fingers. Darius must have told you to leave this place as well. If you were targeting me, you would have made better preparations. I don't know. In other words, you stayed for another reason, either to retrieve something or to hide it. Although the Ghost King remained silent, groaning in pain, his eyes betrayed panic rather than suffering. Rayon's deduction was correct. You wouldn't have hidden it somewhere else with a battle imminent. Rayon reached into the Ghost King's chest, pulling out a single item, a small wooden box. Its plain exterior lacked any distinguishing marks, appearing unremarkable at first glance. You damn you, so this is it. Rayon observed the pale face of the Ghost King as he opened the lid of the box. Whoosh. Contrary to its plain exterior, the interior was etched with eerie runes, and a blood-red orb sat at its center, exuding an overwhelming aura of malice, murderous intent, and despair. What is this? Rayon narrowed his eyes as he held the orb up to the Ghost King's face. What kind of madness is this? The Ghost King, even under torture, clenched his mouth shut, his silence unwavering. Disgusting. Wrath grimaced, glaring at the orb. It reeks of murder, blood, resentment, and agony. He shook his head in disdain. This place. Rayon muttered, his gaze shifting from the orb to the chamber around him. This cavern has absorbed the grudges and deaths of those buried here. Countless children had perished unjustly in this underground space, leaving behind a permanent stain of blood and resentment. Darius had clearly intended to exploit even that malice for his own ends. Kill me. The Ghost King's demand served as confirmation of Rayon's theory. Where were you supposed to take this? I don't know. He said he would come for it himself. The Ghost King, seeming resigned to his fate, answered while coughing up blood. So that's all you know. Rayon struck the Ghost King's neck, rendering him unconscious. You're not going to kill him. Wrath flailed his hands in frustration. He doesn't deserve to die here. The people buried in this place were innocent children who died unjustly. Rayon couldn't bring himself to bury someone like the Ghost King among them. At least that's something. Rayon sighed as he looked at the orb, which radiated an ever-thickening malice. Whatever Darius had planned for this orb, Rayon was relieved he had stopped it. Had it been unleashed, the consequences could have been catastrophic. Destroy it now. Wrath sniffled, turning his head away as if he couldn't bear the orb's aura any longer. Should I absorb it? With your abilities, you could purify the energy itself, but the lingering grudges would degrade your soul instead. Wrath slammed his fist into his palm, insisting the orb should simply be destroyed. Perhaps you're right. Rayon considered Wrath's warning. While the Ring of Fire could purify the orb's energy, it couldn't erase its malice. No other choice then. Woo him. Just as Rayon prepared to crush the orb with his fist, the Soul Requiem sword emitted a resonant hum. What, you want it? Woo him. The blade rang out again as if claiming responsibility for the orb. No, destroy it. Wrath vehemently shook his head. Not concerned about me, are you? Oh, of course not. I am simply. You're just worried about me becoming stronger. Wait, ignoring Wrath's protests, Rayon thrust the Soul Requiem sword into the crimson orb. Boom, the orb shattered, releasing a torrent of scarlet energy that surged toward Rayon but was quickly absorbed into the blade. Wooum, the Soul Requiem sword vibrated softly, as if consoling the orb's lingering spirits. It wasn't seeking power. Rayon smiled faintly as he observed the glowing blade. The sword had absorbed the orb not to claim its power, but to comfort the spirits trapped within and take vengeance alongside them. Could you be among them? Rayon closed his eyes briefly, silently hoping that his first friend, Subject 9, was also at peace within the blade. After sheathing the Soul Requiem sword, Rayon retrieved a half-torn book from his belongings. It was titled The Chronicles of Rayon Zeekhart. Carefully, he inscribed his name onto the first page, Rafan. He placed the book in the center of the chamber and bowed his head. I'll return to finish our revenge for mine, for yours, and for everyone who perished here unjustly. Rayon gave a deep bow before leaving the underground chamber. Looking toward the smoke rising in the distance, he saw the entirety of the Robert family estate engulfed in flames. A scene I've wanted to witness for over 20 years. Watching the estate that symbolized Darius's legacy, consumed by fire, filled Rayon with indescribable satisfaction and euphoria. No one but Rayon could understand this feeling. You. Wrath glanced at Rayon, narrowing his eyes. You've been acting strange today, very strange. Just as Wrath's suspicion deepened, messages suddenly flooded Rayon's vision. You have achieved an impossible feat. You have accomplished an achievement that will alter the continent's history. All stats increased by 50 points. New traits acquired, Assassin's Instinct, Sensory Resonance. What the? Wrath's jaw dropped as he read the messages, his disbelief plain. Did you think I'd be impressed? This reward is obviously too generous. Well, it's fine, considering you humiliated Uriel earlier. Wrath attempted to rationalize, muttering self-consolingly. Yes, it's deserved, though 50 points is still excessive, oh well. Wrath wavered for a moment before finally giving up, crossing his arms as his body trembled slightly. Recognition from Wrath has been earned. Additional rewards granted. All stats further increased. No, I never acknowledged anything. Wrath exploded in frustration. It seems the system interpreted your forbearance as acknowledgement. That's a scam. I wasn't happy. I was only celebrating Uriel's downfall, not granting acknowledgement. And what's with these extra rewards? Damn system, why don't you listen to Huh? Wrath stopped mid-rant, his eyes widening at the latest message. No, this is too much, they can't give that to you. What kind of insanity? Kia, can't you be quiet before I actually knock you out? Rayon pushed Wrath, who was screeching like a cat, away and carefully checked the reward messages. You have achieved an impossible feat. You have accomplished a deed that will alter the history of the continent. All stats have increased by 50 points. The grade of the trait Ambush has risen by 2 levels. The grade of the trait Perception of the Snowflower has increased. The grade of the trait Blade that cuts through death has risen by 2 levels. The grade of the trait Flame that defies death has increased. The first rewards included a 50-point increase to all stats and upgrades to the traits he used this time. 50, another 50. Wrath clenched his round fists and pounded the messages, scowling. They're giving out far too much. This time, it's well-deserved. If Rayon hadn't revealed Darius's identity during the Six Kings meeting, the man would have used the Robert family's power to cause a massive incident. Thousands know tens of thousands might have died. Preventing that calamity in advance was a reward well-deserved. The upgrades to Perception of the Snowflower and Ambush must be because I defeated the Ghost King. The upgrades to those traits seem to be a reward for taking down the Ghost King through assassination rather than direct combat. And the death-related traits are, of course, because of Darius. The upgrades to Blade that cuts through death and Flame that defies death were due to uncovering Darius's identity by cutting through the aura of death. Who would have thought that wretched trash would end up being helpful? Finally, you have been acknowledged by Wrath. Additional rewards are being granted. All stats have increased by 20 points. The trait Divine Resistance has been created. Wrath, delighted by the twisted expression on Uriel's face, increased Rayon's stats by 20 points. However, what truly shocked Wrath wasn't the points but the new trait, Divine Resistance. Divine Resistance is absolutely unacceptable. Wrath gnashed his teeth so hard it was audible. Why would they give a power that only the highest-ranked demons in the Devildom possess to a brat like you? Wrath shook his head violently, unable to accept it. At this rate, all that will be left of my true body is bare bones, and even those will be melting. Wrath vented his frustration as if the system were a living entity. Is this trait really that great? Rayon tilted his head, looking at the Divine Resistance trait. Of course it is. Wrath shot up and lifted his head. Just as demons possess demonic energy, the angels wield divine power, and the archangels radiate such immense divine power that their very presence overwhelms everything. Don't you remember how the humans froze in Uriel's presence like broken puppets? Wrath frowned, explaining how divine power, like the aura of the Demon King, oppresses human souls directly. Even beings like your grandfather or other transcendents can't completely escape its effects. Yet, despite your pathetic weakness, you've gained resistance to divine power. Of course, it's amazing. Wrath raged, wondering why Rayon's luck was so infuriatingly good. No one in the entire dimension gains divine resistance as soon as they encounter angels. I only got it after enduring countless accursed wars. Wrath beat his chest, saying he was beyond frustration and now furious. You're not wrong. Rayon chuckled as he watched Wrath turn his head in exasperation. Judging by Wrath's reaction, it seemed this trait would be highly advantageous, especially since I'll be clashing with the angels. Seeing how Archangel Uriel aided Darius, it was highly likely Rayon would have to face other angels as well. He would need to develop this trait in preparation for that day. Rayon expressed his gratitude to Wrath before glancing down at the Ghost King, who was trembling in agony. Though he looked like an ordinary old man, his eyes still gleamed with razor-sharp intensity, even with his core shattered. His gaze alone was enough to terrify anyone who dared to meet it. How do you feel seeing your family burn? It's not my family. The Ghost King shook his head, biting his lips until they bled. I was just a hired hand. Yet you seem quite angry for just a hired hand. Rayon smirked faintly as he observed the Ghost King, who could no longer hide his emotions. Don't get cocky. My revenge will be fulfilled by Lord Darius. No, Darius will meet a death far more horrifying than yours. Releasing a killing intent so cold it chilled even himself, Rayon twisted the Ghost King's neck. Ga-urk. The Ghost King wept tears of pain and terror from his wrinkled eyes. I promise, Darius will suffer a death more excruciating than anything in this world. The Ghost King seemed more fearful of Darius's death than his own as his trembling pupils finally stilled in death. Rayon rummaged through the Ghost King's belongings once more. Discarding various assassination tools and poisons, he found a thin book labeled Manual of the Ghost King. Manual of the Ghost King. Flipping through the book revealed it contained assassination techniques and footwork. The footwork might be useful. While he didn't need the assassination techniques, the footwork could prove beneficial. After securing the manual, Rayon returned to the Robert family's mansion. The warriors of the Six Kings Alliance stood, observing the smoldering ruins of the Robert family estate, their morale crushed. Countless swordsmen and retainers of the Robert family lay subdued and defeated in front of them. Ah, our family, our family. No, please spare us, we've done nothing wrong. Those not directly bound to Darius wept in despair, unable to accept the reality of their defeat. It was time to sort through them and decide who would live and who would die. Rayon sighed quietly as he gazed at the hopeless crowd. I'd like to do it myself, but if he acted directly, he could swiftly identify enemies, but doing so might risk exposing his true identity. Now was the time to leave things to Frederick or Glenn. I've returned. Rayon dusted off the blood and stood on his clothes and bowed to Glenn, who stood in front of the blazing mansion. Glenn gave him a complicated look before averting his gaze. Hey, Martha ran up, thrusting her face close to his. Where has the leader been wandering off Tossier? Though she scowled, she reluctantly added a respectful suffix at the end. Well, there wasn't much point fighting the Six Kings Alliance was there. Burin shrugged, implying he hadn't done much. I was only at the back. Run-On blinked, saying she only protected the swordsman with frost. Me too. Dorian chuckled nervously, scratching his head. You're all so soft when it comes to Rayon. Martha snorted at the smiling light wind division. Why do you think Rayon acted alone? It's because he trusts me. Rimmer thumped his chest confidently as if to say they could always rely on him. But what's with that old man? Rimmer narrowed his eyes at the Ghost King's corpse in Rayon's hand. An assassin who was killing people outside the perimeter. I caught him while he was fleeing. Rayon laid the Ghost King's body in front of everyone. An assassin, yes. He called himself the Ghost King. Rayon mentioned the name to emphasize the danger Darius posed. The Ghost King. The Ghost King was one of the greatest assassins of the previous era. He wasn't just an assassin. His combat skills were at a grandmaster level when he was active, and you chased him down and killed him. That's insane. I thought I'd seen it all but this." The warriors and mages of the Six Kings Alliance looked at Rayon with wide eyes, as if he had achieved the impossible, the Ghost King. Roan stepped forward and inspected the Ghost King's face closely. "He once came to kill me but fled instead. He didn't even bother hiding his face, so I recognize him. Without the wrinkles, it's the same man." Roan nodded, confirming the Ghost King's identity. "He was so fast I couldn't catch him. Truly impressive." Roan laughed heartily, congratulating Rayon on the monumental feat. "That monster. As expected, he doesn't act without reason. Today, he's a legend." Martha twisted her lips in disbelief. Burin voiced admiration, and Runnon nodded calmly. SSSSSS. Glenn turned away from the burning Robert estate and met the eyes of everyone present. Raising his heavenly tremor sword, he declared, "In the name of the Six Kingsno, the Five Kings, I proclaim that from this moment, Darius Robert and all who bear the Robert name are enemies of the continent." Glenn's shout resonated with such immense majesty that it seemed to not only echo across the coast, but to reverberate throughout the entire continent. Flap, flap, hundreds of birds soared into the sky alongside magic projections, spreading his voice and wrath across the heavens and earth. Rayon clenched his fists as he watched Glenn, whose eyes burned like flames. "The dream I've longed for, even in my sleep, has finally come true." A vow he had sworn upon his birth had finally been fulfilled after over 20 years. The satisfaction of achieving his dream breathed new vitality into his exhausted body and soul. However, this wasn't the end, it was only the beginning. Darius's schemes hadn't ceased. Rayon had to continue pursuing him, destroying everything the man stood for. "I won't relinquish Darius's head to anyone." Even if Glenn himself demanded it, Rayon would not hand over Darius. He would rise to transcendence and personally sever the man's body and soul. Swallowing the rage that grew ever deeper, Rayon renewed his resolve. "The Ghost King is dead." Darius Robert massaged his temple, his expression twisted. "Dead? What do you mean?" Kubara's eyes widened in disbelief. "The signal from the rage worm embedded in the Ghost King's heart has vanished." Darius let out a deep sigh as though the weight of the world bore down upon him. "That foolish old man. I only needed him to retrieve the soul-severing orb." He gritted his teeth, muttering about how he had allowed the Ghost King too much independence. Kubara bowed her head, realizing the gravity of the situation. "If the Ghost King stationed in the cavern is dead, then—" "Yes, it's Rayon Zeeghart." Darius pushed his bloodied hair back, frowning deeply. "It can only be him. The Ghost King was supposed to retrieve the soul-severing orb, infused with the blood and resentment of slaughtered children. If the one stationed in the cavern was killed, the culprit could only be Rayon Zeeghart. Nothing is going right. His identity was exposed, the Robert family was destroyed, and now he had even lost the soul-severing orb, which could have created numerous followers." His anger and frustration felt like they would split his skull open. Rayon Zeeghart, unable to contain himself, Darius slammed his fist into the rock he had been leaning on. Boom, the rock crumbled to dust under the force of his strike. "I should have gone myself to retrieve it." Despite the falling debris, Kubara remained in place, bowing her head. "Enough, just give me the situation report." She added that the strongest units of the Robert family, including the Purple Lightning Division, the White Frost Division, and the Ghost Demon Division, had survived. "When will they reach the safe house? Since they need to take a detour, they should arrive by noon tomorrow." Darius groaned softly as pain flared from the wound in his chest. "Why is this damn wound taking so long to heal? Even Glenn's sword scars weren't this bad." Looking down at the injury, his lips tightened in frustration. "Uriel." Darius lifted his gaze toward the cliff, where Uriel stood silently. "You know, don't you? Rayon Zeeghart, what exactly is he? I have a question of my own." Uriel's expression was one of utter exasperation as he stared at Darius. "Do I look like a pigeon or a chicken?" He asked the absurd question with a dignified air. What did you just?" Darius narrowed his eyes, stunned by Uriel's question. "I asked if I look like a pigeon or a chicken." Uriel folded his wings and furrowed his brow. "This insane." Darius, at a loss for words, exhaled in disbelief. "You there?" Uriel, ignoring Darius's reaction, turned to Kubara. "Why, yes," Kubara stammered, lowering her gaze. "Do I appear to you as a pigeon or a chicken?" "Absolutely not. You are draped in a light more noble than any other being," she replied earnestly, lowering her eyes in reverence. "I already know that. I am far beyond you humans. But that Rayon dared to call me a pigeon. That ugly word lingers in my mind." Uriel clenched the trumpet at his waist as if trying to suppress the insult. "Stop spouting nonsense. He must have mocked you intentionally." Darius cut him off, slamming his hand against the air. "Just tell me what power he's connected to. The vile strength you mentioned, Ed, what is it?" "The Demon King." Uriel's demeanor returned to calm as he raised his eyelids. "The Demon King?" "Yes, and not just any Demon King. It's Wrath, the Lord of Eternal Winter." Uriel stated that the power Rayon used was Wrath's authority, narrowing his eyes. "Wrath, that explains it." Darius looked at the wounds on his chest and hands, a manic grin spreading across his lips. "Yes, that explains his talents and memories," he exclaimed triumphantly as if finally uncovering Rayon's secret. and perhaps, though it may just be a hunch. Uriel, observing Darius's hysteria, turned his back to him. He glanced down at his slowly healing chest wound and let out a low sigh. The power of the ring. The five kings convened immediately after the destruction of the Robert family. Darius Robert had prepared for this to some extent. Before we arrived, he managed to evacuate a significant portion of his forces. Roseline, the leader of the Black Market, pointed to the casualty reports and continued. The Purple Lightning Squadron, White Frost Division, and Ghost Demon Division fled to the sea first. The rest bought time while the weaker units escaped. She chuckled, calling them ruthless survivors. How significant are these forces? King Lekros raised his hand. They account for roughly half of the Robert family's total strength. Roseline sighed, emphasizing their formidable power. What about the pursuit? Glenn narrowed his eyes, looking over a map of the continent. They vanished without using dimensional gates. It seems they utilized divine power to disappear. Roseline shook her head, expressing the difficulty of tracking them. Still, the good news is. She pointed to the mark that indicated the Robert family's estate. Now crossed out with an X, we managed to prevent the remaining forces from joining Darius. Yes, we must focus on what we gained rather than what we lost. Chamber agreed with Roseline, nodding. The amount of resources Darius had amassed to prepare for war is astonishing. They'll be invaluable in future battles. She listed off food, weapons, equipment, and elixirs, saying they had acquired enough supplies to be a substantial boon. Our agents are scouring the continent, so there's no need to worry too much. Roseline patted her chest, asking for patience before sitting down after delivering additional information. For now, let's conclude the first session here. Chamber clapped her hands, signaling the neutral faction's leaders to leave the room. Remaining were the five kings and Roseline. It seems the 6 kings and 5 demons title keep changing lately, but for now we can settle on 5 kings and 5 demons. Chamber chewed her lip in frustration. It's all because of Darius Robert. Agram clenched his trembling fists, still seething. Why did he do it? Larian tilted his head, wondering aloud about Darius's motivations. At this point, the reason doesn't matter. King Lekros shook his head, asserting that Darius was simply an enemy to be eliminated. There's one matter we must address before moving on. Chamber raised her hand, creating a mana barrier to ensure their conversation remained private. What is it? It's the connection between Rayon Sieghart and Darius Robert. Her sharp gaze turned to Glenn. Surely, you're the most curious of all, aren't you? Glenn silently stared at Chamber, as if urging her to continue. Looking back now, the conversation between Rayon and Darius was extremely strange. Chamber tapped the round table with her palm. It felt like it made sense but didn't at the same time. It was as if something didn't quite fit. She shook her head, recalling their interaction. I thought the same. King Lekros nodded briefly. It felt as though there was a hidden story between the Light Wind Division leader and Darius, as if they were facing an irreconcilable enemy. The intensity of the anger couldn't be faked. He swallowed hard, as if reliving that chilling fury. It was terrifying, Larian muttered, fiddling with his sleeve while gazing at his feet. And it's even more intriguing because the conversation was so incomprehensible, he added, his cheeks flushed with rare interest. Rayon first met Darius during the 6 Kings meeting, right? Chamber turned to Roseline, the Black Market leader, for confirmation. That's correct, Roseline nodded calmly. Their paths first crossed during the meeting, however. She glanced at the map of the continent, her lips tightening briefly. Since Darius concealed his identity with a helmet, it's possible they met somewhere else before that. Roseline tilted her gaze thoughtfully, suggesting their meeting during the 6 Kings conference might not have been their first. In a way, it's only natural we can't understand their conversation. Chamber waved her thin fingers like a wand. Why wouldn't we understand? Agram narrowed his eyes at Chamber. Because we're missing information, she explained, shaking her head. No human in their early 20s has ever reached Rayon's level in history. Chamber raised her eyebrows, stating that even combing through the annals of the continent wouldn't yield a similar case. That's true. Reaching Grandmaster at that age alone is astonishing, but being at the pinnacle of Grandmaster power is another story entirely. However, King Lekros trailed off, his gaze uneasy. The most remarkable thing is his combat ability. The Light Wind Division leader defeated Masters as an expert and Grandmasters as a master. That's something even the word talent fails to capture. He rubbed his wrist as if still feeling the shock of Rayon's battle sense. Could it be due to a lack of information? Larian interjected hesitantly. Exactly, Chamber snapped her fingers, nodding. We don't know the secrets Rayon and Darius share, which makes their conversation incomprehensible. She placed her witch's hat firmly on her head. And it's not just Darius. Even Archangel Uriel was thrown off by Rayon, calling his power vile. Chamber popped a new lollipop into her mouth as she recalled Uriel's distorted expression. Rayon has many secrets story with Darius, the power that pierced Uriel's divine energy, and his absurd growth. Glenn remained silent, his arms crossed. Of course, I'm not saying Rayon is betraying us or harboring ulterior motives. Chamber raised both hands as Glenn's sharp gaze fell on her. If not for Rayon, Darius's identity wouldn't have been exposed, and you two wouldn't even be here. She gestured toward Glenn and Ogram in turn. I'm just saying that at least you, Lord Glenn, should understand what's going on with him. I agree, King Lekros nodded, siding with Chamber. Even if it's not necessary for the rest of us, the Patriarch should know the Light Wind Division leader's story. I'm curious, too, Larian mumbled, stealing glances at Glenn. Glenn lowered his gaze, feeling the weight of the Five Kings' collective attention. I was shaken myself. Of course they find it strange. As Chamber said, the dialogue between Rayon and Darius felt steeped in a deep, unresolved connection. It had always seemed off. The same was true with Uriel. The Archangel had labeled Rayon's power as something unnatural, even unclean, implying it wasn't human. Could it be that? For some time, Glenn had sensed something peculiar about Rayon, a unique aura that felt both warm and cold, serene and ferocious. He had dismissed it as his imagination, but in hindsight, it seemed likely that Rayon truly possessed something extraordinary. While Glenn didn't believe Rayon would betray Sieghart or commit treachery, he couldn't deny the urge to uncover his relationship with Darius and the nature of his power. However, Glenn couldn't decide if he had the right to pry. Whenever he looked at Rayon, his thoughts grew tangled. As he was about to delay the matter, Ogram slammed his fist on the table. I don't care. Ogram raised his chin from the now quaking table. What do you mean you don't care? Chamber tilted her head. Ogram exhaled sharply through his nose, sincerity evident in his tone. I owe my life to him. Without Rayon, I'd still be drained by that leech and dying a slow death. He clapped his hands forcefully, his reasoning absolute. Glenn swallowed hard as he watched Ogram. For Glenn, there was one more path forward. It felt as though his long-standing doubts were finally being erased. So you're not doubting Rayon then? Chamber frowned in exasperation. No, I'm saying that Rayon might have valuable information about the angels or Darius. He struck the table with his palm for emphasis. Agreed. King Lekros smiled faintly, nodding. The decision rests with you, Lord Glenn. It does. Glenn met the gaze of everyone present, his eyes blazing. I've made my decision. Rayon stood by the seashore and swung his heavenly drive sword. Whoosh! With a light slash, the beach and ocean split apart, sending blue spray into the air. His speed and power had both increased to the point where basic techniques now carried the force of advanced martial arts. Has it changed this much? Rayon chuckled softly, shaking his head. Typically, the effects of stat increases diminished as the numbers grew, but a sudden jump of 70 points made the difference dramatic. Shall I continue? He practiced techniques from the Snowflower swordsmanship, Light Wind style, 10,000 Flames cultivation, and his personal Rayon Sieghart style swordsmanship, ending with the Azure Sky sword before sheathing his weapon. It's like I'm using someone else's body. While his skill itself hadn't advanced significantly, his physical growth had pushed the power of his swordsmanship to a new level. It felt as though his strength tier had risen by at least one grade. Of course. Wrath burst upward, shouting at the top of his lungs. You've stolen over 120 points from me recently. It would be stranger if nothing changed. Wrath ground his teeth, cursing Rayon for being a wicked human. I didn't take them because I wanted to. Rayon shrugged, sheathing the heavenly drive sword. What was I supposed to do? Refuse the system. You'll never have a peaceful death. You'll end up living with those detestable angels in their realm forever. That's a curse, isn't it? Rayon, who might have once mistaken such words for a blessing, now saw them differently after meeting Uriel. Wrath comparing him to angels was, without a doubt, a terrible insult. It's the worst curse of all. Wrath snorted, telling him never to return if he went to the celestial realm. Might as well check my status while I'm at it. Rayon ignored Wrath's tantrum and called up his status window. Status window. Name Rayon Sieghart. Title Changer of Fate. Condition none. Traits Wrath, Sloth, Envy, Gluttony, Ring of Fire 8 stars, Water Resistance 9 stars, Fire Resistance 9 stars, Perception of the Snowfloor 10 stars, 10,000 Flames Cultivation 8 stars, Glacier 8 stars, Bleeding Curse 5 stars, Ambush 12 stars, Indomitable Will 9 stars, Demonic Adaptation 6 stars, Focus 10 stars, Poison Resistance 5 stars, Eye of Wrath 6 stars, Spiral Force 6 stars, Water Affinity 5 stars, Fire Affinity 4 stars. Snowflower's Veil 4 stars, Holy Power Born from Darkness 7 stars, Mental Resistance 4 stars, Snowflower's Armor 6 stars, Snowflower's Absorption 2 stars, Snowflower's Lance 2 stars, Wrath's Liberation 1 star, Flame that Defies Death 4 stars, Blade that Cuts Through Death 5 stars, Divine Resistance 1 star. Strength 916. Agility 910. Stamina 901. Energy 924. Perception 946. Wrath 180. Sloth 100. Envy 100. Gluttony 50. The sheer volume of information made Rayon's jaw drop. His status window had grown so much it nearly obscured his entire vision. What is this? Why is it so massive? Wrath trembled with disbelief. his lips quivering as he stared at the vast information, though he couldn't directly see the status window itself. You know, you're justified in being angry. Rayon himself was stunned by the sheer number of traits, more than 30, each one exceptional in ability. It was so absurdly overpowered that even he found it hard to believe. The grades have improved significantly, too. Most of the traits had high grades, but he realized he needed to pay attention to those he didn't use often. Next, Rayon shifted his focus from traits to his stats. Was this even real? All his basic stats had exceeded 900. The consecutive massive rewards he'd received had resulted in these seemingly impossible numbers. No wonder my body feels not just light, but uncontrollably fast. Rayon shook his head as he looked again at his stats, all above 900. He'd need rigorous training to adapt to this state. Let me ask just one thing. Wrath raised a trembling finger, his jaw quivering. What are your stats now? All of them are over 900. 900 and in 900. Wrath clutched his throat, staggering backward. Already at 900, everything's ruined. There will be nothing left of me but dust and brittle bones. He flailed in despair, squawking as he collapsed onto the sand. Wrath, what's the level of my physical abilities now? Rayon clenched and opened his fist, turning his attention to Wrath. Your physical abilities alone have already reached the threshold of transcendence. Wrath snarled, grinding his teeth. Your martial skill is far from complete, but your body and senses are at the entrance to transcendence. Well, it did feel too easy against the Ghost King. Rayon reflected. He had sensed the Ghost King's location before the man moved and struck first without fail. It seemed his physical abilities had completely overwhelmed the assassin. I truly only have transcendence left to achieve. It wouldn't be easy, of course. Even though Wrath's power had helped him block Darius, Rayon's actual martial skill was only at the peak of Grandmaster level. How long it would take to step into transcendence was anyone's guess. I'll achieve it even if I have to die trying. To kill Darius, Rayon was ready to overcome any hardship, even if it meant grinding his bones and coughing up blood. He would reach transcendence as fast as possible, but his eyes narrowed as he examined the increased values of the Demon King's emotional traits. Why did these numbers rise? It made sense for Wrath to increase since he actively wielded it, but the rises in sloth, envy, and gluttony were puzzling. What kind of question is that? Of course, they rose because you used the Demon King's authority. Wrath muttered, shaking his head as if Rayon were a fool, but I'm not influenced by those powers. He wasn't lazy, envious, or a habitual glutton unless it was to appease Wrath's mood. The increase in those traits baffled him further. Exactly, that's what's so strange. Wrath leaned in, his face turning an angry shade of blue. You don't seem human at all. Why are you immune to their influence? Rayon looked at the Demon King's emotional traits again, his hand brushing over the left side of his chest where his heart was. Is it because of the Ring of Fire? Just as it had initially blocked Wrath's rage, the Ring of Fire, his very foundation, seemed to prevent him from succumbing to the Demon King's emotions. The more I think about it, the stranger it seems. Rayon narrowed his eyes, sensing the currents of the ring flowing around his heart. What exactly is this power? After completing his evening training, Rayon returned to his quarters. Sniff, sniff. Wrath rubbed his red nose, sniffling. It's so cold. My bones are freezing. He muttered about losing so much energy to Rayon that even his fat reserves had melted away. I'm shivering. I need a blanket. Cold. Rayon couldn't believe what he was hearing. A Demon King who wielded frost complaining about the cold. So what is it you want? Pizza and ice cream. Wrath leaped as if he had been waiting for the question. I want shrimp pizza, butter grilled lobster, steamed clams and abalone wine, braised fish and ice cream. Wrath listed off every coastal delicacy he could think of, licking his lips dramatically. Pizza, grilled dishes, steamed seafood, and ice cream. Rayon let out a hollow laugh as he stared at Wrath. Aren't you cold? When it's cold, you're supposed to eat cold things to fight the chill. Don't you humans know that? Wrath frowned, scoffing at Rayon for his ignorance. Are you sure you're a Demon King? Stop babbling and hurry. The restaurants will close soon. Fine. Shaking his head, Rayon stood up to satisfy Wrath's demands. As he left his quarters, he noticed Glenn standing at the entrance. Has the meeting concluded? Rayon bowed cautiously. For today, yes. Glenn's reply was short, though he mentioned there were still unresolved matters. Do you have time? Glenn's cold eyes suggested he had something important to say. No, there's no time. We need food. Yes, Rayon pushed Wrath aside and nodded. Then let's walk for a bit. Glenn turned and began heading toward the beach. Understood. Rayon followed, a sinking feeling settling in his chest. At the edge of the beach where Rayon had recently trained, Glenn stopped. Rayon. He called Rayon's name without turning. Yes, Patriarch. Rayon swallowed nervously, sensing the weight in Glenn's voice. During today's Five Kings meeting, we discussed you. Glenn gazed at the night sky as he continued. First, we talked about the unresolved enmity between you and Darius. Second, we discussed the extraordinary power that even astonished Uriel. He recounted the meeting's topics, repeating what the other kings had raised. I see. Rayon lowered his gaze, biting his lip. It's finally here. He had anticipated this. It was only natural for others to question his actions during the confrontation with Darius, so that's why his gaze was unsettled. The way Glenn's eyes had wavered earlier now made sense. But the problem is, no excuse could perfectly cover everything. The Five Kings were no fools. Even so, I have no regrets. Even if he could go back, Rayon would still mock Darius. Watching the man unravel had been too satisfying to resist. I've been curious too. Wrath raised his hand high. I waited before, but when will you finally explain it? He shook his head impatiently, demanding answers. Right, I have to address that too. Uriel's outburst about Rayon's vile power stemmed from Wrath's authority. Explaining all of it was no easy task. Patriarch, actually. Wait, I will speak first. Before Rayon could begin, Glenn raised his hand. You saved my friend, saved my life, and revealed Darius's true identity. Glenn slowly turned to face him, but more importantly, his gaze was calm, no longer turbulent, as if he had made a firm decision. I accepted you as a direct descendant. What do you mean? If I can't trust the grandson I accepted with my own hands, what can I trust? A faint smile appeared on Glenn's lips as he nodded. When you're ready, tell me. I'll wait until then. His crimson eyes, once cold and detached, now shone with a warmth as gentle as sunlight. I believe in you, Rayon. Glenn smiled more deeply as he observed Rayon's startled, wavering eyes. This is my answer. He had deliberated endlessly. Should he call Rayon and ask directly, or mobilize the black market and the shadow agents to secretly investigate him? Even beyond those considerations, Glenn had agonized over whether he even had the right to ask about Rayon's circumstances. After the destruction of the Robert family, thoughts swirled endlessly in his mind, making it hard to even look Rayon in the eye. It was a simple fool who gave me clarity. When he found himself unable to make a decision about Rayon, Agram's words snapped him out of his turmoil. Agram's declaration that he would trust Rayon to the end because the boy had saved his life cleared the fog in Glenn's mind. But I'm not the same as that fool. Trusting the grandson he had personally accepted into the family didn't mean blind faith, as Agram had expressed. It was because Glenn had watched Rayon from the moment of his birth to the present, knowing the boy better than anyone. Sylvia might think she brought Rayon to the annex after 100 days, but Glenn had been watching him since he was nicknamed Sunshine. Rayon's first cry, first steps, first laughter, first training, first sparring, first mission, and finally becoming a formal swordsman, Glenn had been there for all of it. Rayon's true talent isn't in martial arts. Though Rayon was strong and resolute, he was also incredibly compassionate toward the weak. The saying strong against the strong, weak toward the weak fit him perfectly. Through Rayon's achievements, the Sieghart family's formerly ruthless reputation was now coupled with honor and chivalry. It was even rumored to be the most righteous family on the continent. If I can't trust him, I can't trust anyone. This wasn't about evasion or retreat, it was a fundamental act of faith in Rayon, the grandson Glenn had watched over his entire life. Rayon paused as he observed Glenn, who now wore a relaxed smile unlike any Rayon had seen before. I don't think I've ever seen the patriarch smile like this. Though Rayon had witnessed Glenn smile a few times, they had always been heavy, dry, or sarcastic. This warm and peaceful smile was entirely new. He truly intends to believe in me. Rayon understood that Glenn wasn't speaking as the patriarch of Sieghart, but as a grandfather who trusted his grandson. Rayon bit his lip. What is this feeling? His chest felt warm and ticklish, like snuggling under a blanket still warm from the sun. A pleasant drowsiness spread through his entire body. Everyone has secrets they can't reveal or worries about speaking openly, Glenn said softly, watching Rayon swallow nervously. I'm no exception. Memories of his past pursuing war and power, guilt over Rayon and Sylvia, and his distorted affection for the family crowded Glenn's mind. Rayon, when the time comes when you can speak freely, when you can reveal everything. Glenn placed a hand on Rayon's shoulder, showing an unguarded, genuine smile. Come to me. I'll share my secrets with you as well. Rayon felt a pang of frustration not with Glenn but with himself. Even if the patriarch believes in me, I can't explain everything. He couldn't reveal that he had been raised and killed by Darius, or that he harbored the demon king Wrath. Such truths would only distance him further from Glenn's trust. The thought of Sylvia rejecting him, the Annex family turning away, or losing his comrades in the Light Wind Division left him speechless. The very life he had built as Rayon Sieghart could crumble. Yet Glenn's warm smile made Rayon's heart ache even more, just a little. Wrath lowered his gaze, unusually calm. Tell him just a little about me. Wrath nodded as if sharing Rayon's thoughts, saying it felt like the right moment. All right. Rayon nodded back to Wrath, lifting his head. You're right, patriarch. He took a step closer to Glenn and moistened his lips. I can't say how or when it happened, but Darius Robert and I share a grudge that makes it impossible for us to coexist under the same sky. Understood. Glenn nodded calmly, not pressing him further. And it's true that I possess another power beyond 10,000 flames cultivation. Rayon glanced at Wrath, who floated silently nearby, and exhaled. It may feel malicious or malevolent, but it isn't. It's simple yet loyal, a bit gluttonous but deeply caring. It's the power of my friend. Rayon smiled genuinely as he spoke the word friend. TL note, a friend is the perfect term. Why would I be your friend? Wrath's face flushed red as he shook his head vehemently. I don't have friends. I only take subordinates. Though Wrath turned away, his trembling shoulders betrayed his embarrassment rather than anger. My friend also told me something. The angels use divine power as naturally as humans breathe. When Uriel wrapped himself in golden light, ignoring magic and aura, that was a technique called spirit manifestation. Rayon shared the information about the angels that Wrath had provided. Glenn nodded, his back to the sea. For a while now I've felt a mysterious aura from you. As you said, it's both serene and cold, yet warm and steady. If your friend is the source, I hope to meet them someday. He smiled faintly, suggesting he would wait patiently to be introduced to Wrath. Yes, I'll be sure to introduce him. Rayon bowed, making the promise. Very well. Glenn finished his words and turned to leave the beach. Let's return. He gently patted Rayon's shoulder and walked back toward the quarters, looking utterly at peace. Rayon bowed deeply toward Glenn's retreating figure. Grandfather, TL note, ooh. We may need an ambulance for our grandfather here. He called out softly, his voice trembling slightly. Glenn halted as if struck by a blade. Gee, grandfather. Rayon hurriedly ran after him, repeating the word. Enough. If I hear that again, I'll die on the spot. Glenn waved his hand sharply, as if to cut the air, and turned away, covering his twitching lips with his hand. Rayon blinked, watching Glenn's faltering steps. Did I say something wrong? Glenn's reaction baffled him. He couldn't understand what had gone awry. I'll take my leave now. Another meeting will start soon. Glenn hastily departed, leaving no room for further discussion. What just happened? Rayon Sieghart. Wrath, still facing away, wagged his tail slightly. I too will wait, no matter what. Weren't you the one demanding I tell everything? Rayon laughed softly at Wrath. You were the one who said you couldn't hold back anymore, and now. No, I am the most patient being in the whole devildom. I can endure longer than that old Nadine fool. Wrath raised his tiny fist, declaring that any premature revelation would mean death. Now hurry up and eat. All right. Rayon chuckled, heading toward the restaurant Wrath had mentioned. Since I'm in a good mood, I'll tell you something important about Uriel. But only after we eat. Start with shrimp pizza. Wrath snorted, insisting food came first. What a hassle. Rayon shook his head with a smile as he entered the restaurant. Splash over the sea where Rayon and Glenn had stood, Rimmer, Shirl, and Roan emerged from hiding. The patriarch called Rayon his grandson, and Rayon called him grandfather. Rimmer sniffled, wiping his lips. I could die happy now, even if I stopped breathing right this second. Tears streamed down his face, his sincerity unmistakable. It took long enough. Shirl sighed deeply, brushing her hands off. Something most people do right after they're born took over 20 years, honestly. Though she complained, lightly tapping her shoulder with her fist, her expression was brighter than ever. It's been a while since I've felt this happy, Roan said, chuckling as he nodded. Of course, the patriarch seems even happier than I am. He clasped his hands, glancing toward where Glenn had disappeared. Still, it's a little disappointing, Roan said, his expression calm but revealing a trace of regret. It's no longer just a dream, though, he added with a warm smile, nodding again. I trust Rayon too, but I am a little curious, Shirl admitted, twisting her lips thoughtfully. We'll hear the truth one day, Roan said as he stepped out of the water, shaking off the moisture. Let's head back. The meeting will resume soon. True, Shirl agreed. I lost track of time watching something so heartwarming, Rimmer added, nodding as he stepped onto the shore. Rimmer brushed away seaweed clinging to his forehead, shaking his head. What's disappointing? It would have been even better if the patriarch hadn't said, the grandson I accepted, and just called him his grandson outright, he explained, twirling his finger. Everyone knows how much the patriarch has cared for Rayon from the start. This was a perfect chance to make it official. Rimmer framed his fingers like a director envisioning a scene. You're not disappointed because we didn't hear Rayon's secrets. Shirl narrowed her eyes, finding this unexpected. Secrets don't matter to me. Rimmer shook his head firmly. I trust Rayon as a person. That boy will become the king of Sieghart. With that declaration, the three brushed the water from their clothes and made their way to the meeting hall. Glenn was already seated alone in the hall, hiding his flushed face with his hands. Patriarch, you're early, Rimmer said, approaching with a knowing grin. Did you enjoy yourselves? Glenn's narrowed eyes betrayed his awareness. Of course, you already knew. Rimmer wasn't fazed, giving Glenn a thumbs up. It was thoroughly enjoyable. It was good for me too, though it was a bit overdue, Shirl added, clicking her tongue slightly. Haha. Roan chuckled softly, his calm demeanor unchanged. Patriarch, you're so shy. If you faint every time someone calls you grandfather, people might start calling you pathetic. Rimmer, you reek of fish, go clean yourself. Glenn furrowed his brows, cutting him off. What, just me? Yes, just you, but everyone went into the sea, why only me? Because you're the only one who smells like fish. That's unfair, you always single me out. Silence, get out. Glenn kicked Rimmer out of the meeting hall, leaving him grumbling as he exited. Idiot. Shirl and Roan kept their mouths shut, avoiding Glenn's ire. As Glenn resumed his seat, the other leaders of the Five Kings and the neutral factions returned, having finished their meals. Let's continue the meeting and aim to conclude by tonight, Chambers said, muttering about how lack of sleep could ruin her skin while sucking on a lollipop. About the remaining topics, Rosaline began, standing to speak, but Glenn raised his hand. Before we move on, I'll speak first. Glenn leaned forward, recounting the information he had learned from Rayon. So you squeezed it in during the break. Impatient, aren't you? Chambers snorted, flicking her hand dismissively. And about Rayon's power and connection to Darius, I didn't ask. Glenn shook his head with a serene expression. Why not? Because I trust my grandson. He repeated the same words he had spoken to Rayon, sitting straighter with unwavering confidence. But still, if any problems arise because of him, I will stake my life to take responsibility. Glenn's resolute smile showed no hesitation. That should suffice, no. Rayon let out a weary sigh as he looked at the table overflowing with empty plates. Are you satisfied now? Ahem. Wrath tried to suppress his satisfied grin, wagging his tail lightly. The seafood is fresh, as expected from a coastal area. Not bad at all. Unlike his usual ravenous self, Wrath calmly murmured his approval. Wow. He ate all of that by himself. His stomach might be stronger than his swordsmanship. Is there anything about him that isn't amazing? People who recognized Rayon marveled at his eating ability, their voices tinged with awe. Now tell me about Uriel. Rayon grabbed Wrath's tail and pulled him onto the table. He wanted at least one more piece of information for Glenn's sake, despite everything else on his mind. You still have ice cream left. Wrath shook his head, refusing to speak until dessert was finished. This is exhausting. Rayon sighed and opened the box of mint chocolate chip ice cream he had bought earlier. A cool mist rose, carrying the refreshing scent of mint. Ah. Wrath licked his lips in anticipation, already knowing how delicious it would be. Rayon scooped a spoonful of ice cream into his mouth, savoring the cool, sweet, and sharp flavor that coated his tongue. This is it. Wrath clenched his tiny fists in triumph. This taste makes all your scolding worthwhile. His shoulders trembled with joy as if he'd reached the peak of satisfaction. Now finally spill. Rayon gestured toward Wrath, who was basking in bliss. HMPH, fine. A promise is a promise. Wrath nodded, jumping onto the table. Did you notice the fire horns at Uriel's waist? I couldn't forget them. They were so bizarre, it's hard to imagine they belonged to an angel. Uriel's waist had been adorned with 3 horn-shaped trumpets, their grotesque design entirely unangelic. Those trumpets are called the trumpets of Apocalypse. Wrath's blue eyes narrowed ominously. They are the horns the archangels use when they destroy a world. Thwack. The box of ice cream spheres that had been on Rayon's knee tumbled to the floor. Ack, there are still 3 left. What are you doing? Wrath flailed his tiny hands, desperately reaching for the fallen box. What did you just say? I said there are 3 left. Why would you do this? Not that, the trumpet. I told you it's the trumpet of Apocalypse. Wrath frowned, confused at Rayon's insistence, as if Rayon hadn't heard him the first time. Now hurry up and pick up the ice cream. After 3 seconds, dust will stick to it. Wait. Rayon swallowed hard, looking at Wrath's reddened face. You just casually mentioned a trumpet that can bring about the end of the world, and yet you're more worried about ice cream. Even if Wrath had the disposition of a glutton, he usually knew how to separate business from pleasure. His casual attitude about an apocalyptic trumpet while focusing on ice cream felt surreal. Fool, do you think just blowing a trumpet can immediately cause the end of the world? Wrath snorted, tilting his head upward. What do you mean by that? First, pick up the ice cream. Fine. Rayon frowned but picked up the box and placed it back on his knee. It's already been 3 seconds, though. Dust can be brushed off. The 3-second rule is flexible. Wrath muttered some nonsensical rule, letting out a relieved sigh. Do you really think blowing a single trumpet will bring about the end of the world? It's not that simple. Then what is the trumpet for? As you saw, it's not just one trumpet. Wrath gestured lightly at his head as if to jog Rayon's memory. 3 of them. Rayon recalled Uriel's waist, where 3 fiery trumpets had hung. No, 7. Wrath shook his head slowly. 7 archangels, each with a trumpet. All 7 must blow their trumpets in turn to summon the apocalypse. Wrath covered his eyes with his round hands as if shielding them from the darkness of the imagined scenario, and it's not as simple as just blowing into them. They must break the seals first. Seals. The trumpets called the trumpets of Apocalypse are locked by divine seals. The archangels must also perform the prayer of resolve. Wrath explained that the prayer of resolve wasn't an ordinary prayer but something far more significant. And even before that, it's nearly impossible to gather all the archangels in one place and have them blow the trumpets together. Like us demon kings, they each have wildly different personalities. Wrath smirked as if saying the unlikelihood of such an event was obvious. Then one more thing. Rayon raised a finger. If a trumpet with its seal broken is blown, what happens? Each trumpet brings about a different phenomenon. For example, the first trumpet summons flaming hailstones the size of small meteors. Flaming hailstones. Rayon couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh at the absurdity. Isn't that already apocalyptic? If the first trumpet brought hailstones of that size, he couldn't begin to imagine what the others might do. The second trumpet causes underwater volcanoes to erupt, drying up the seas and annihilating marine life. Wrath explained the trumpet's effects as if he had witnessed them firsthand. And the last one, when the seventh trumpet is blown, a dragon descends. A dragon? You mean like the mythical creature? No, not some lizard. A true dragon. Wrath's tone grew heavy, his voice sinking into seriousness. Has such a dragon ever appeared in this world? It has, then, that's all I can tell you. Wrath shook his head, not out of unwillingness, but as if there was simply nothing more to say. Rayon clicked his tongue as he studied Wrath's somber expression. For the usually talkative Wrath to fall silent, it seemed there really was nothing else to add. A dragon, huh? The thought sent a chill down Rayon's spine. What kind of being could provoke such a reaction from Wrath? But then Rayon gently stroked the ice cream box as he lifted his gaze. Uriel had 3 trumpets. How do you explain that? Wrath had said each archangel was supposed to have 1 trumpet, yet Uriel had 3. I don't know either, Wrath admitted, shaking his head. They could be fakes, or perhaps he took them from other archangels. Wrath's half-lowered eyes showed that he too found it suspicious. Crunch. Rayon clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. Darius, Robert, what are you scheming now? There was no way the archangel appeared without reason, nor would Uriel possess 3 trumpets without a purpose. Even if it wasn't the end of the world, they were clearly planning something. Wrath, what now? Wrath barely looked up, his eyes still fixed on the ice cream. Demon kings hate angels, don't they? Of course. It's like oil and water born to destroy one another. But Wrath glanced at Rayon, narrowing his eyes slightly. Some of us can suppress that instinct if it serves our desires. Wrath wrinkled his nose, calling the relationship complicated. Such a mess. Rayon sighed, shaking his head. The story had grown too large for him to fully process. But why is the number 7 so significant? 7 demon kings, 7 archangels, and 7 trumpets of apocalypse. It felt like the number held some hidden meaning. As I said, it's not worth worrying about yet. Wrath flicked his hand dismissively. Uriel hasn't broken the seals or performed the prayer of resolve. There's nothing to fear. Wrath smugly tilted his chin, as if to say he had deliberately withheld unnecessary worries. Now let's finish the ice cream first. Rayon shut the lid of the ice cream box and stood up. Where are you going? To report this. Ignoring Wrath's protests, Rayon rushed to the meeting hall. This is why I wanted to eat and then talk. This concludes all the agenda items we prepared, said Rosaline, the black market leader, tidying up her documents with a faint smile. My shoulders are stiff, Agram grumbled, rolling his shoulders with a sigh. I'd rather fight than sit through another meeting like this. And me too. Larian collapsed onto the round table, sticking out his tongue. I'm not coming out of my house for 6 months. You'll be working with me next month, so get ready, Chamber snapped, furrowing her brows. Please have mercy. Larian hunched his shoulders, lowering his gaze. At least the meeting ended on a positive note, King Lekros said, setting his papers down with a smile. It's unfortunate we couldn't capture Darius, but everything else went according to plan. Exactly, Glenn agreed with a nod. Now let's wrap up. Chamber raised her hand with a grin. Late nights ruin your skin. Boom, the door to the meeting hall swung open violently, as if it might break, and Rayon rushed inside. Why, young master, is that you, Rimmer? Why would you break the door? Roan blinked, dumbfounded, while Shirl let out a disbelieving laugh. My apologies for the sudden entrance. Rayon? Glenn narrowed his eyes at Rayon, who was panting heavily. What is it? Glenn asked, his sharp gaze assessing Rayon. There is something I have not yet reported, Rayon replied, straightening his posture before bowing to the 5 kings' leaders. Go ahead, Glenn said, tilting his head slightly, sensing that Rayon's words carried weight. Do you remember the trumpets hanging from Uriel's waist? Yes, there were 3 peculiar trumpets, Chamber said, recalling Uriel's appearance in vivid detail, her mage-like memory serving her well. Those fiery trumpets, Rayon began, then shared everything Wrath had told him about the trumpets of apocalypse. Trumpets of apocalypse. Such artifacts exist. That's not just an artifact, it transcends even that concept. No matter how much I trust the Light Wind Division leader, it's hard to believe something like that. Leaders of the neutral factions swallowed hard, struggling to accept Rayon's revelation. I've seen it. Larian raised his trembling hand. It was written in an ancient book of unknown origin. It said that when 7 winged beings blow their trumpets, the world will meet its end. She shivered, recalling the passage she had once dismissed as mere fantasy. So it's real? This is insane. Ending the world with a trumpet, is it the angels or the demons who are the real monsters? Fear gripped the assembly, their lips quivering as Larian's testimony lent weight to Rayon's account. Listen, this is. That cannot be easily accomplished, Glenn interrupted calmly, shaking his head before Rayon could explain further. This world operates under unseen rules and forces. To cause such an apocalypse simply by blowing trumpets would require fulfilling many conditions. Glenn, bound by causality himself, understood that even such catastrophic artifacts couldn't be used freely. That's true, Chamber agreed, nodding as she saw the gravity in Glenn's eyes. Triggering the apocalypse must involve countless prerequisites. She rubbed her fingers together thoughtfully. It would also take significant time and effort. and the fact that the book Larian mentioned still exists is proof that the trumpets were blown without destroying the world, Glenn added, his gaze settling on Larian. Yes, that's right. The book, though old, was clearly written in this world, Larian said, blinking rapidly as she affirmed Glenn's logic. Whether the trumpets of apocalypse exist or a demon king descends, our mission does not change, Glenn declared, placing his hand on the round table and raising his voice. Darius and the central force of the 5 demons will be immobilized for a time. Before they rise again, we must grow stronger both as individuals and as a collective force. He emphasized his point by locking eyes with each faction leader in turn. In the meantime, leave intelligence and reconnaissance to us, Rosaline said, placing her hand on her chest and urging the assembly to trust the black market. Watching the others firm their resolve, Rayon clenched his fists. I too must prepare for that place. After the meeting adjourned, the 5 kings returned to their respective domains. Rayon, though he had tasks to attend to, first stopped by the annex to reassure Sylvia and the maids. Rayon, young master. Sylvia and the maids rushed out to greet him, quickly encircling him. They say Darius Robert was a truly vile man. He's the one who brainwashed the children, isn't he? That bastard. Even calling him trash is too generous. The maids rarely expressed such strong emotions, but their fury was palpable, likely stemming from their care for the children Darius had manipulated. Rayon, I heard you exposed Darius' true identity. Sylvia frowned as she scrutinized Rayon's entire body for injuries. Why did you take on such a dangerous task? It was the only way, Rayon replied, scratching his neck with an awkward smile. In the past, such concern would have annoyed him, but now it warmed his heart. He felt he could listen to it endlessly. You, Julius, are you both unharmed? TL note, is it me or did the author just remember that he made a character Julius? It's been a while since he was last mentioned. Completely fine. We didn't do much, honestly, the 2 children said, bowing their heads. I'm glad everyone's safe. Sylvia sighed in relief, placing her hand over her heart. I've prepared a feast for tonight to celebrate your return. You can look forward to it. Her bright clap reflected her joyful mood. Just wait a little longer, Helen said with a warm smile, leading the other maids inside to prepare the meal. Wrath floated above, twisting in the air like a snake. A feast to welcome the Demon King. How delightful. The absurdly optimistic Wrath beamed as he basked in his delusions. I'll stop by the main house for a bit, Rayon said, bowing slightly toward Sylvia. The main house? Why? Sylvia asked. I have something to report to the patriarch. All right, but come back quickly. Sylvia waved him off, letting him leave with little concern. Wait, you're leaving. They're making a feast and you're just going to walk out. Wrath anxiously glanced at the smoking chimneys in the annex. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. Waving off Wrath's protests, Rayon made his way to the main house. Walking through the now familiar halls of the patriarch's residence, he stopped in front of the audience chamber. Rayon, Roan blinked, surprised to see him at the main house so soon after returning. I have something to discuss with the patriarch, Rayon said, bowing to Roan. He's receiving reports at the moment, but... Let him in, came Glenn's voice from inside the chamber, as if he had been listening all along. He says you may enter, Roan said with a soft chuckle, opening the door. Rayon took a deep breath and stepped into the chamber. As Roan had mentioned, Glenn was receiving a report with Chad standing below the platform. Apologies for disturbing you when you must be tired, Rayon said, bowing deeply as he stood at the chamber's center. It's fine, Glenn replied, waving a hand dismissively. His gaze, still warm from the previous night at the beach, put Rayon at ease. It was clear Glenn was willing to listen to whatever Rayon had to say. You granted me permission to enter the room of ego, correct? Rayon asked, lifting his head. Yes, Glenn confirmed. I'd like to use that permission now. Rayon bowed again, politely making his request. Given Glenn's demeanor and the supportive atmosphere, he felt confident his request would be granted. That is not possible. Glenn's firm refusal left Rayon dumbstruck. Excuse me, Rayon's jaw dropped, his mind scrambling to process the unexpected response. I did not refuse without reason, Glenn said, gazing down at Rayon and clicking his tongue lightly. There is already a guest in the room of ego. Did you say someone is already inside? Rayon blinked up at Glenn, his voice edged with confusion. That's correct. Glenn nodded, propping his chin on his fist. They entered the room of ego after hearing of Zieghart's return, Glenn said, shifting his gaze to Chad, muttering that the timing had coincided. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he glanced at the documents Chad held. Who could it be? From what Eris had told him, the room of ego wasn't open to just anyone. One had to achieve substantial merit to gain access, and with so many having distinguished themselves in the recent war, it was hard to predict who might have entered. It's unlikely to be one of the direct line. The room of ego could only be entered once in a lifetime, so most direct line knights waited until they were on the verge of mastering or transcending the Grandmaster stage to use it. Most of the direct line knights Rayon knew had already utilized their chance to enter, making the occupant even harder to guess. Do you know who has entered? Rayon asked again, bowing slightly as he addressed Glenn. It's Karun, the Central Martial Palace Master. Glenn's answer came swiftly, as if the question required no thought. Karun, Rayan lowered his gaze and swallowed hard. He hasn't entered before. Rayan had always assumed Karun had already made use of the room, so the revelation caught him completely off guard. Karun has always been stubborn and proud, even about the most inexplicable things, Glenn said, his eyes taking on a faintly wistful gleam as he recalled Karun's past. He was so stubborn that he refused to listen, no matter how much those around him tried to persuade him otherwise. Glenn's gaze softened as he looked at Rayan, a small, knowing smile curling his lips. That stubbornness proved disastrous when it came to power and politics, but it seems it served him well in the martial arts. Glenn straightened slightly, speaking with quiet certainty. He said he had grasped a definite clue. When he leaves that room, he will likely have ascended to transcendence. Transcendence. Rayan felt his chest tighten at the thought of Karun, of all people, achieving such heights. Karun has indeed done unforgivable things, Glenn said, his voice dropping into a cold, judgmental tone. However, he has spent a year atoning and risked his life to save the family. That is why I decided to reinstate him. What do you think of this decision? Glenn's gaze lowered, seeking Rayan's honest thoughts. I will follow your will, Patriarch, Rayan replied, bowing slowly. Consider this repayment of his debt. Sylvia had said Karun's intervention had saved the maids and children. Without openly expressing gratitude, Rayan resolved not to object to Karun's reinstatement. The room of ego is unrelated to all of this. It is a privilege granted to him, so don't dwell on it. Understood. Rayan nodded firmly, his voice steady. Then after a month, once Karun has finished, may I enter? That will not be possible either. Glenn slowly shook his head, his tone calm but definitive. What? Why not? Rayan's eyes widened, caught off guard again. The time one can spend in the room of ego is limited to a month, but after each use, the room requires a period of rest, Glenn explained, his brows furrowing slightly. If Karun reaches transcendence as expected, the room will likely need at least half a year to recuperate. Depending on the strain, it might even require until next year. Wrath settled onto Rayan's shoulder, lazily waving a hand. It makes sense. If the room forces you into a state of complete selflessness, it needs time to recover. If it were overused, it would break down completely. You're not worried about the room. You're worried about the food inside it. Rayan couldn't help but scowl at Wrath's true concern, being deprived of food for an extended time. Rayan frowned, recalling Karun's frigid demeanor. He's such a useless man. Why had Karun chosen now, of all times, to enter, effectively barring Rayan's access? A deep sigh escaped him, heavy with frustration. Regardless of the rest period, Glenn leaned forward, resting his chin on his knuckles. I wouldn't recommend you entering the room of ego in your current state. His voice carried a calm sincerity that surprised Rayan. You've encouraged me to enter before, Rayan countered, his brows furrowing slightly. That was when you were a different person. Glenn gestured with his fingers, drawing a small imaginary wall. You know, the best time to enter is when you face an insurmountable wall. He expanded the wall slightly, his expression growing serious. Right now you are indeed facing a wall, but it is the limit of the Grandmaster stage and not the wall of transcendence. Glenn explained that Rayan had yet to reach the threshold of transcendence, suggesting he wait to maximize the room's benefit. If you enter now, you'll perfect the Grandmaster stage. But if you wait until after you've fully reached its peak, you'll likely attain transcendence within the room. Glenn smiled gently, his calm expression urging patience. Of course, you'll need to first grasp the clue that leads to transcendence. What exactly is this clue? Rayan asked, clasping his hands. Glenn had mentioned the term earlier when discussing Karun's entry into the room, the clue to what kind of transcendent you wish to become. Glenn's eyes gleamed with the intensity of a storm, his voice steady and firm. To ascend, you must select the concept that best suits you from all the foundations you've built as a Grandmaster. His tone turned heavier as he added, when the time comes, you'll know. I see. Rayan bit his lip, realizing he had never considered such an approach. So I've been too hasty. He had assumed that merely entering the room would grant transcendence. It seemed he was still far from ready. Glenn settled back into his seat, placing his hand on the throne's armrest. Don't rush yourself, he advised. As I said at the meeting, the leaders of the 5 demons are immobilized for now. We have time to grow stronger. And he smiled confidently, lifting his chin slightly. I am here. Rayan felt those words crash into him like a bolt of lightning, etching themselves deeply into his mind. I will shield you and the others as you grow stronger. So don't worry. Placing his hand on Heavenly Tremor, Glenn declared that the Sieghart family would not fall. Grow stronger, not alone, but alongside your comrades. He advised Rayan that future battles couldn't be fought solitary, would require collective strength. I understand. Hearing Glenn's reassurance calmed Rayan's urgency. He resolved to grow stronger at his own pace without cutting corners, but Glenn rubbed his chin thoughtfully, clicking his tongue lightly. Given your achievements thus far, I will personally oversee your training for the time being. He tapped Heavenly Tremor lightly, signaling his intent. Seriously, yes. Rayan bowed deeply. Glenn's guidance was nothing short of miraculous, yielding breakthroughs every time. It was a fortune comparable to entering the room of ego itself. The Demon King could also guide you, you know. Wrath suddenly interjected, wiggling his tiny hands. What? I could train you just as well as that old man. Rayon couldn't comprehend Wrath's sudden outburst and chose to ignore it. Consider it a small reward, Glenn said dismissively, waving a hand. Be at the training grounds by midnight tomorrow. Yes, Patriarch. Rayon bowed again before rising to leave. As Rayon moved to depart for the annex, Glenn's gaze lingered, carrying a faint hint of regret. Even Roan fidgeted slightly, his fingers twitching. If you haven't eaten yet. Rayon stepped forward again, swallowing dryly. Would you join us for dinner at the annex? He explained that Sylvia and the maids had prepared a feast, bowing politely. Why invite that old man? Let him eat his bread alone. Wrath growled, clearly displeased. He doesn't deserve the food. Don't worry, there's plenty left for you. Rayon soothed Wrath's grumbles, turning his attention back to Glenn. Glenn looked momentarily stunned by the invitation, his eyes widening. If I've been invited, I suppose I have no choice. Despite his words, Glenn practically leapt up from his throne. Of course you should accept. It would be rude not to, Roan added, chuckling softly. Patriarch, Chad stammered, dropping his documents in surprise. I'll hear the rest of your report tomorrow, Glenn said, brushing off Chad's concern. Together, Glenn and Rayon left the chamber. The distance between them seemed to shrink with each step. Sieghart's future lies with them, Chad mused, watching the two leave side by side. I made the right call aligning myself early. Grinning to himself, Chad headed off to the Shadow Agent's headquarters, his spirits high. Returning to the annex with Glenn, Rayon was greeted by the warm, savory aromas wafting from the kitchen. Dinner was ready, and the atmosphere was more welcoming than ever. Stew, pizza, and lamb chops, all of my favorites, Wrath exclaimed gleefully, recognizing the dishes by their aromas alone. He swayed in the air, practically dancing in excitement. Rayon glanced back at Glenn, who stood stiffly, his shoulders slightly raised as if he were unaccustomed to the casual atmosphere. Let's head to the dining hall. Rayon guided Glenn inside, where not only Sylvia and the maids were waiting, but also the ragged saint, Frederick, seated at the table. Father, Sylvia shot to her feet, startled by Glenn's unexpected appearance. Master Glenn. The maids also hurriedly knelt in deference, their faces flush with surprise. That's unnecessary, Glenn said, dismissing their formalities with a wave of his hand. I brought him over since dinner hadn't started yet, Rayon explained as he ushered Glenn to his seat at the head of the table. Then you've come at the perfect time, Sylvia said warmly, pulling out a chair for Glenn. You finally moved that heavy rear of yours, huh? Frederick smirked at Glenn from his seat. And why are you here? Glenn growled, narrowing his eyes at Frederick, who lounged in his chair. The saint was here to see Rayon, so I invited him for dinner, Sylvia interjected quickly, standing close to Frederick with a smile. Both men exchanged glances, letting out small, dry coughs as if attempting to mask their irritation. Well, we've prepared plenty of food. Please enjoy, Sylvia said, clapping her hands to signal the maids. The maids brought out steaming dishes, filling the air with a savory aroma. The smell is divine. Wrath's tiny nose twitched as he floated closer to the table, his round face lighting up with pure joy. This is wine from the south, Rayon said, producing a finely crafted bottle and pouring the first glass for Glenn. HMPH. Glenn raised his glass toward Frederick with a smug expression, clearly pleased to be served first. You're as petty as ever, Frederick muttered, shaking his head as he accepted the second pour. Rayon continued serving wine to everyone at the table before sitting down himself. Tonight is a celebration for Rayon and the children's safe return. Let's enjoy ourselves, Sylvia announced, starting the dinner with a small clap. That one, get that one for me, the bread bowl with pasta in it. Wrath stretched his round hands toward the steaming bread bowl. And next, the chili shrimp, 5 pieces no less. Wait your turn, Rayon muttered, gently swatting Wrath away. He first served stew to Glenn, Frederick, and Sylvia. HMPH. Glenn held up his bowl of stew, glancing triumphantly at Frederick. Why do you insist on being this childish? Frederick sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. Me next, I want mine now. All right. Stop yelling, Rayon sighed as he twirled a forkful of creamy pasta and brought it to Wrath's expectant face. The cream is rich yet savory, awakening the appetite effortlessly. Wrath's culinary critique began as soon as the food touched his tongue, though his vocabulary remained laughably limited. Food here never disappoints, Glenn remarked, allowing himself a faint smile as he enjoyed the meal. Frederick nodded in agreement, his lips curling slightly in satisfaction. As the table emptied, Frederick placed his utensils down and let out a small burp. Before coming here, I visited the prisoners you captured. What did you find? Rayon asked, placing the bone from his lamb chop on his plate. They were brainwashed in the same manner as the children. All of it was orchestrated by Darius, Frederick replied, his fists trembling with rage. Can the brainwashing and the rage worms be removed? Glenn asked, dabbing his mouth with a napkin as he fixed Frederick with a sharp gaze. The brainwashing will be difficult. The children's conditioning was brief, but these men were subjected to it their entire lives, Frederick said, gesturing toward Rayon with his chin. The kind of pain it takes to break that Rayon has already demonstrated it. And the rage worms, those can be removed. It will be agonizing, but considering who they are, I doubt anyone will object to their suffering. Frederick chuckled, brushing his hands together as if to dismiss further concerns. So the children are truly safe now? Sylvia asked, biting her lip with worry. Phew. Rayon exhaled a deep breath, releasing the tension that had clung to his chest. Thank goodness. Knowing that the children, who reminded him so much of his past self, were finally free brought him immense relief. Yes, that hasn't changed, Rayon affirmed. Then you're in for a tough time, Frederick chuckled, a sly grin spreading across his face. Most of them want to follow in your footsteps and become knights. What? They've grown up hearing tales of Rayon Zieghart's exploits and witnessing your deeds firsthand. To them, you're practically a living legend. Frederick wagged his finger playfully, advising Rayon to prepare himself. They always ask about you, Sylvia said, nodding with a chuckle. Honestly, they talk about you so much it's almost jealousy-inducing. Your name has become a kind of scripture to them, one of the maids added, smiling softly. HRMPH. Glenn let out a satisfied grunt, clearly pleased to hear that his grandson was idolized. Double it. Glenn responded without hesitation, immediately approving a doubling of the budget. D-double? Are you serious? Frederick's eyes widened in disbelief. It's nothing, Glenn replied gruffly, quickly turning his head to the side to hide his embarrassment. Rayon observed the subtle yet genuine warmth between Glenn and Sylvia, a faint smile tugging at his lips. I hope they can find even more happiness together. Hey, I'm still hungry. Wrath suddenly jumped into view, waving his stubby hands. How is this a demon king? Rayon sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose as the chaotic meal continued. Far across the continent, atop the snow-covered peak of the towering Luden Range, a fallen angel clad in a youthful mask descended. Walking gracefully through the blinding blizzard, he approached the summit where the dreaded Severing Sword stood guard, wearing its infamous Death Knight helmet. Your mood has darkened further, the fallen angel said with a faint smile, observing the Severing Sword's icy gaze. The figure remained silent, lips pressed tightly shut. I'm here to see him. Step aside, the angel said, his tone sharp yet calm. After a long moment, the Severing Sword stepped aside without a word. The angel nodded in acknowledgement and strode into the raging black storm. Oddly, within the tempest, there was no wind, only a serene field of vibrant flowers and lush greenery, an oasis of tranquility amidst chaos, like the mythical ethereal gardens. It's been a while, the angel said, brushing snow from his pristine robes. His piercing gaze locked onto the man sitting at the garden's center. Heavenly Demon. You too. The man called the Heavenly Demon answered without even looking back at the fallen one. Are you calling me by that name? His tone was peculiar. It sounded as if he both accepted and despised the title of Heavenly Demon. Doesn't it suit you? The fallen one shrugged while looking at the broad back of the Heavenly Demon. I am the fallen one, and you are the Heavenly Demon. For beings like us, I think these are fitting names. The corners of his mouth, hidden behind the mask of a handsome youth, curved upward. The Heavenly Demon neither responded nor turned around. He remained seated as if the fallen one wasn't even there. This place is always warm and harmonious. The breath of nature is alive here. The fallen one glanced over the vibrant flowers and trees, smiling faintly. It doesn't suit someone like you. For once, his words sounded almost provocative. Get to the point. The Heavenly Demon ignored the provocation and slightly tilted his chin. Is that the Green King? The fallen one didn't answer the question, but turned his gaze to the Heavenly Demon's right. Under an apple tree bearing ripe fruit despite the season, a woman stood. She was as tall as a grown man and stood upright, as if trained in martial arts. She wore a black orc helmet, oddly lacking tusks, with twin flames rising from her forehead. Her bright brown hair cascaded over her shoulders, contrasting sharply with the ominous crimson glow from the helmet's center, which burned like blood-soaked embers. I heard she awakened to the green wolf spirit, but this exceeds expectations. The fallen one clicked his tongue while looking at the woman in the black orc helmet. With growth like that, she rivals Rayon Zieghart, tempting. He smacked his lips as if he meant it, but the woman in the orc helmet didn't spare him a glance. Instead, the shoulders of the soul-severing blade standing behind her trembled slightly. The Green King is mine. You've started spouting a lot of nonsense. A short man emerged from the bushes, shaking his head. He wore a helmet that resembled a savage though it had only one head instead of two. Answer what our master asked, will you? The voice of the man in the helmet was as clear and pure as if he hadn't yet reached puberty, utterly mismatched with his fierce helmet. Still as insolent as ever, two-headed demon. The fallen one laughed, letting the two-headed demon's aura slide off him effortlessly. You're not normal. The Heavenly Demon instantly discerned the fallen one's condition and lowered his hand. Your body remains intact, but your soul is torn. What happened to you? Turning his head slightly, the Heavenly Demon examined him with curiosity. Another monster is here, it seems. The fallen one nodded as if expecting such an observation. It's obvious who could push me to this state, isn't it? He wiggled his finger toward the red scales on the Heavenly Demon's helmet. Glenn Zieghart. He has finally reached the realm of severing souls with his sword. Glenn Zieghart. The heavenly demon slightly raised his gaze to the sky. He was unlike any other. I had anticipated he would reach that realm as a human. He nodded slightly as if it was a given. But he is different from you. He is bound by causality. Indeed. The heavenly demon sighed quietly as if regretful. So you've come to ask me to deal with this Glenn Sieghart. Could you do it? The fallen one smirked, pointing to himself with his finger. Given my current state, I refuse. The heavenly demon shook his head firmly. Glenn Sieghart is undoubtedly an appealing prey, but now is not the time. Besides, his aura, the smallest in the gathering, suddenly erupted like an explosion. Your goal and mine are different. Do not think of using me. With a light wave of his hand, the heavenly demon twisted the serene peach grove. The lush green trees emitted murderous intent like evil spirits, and the multicolored flowers unleashed an oppressive force. Our goals align for now, don't they? Even within the bizarre illusion created by the heavenly demon, the fallen one maintained his smile. If you're going to spout useless nonsense, then stop. Horse, I didn't come here to stab you in the back. With a snap of his fingers, a faint light and shadow unfolded, dispelling the heavenly demon's pressure. So, just state your irk. Would you shut up? The two-headed demon, rising with irritation, froze abruptly. He swallowed hard upon seeing the ominous light in the fallen one's eyes. An archangel has descended. The fallen one smiled faintly as he uttered the word archangel. Boom. At that moment, the heavenly demon, who seemed immovable, turned around. From his helmet, adorned with 10 horns, unquenchable flames began to burn. At dawn, Rayon entered Training Ground 5. He cleared the frozen ground in the frigid morning air and completed his basic swordsmanship exercises. Just as he prepared to practice with the heavenly drive, the door to the training ground opened, and the swordsmen of the Light Wind Division began to enter one by one. As expected, the division leader is first. There's still over an hour until the meeting. Just from the state of the training ground, he must have arrived at least an hour ago. Does that guy even sleep? The Light Wind swordsmen clicked their tongues as they observed the neatly arranged training ground. Damn it, I thought I'd be the first today. Crane ruffled his hair in frustration. When does that guy even get here? 2 hours ago, I'd guess. Dorian sighed, observing the tidied training ground. Judging by the fact he's already training, it might have been even earlier. Burin shook his head as he looked at the heavenly drive in Rayon's hands. I came at 4 a.m. once and he was already there. He sighed deeply, exasperated. I was here at 3 a.m. and he still beat me. Martha scrunched her nose, agreeing with Burin. He probably finds this training ground more comfortable than his house. She clicked her tongue, saying the only reason Rayon went to the annex was for food. I gave up on beating him long ago. Run-On admitted she had stopped trying to arrive earlier than Rayon. She blinked sleepily, still drowsy. Where's the deputy division leader? Mark Gorton squinted as he looked around for Rimmer, the only absentee. Why would that slacker be here at this hour? The gambling monster snorted, dismissing the idea. This is everyone. Let's begin. He gestured for Rayon to start. Understood. Rayon nodded and stepped onto the podium. Considering Rimmer's likely tardiness, it seemed better to proceed without him. Standing at the edge of the podium, Rayon scanned the faces of the Light Wind Division. They didn't look particularly spirited. Having spent so much time together, he could now guess their thoughts just by observing their expressions. Rayon clasped his hands behind his back and lifted his chin. Though I said this was voluntary, seeing you all gathered here makes me think you share my thoughts. Not really. Crane raised his hand while Rayon was sweeping his gaze over them. I just thought you'd retaliate if I didn't show up. Silence, yes sir. At Rayon's gesture, Dorian pulled a gag from his pouch and secured it over Crane's mouth. With that disturbance dealt with, let me restart. Though I said this was voluntary, I believe you've all come here because this last war left a mark on you. The Light Wind Division bowed their heads silently, as if Rayon's words resonated with them. Even Crane, realizing this wasn't the time for jokes, bit down quietly on the gag. Let me make one thing clear. You are strong. Rayon's calm crimson eyes met the wavering gazes of the Light Wind swordsmen. It wasn't a lie. Even with the secrets the 5 demons might be hiding, he was confident there wasn't a stronger group of young swordsmen than the Light Wind Division. Well. And not quite. Yeah, we're still lacking a lot. Crane, Dorian, and the other swordsmen scratched their heads sheepishly. Yet, despite that, you weren't the protagonists of the last war. Rayon's voice turned cold, contradicting his earlier praise. That's... The members of the Light Wind Division chewed their lips in silence, knowing better than anyone else that Rayon's words were accurate. You lacked the ability to escape danger on your own, so you couldn't capture the attention of the strong. Even during war, you were in a position of being predictedno different from children playing near the water. Rayon sharply pointed out the circumstances and emotions the Light Wind Division had felt, his gaze locking onto Burin. When you tried to cut down an enemy commander, astral energy flew toward you. When you aimed for the neck of a mountain bandit, astral energy surged. And with magic bursting forth, it was impossible for the Light Wind Division to act independently. His words sliced through them as he observed Martha, whose lips were trembling from how hard she was biting them. The same was true with the Robert family incident. All you could do was stand behind the advance of the six kings' key figures, playing the role of spectators. Rayon extended a finger as he addressed Runnan, whose purple eyes, usually dull, now held hidden resolve. The wars ahead will be even rougher and more dangerous. If you remain as you are, you'll be nothing more than bystanders or obstacles. His gaze bore into them, heavy and sharp, cutting to the heart of their insecurities. You bastard. Wrath frowned, his displeasure palpable. Why are you being so harsh on them all of a sudden? Before Wrath could protest further, a fierce storm-like energy surged from the center of the light wind division. I know, better than anyone. Martha growled, her black eyes bloodshot as she recalled the helplessness she'd felt during the war when she hadn't even been able to exchange words with the White Blood cult's leader. So what do we do? Burin clenched his fists tightly, seeming to understand Rayon's intent, as his goal to gain Karun's recognition burned within him. I'll do it, whatever it takes. Runnan, who had met Syria and felt the need to grow stronger, nodded her head resolutely. The entire Light Wind Division straightened their backs, their eyes ablaze with the same determination as their leaders. Until the next war begins, we will grow stronger. Rayon smiled, satisfied, as he placed his hand on the hilt of the heavenly drive. Every member will train relentlessly, cycling between missions and practice until they reach the level of master. The squad leaders and Mark Gorton will push themselves to the highest stage of mastery. He pulled his chin in tightly, emphasizing the gravity of his plan to hone their power to crush any enemy that dared approach. It wouldn't be fair if only you had goals. I'll set one for myself as well. My goal is... Rayon raised a finger as if swearing an oath, to transcend. It wasn't just a vow to himself, but also a promise to the Light Wind Division, cementing his resolve even further. A small goal? That's the hardest one yet. Dorian trembled at the absurdity of Rayon's words. TR Transcendence. That guy's potential is insane. Damn it, handsome Rayon. Burin, Martha, and Runnan chuckled helplessly at Rayon's bold proclamation. Well, if it's our division leader, transcendence should be expected. Rimmer leaped lightly over the wall, nodding as if it was only natural. I'll aim for transcendence as well as the deputy leader. He smiled slyly, stating his intent to follow Rayon's lead. Deputy leader? Crane narrowed his eyes as he removed his gag. No way that's happening. Absolutely not. Martha shook her head firmly while standing next to Crane. That lazy bum aiming for transcendence. Not even a passing dog would believe it. She snorted dismissively. I need to transcend to achieve my goals. Rimmer waved his hand nonchalantly, stating that he would pursue it regardless of their disbelief. The general members aiming for mastery, squad leaders for the peak of mastery, and the division leader and deputy leader for transcendence. The gambling monster chuckled incredulously. This will make for one hell of a force. His laugh wasn't mocking but filled with expectation. That means there's a lot the chief director will have to do. Rayon bowed to the gambling monster. Why did my twilight years have to end up like this, saddled with a lunatic? The gambling monster sighed deeply, lamenting his situation as if he were worse off than a gambler's pawn. But Rayon approached the gambling monster, pulling out 5 black bottles of premium liquor he had procured from the south. What's all this? The gambling monster instantly brightened, his earlier complaints vanishing as the bottles disappeared up his sleeves with impressive speed. Brace yourselves. This isn't going to be easy. He roared at the Light Wind Division, determination replacing his weariness. Don't worry, we won't give up. We'll follow you to the end. Light Wind swordsmen gritted their teeth, rejecting the idea of being mere spectators in the coming battles. The training and missions will be grueling, but if you overcome them, Rayon looked at the roaring Light Wind Division, his lips curling into a faint smile. You will reach a new realm. After completing the training that lasted from dawn until evening, Rayon entered the main training ground before midnight. Glenn had not yet arrived, but the brightly lit space suggested the preparations had been completed. Let's loosen up a bit. Rotating his shoulders lightly, Rayon unsheathed the heavenly drive. How can you train all day long? Wrath protested, flailing as if he were a freshly caught fish. I didn't even get a proper meal because of you. You ate in the training ground. That doesn't count as a proper meal. Wrath flailed his arms, demanding a full meal at the annex. You could grow stronger just by eating, sleeping, or resting, yet you can't seem to sit still. That's not enough. Rayon shook his head, gazing at the moonless sky. If I want to cut down Darius, every second counts. The powers of the Demon King were indeed helpful for growth, but relying solely on those abilities had its limits. To surpass those limits, he needed to refine his martial skills and tirelessly hone his swordsmanship. Damn it, I thought you'd spend your leave resting and eating, but... Wrath muttered his complaints but eventually fell silent, seemingly relenting out of consideration. As Rayon chuckled softly at Wrath's quietude, the door to the training ground opened, and Glenn entered, Patriarch. No need for formalities, we'll be seeing each other often. Glenn waved off the greeting, as always showing his disdain for excessive decorum. I heard you spent the entire day training the division members. Won't that affect your training with me? Why overdo it? His lowered voice carried an undertone of many unspoken questions. Didn't you say we must grow stronger together? Rayon answered without hesitation, his resolve unwavering. As you instructed, I intend to walk this path with my comrades. Rest assured I won't let this affect our training. Is that so? Glenn nodded, his lips twitching slightly as if suppressing a smile. His dry eyes hinted at satisfaction with the response. Then let's not waste time and begin. He stepped into the center of the training ground, beckoning Rayon with a flick of his finger. How far have you mastered the Azure Sky Sword? I've mastered all of it, but I can only use up to the 11th technique in real combat. Rayon adjusted his grip on the heavenly drive as he answered. You've also been training with the Radiant Light style, Snowflower swordsmanship, 10,000 flames cultivation, your own techniques, and the Azure Sky Sword, among others, haven't you? Glenn listed Rayon's practice techniques one by one, clicking his tongue in faint disapproval. Yes, Rayon bowed slightly as he responded. Hearing it listed out like that, it does sound like too much. Hearing Glenn enumerate his techniques made Rayon realize just how many he had taken on. Considering the importance of focus for transcendence, this might be an opportunity to narrow down his focus. I'm sorry, I'll concentrate on fewer techniques in the future. If it were anyone else, I'd agree. No, even a year ago, I would have told you to focus on just a few techniques to reach transcendence faster. Glenn raised a finger, pointing at Rayon. But after watching you fight, I've changed my mind. What do you mean? Rayon blinked, struggling to understand Glenn's words. Even I, who pursued the myriad blades and the sword demon, had to abandon certain paths to reach transcendence. But you're different. You don't need to focus on one thing to reach transcendence. Instead, learn more, pursue a broader world. As Glenn smiled faintly, moonlight spilled through the parting clouds, illuminating his heavenly tremor sword. Your vessel can hold anything. A vessel that can contain anything. Rayon swallowed dryly as he repeated Glenn's words. What does that mean? Though he had trained in countless sword techniques, he had never considered himself special. He couldn't fathom how to fill a realm that even Glenn or Rictor hadn't achieved. To train in myriad swords means to practice and refine every swordsmanship and its profound mysteries that exist in this world. But mastering all sword techniques is impossible. Glenn lowered his gaze slowly to look at his own feet. Naturally, there are techniques one focuses on more and those that must be let go. For me, while I devoted great effort to thunder swords among orthodox techniques, I barely dabbled in subtle swordsmanship. I imagine the sword demon was similar. He shook his head, suggesting that Rictor's swordsmanship was also aligned with orthodox techniques. But you're different. Glenn lifted his gaze to meet Rayon's wavering eyes. You've trained in everything, from the techniques you learned as a novice to the Azure Sky Sword, without letting go of a single one. As a result, your techniques, attributes, and mysteries aren't skewed. You have an infinite number of paths for growth. He continued, smiling as though proud. Most would just pour time into training. Rayon bit his lip, embarrassed. If it were only that, I wouldn't say such things. Glenn tapped his temple as if urging Rayon to realize something about himself. In the last war, you didn't dominate enemies with powerful techniques. Instead, you dismantled their martial arts with swordsmanship. You employed every technique you had learned, from basic swordsmanship to the Azure Sky Sword, and you did so against stronger opponents. That's something even I couldn't do. He nodded, calling it a realm beyond mere talent. Rayon, your vessel is so vast and deep that even I can't grasp its limits. You are capable of achieving the true meaning of the myriad swords. Glenn's gaze was filled with an expectation reserved for only Rayon. That's. Rayon averted his gaze, unable to meet Glenn's eyes. I don't even know what to say. Coming to train in swordsmanship only to receive such a gaze left him unsure of how to respond. Especially since it was Glenn, the weight of it was even heavier. That old fool is spouting nonsense. Wrath raised his head haughtily. It's only natural for your soul's vessel to grow larger when you're in the presence of a great being like me. You helped, of course, but that's not everything. Rayon lowered his gaze, feeling the ring of fire circling his heart. The ring of fire played an even greater role than wrath. The ring of fire elevated the quality of his soul and guided his body and mind to grow in a way most suited to a martial artist. If, as Glenn suggested, his vessel had truly expanded enough to contain the myriad swords, the ring of fire were likely the greatest factor. I'll do my best. Rayon bowed his head, coming to terms with his abilities and his vessel. Nothing will change about how I train now. In fact, he found it enjoyable. In his previous life, the techniques he learned were nothing but tools for killing, forced upon him. They were assassination skills meant to kill martial artists and sorcerers more advanced than him. Now, training in swordsmanship for himself brought him unparalleled joy. So how should I approach training from now on? I already told you learn as many techniques as you can and gain as much experience as possible. Glenn stepped closer and nodded firmly. Starting today, I will teach you all the swordsmanship I know. He lifted the heavenly tremor sword as if they were about to begin immediately. The first technique is called the Bewitching Flame Sword. It contains the essence of phantom swordsmanship and demonic swordsmanship that you haven't yet mastered. Glenn slowly raised his sword, its arc twisting with an eerie flow as it descended, pressing heavily into the ground rather than cutting through it. This technique differs from the orthodox techniques you've learned so far, but mastering it will undoubtedly benefit you. Glenn demonstrated all the stances of the Bewitching Flame Sword and recited its mnemonic formulas before stepping back. Show me how you interpret it. Understood. Rayon's eyes narrowed as he focused, resembling a leaf scrutinizing sunlight. Have you learned or seen this technique before? No. Rayon shook his head firmly. Then how can you replicate its phantom and demonic essence? Glenn exhaled in astonishment, noting how Rayon's execution, though not perfect, captured the essence of the technique. I've faced many similar techniques. Rayon shrugged. While it was his first time seeing the Bewitching Flame Sword, his battles against martial arts infused with phantom and demonic essences greatly aided him in interpreting the technique. Did you learn from your enemies? Instead of responding immediately, Rayon closed his eyes. He melded the image of the Bewitching Flame Sword Glenn had shown with his own perception before reopening his eyes. Chi-yigging, Rayon swung his sword. In the sinister yet graceful flow Glenn had demonstrated, he infused his unique resolve into the movement. Pi-yigging. A sharp sound tore through the air as the heavenly drive emitted a shimmering aura that pressed heavily upon the ground. Glenn's eyebrows rose sharply at the sight, as though caught off guard. Unbothered by Glenn's reaction, Rayon completed the technique and lowered his sword. Rayon, looking at the lowered heavenly drive, Glenn let out a hearty laugh. I believe there's more to learn from enemies than in training. A fine mindset. Glenn smiled faintly, evidently pleased with the answer, though it seems my library won't last much longer. Rayon took a short rest in the annex before leaving his room again before sunrise. Despite sleeping less than 3 hours, he felt no fatigue. Grrrr. Wrath yawned drowsily, rubbing his eyes. As if envy had turned to admiration, it seemed Sloth was evolving as well. To think you'd change the abilities of the monarchs at will. If the demon god knew, he'd be furious. But he doesn't know, does he? Rayon waved his hand dismissively as he gestured toward the ground. He sees all. Then he must have seen you drooling over mint chocolate. Rayon teased, poking Wrath's flushed nose. If he let that slide, your demon god must be quite merciful. Wrath could only gnash his teeth, clearly unable to retort. You'll face dire consequences someday. You're the only one who'd misuse Sloth like this. Wrath growled, thrusting his round face forward. Why does your power evolve into something as ridiculous as needing less sleep? Wrath wrinkled his nose as he stared into Rayon's clear eyes. Who knows? Rayon chuckled, nodding slightly. I didn't expect this either. Perhaps due to prolonged training with reduced sleep, Sloth's power had strengthened. Now, even 3 hours of sleep restored his stamina and mental fortitude as if he'd slept 8 hours. Despite the lack of rest, he felt completely refreshed. Wrath, mid-grumble, suddenly twitched his nose. The smell of freshly baked bread, and it has eggs. Wrath flew to the doorway in excitement. Hurry, there's toast, sigh. Following Wrath's excited sniffing, Rayon found Judith holding a plate of egg toast at the entrance. I prepared this since I thought you'd leave early. Judith handed over toast and milk, insisting on a light meal before heading out. At this hour, it's my job as your personal maid, she bowed, treating it as a matter of course. Rayon smiled faintly as he bit into the toast. The crunch of the warm bread paired with the savory ham and soft egg was delightful. Ahahaha, Wrath beamed, rubbing his cheeks in delight. This is good, worlds apart from Nadine bread. Wrath seemed to have completely forgotten his earlier complaints, lost in happiness. Information on Darius Robert and the other 5 demons will likely come to me through Denning Rose. Judith informed him that information on the 5 demons would also be directed to the annex. Rayon nodded, returning the empty plate. Judith's efficiency in handling information exceeded even the Shadow Agent's divisions, making her utterly reliable. This is nothing compared to what you've done for us. Judith bowed deeply, her smile more genuine than ever before. That's not it. Rayon waved his hand lightly. We've helped each other. Unable to respond, Judith simply bowed her head deeply, feeling the sincerity in Rayon's words as he left the annex. Judith lowered her head further, gratitude filling her expression. As Rayon approached Training Ground 5, he heard the sound of swords being swung from inside. When he opened the door, the entire Light Wind Division was already at their stations, immersed in sword training. Why are you all out here so early? Rayon blinked, glancing up at the still dark, pre-dawn sky. There was more than an hour left until training officially began, but seeing them all gathered brought a faint chuckle to his lips. You set a goal for us to reach Master Division Leader. The thought of using astral energy woke me up automatically, Dorian said, clenching his fists with determination. I was the first one here. Believe me, the one and only Crane. Crane raised his hand energetically, claiming the top spot. I'm the opposite. I came to complain. Martha leaned forward, her brow furrowed. See, complain. Rayon took a step back under the force of Martha's sharp tone. Why stop at Advanced Master? That's not enough to get anywhere. Martha shook her head fiercely. I'm aiming for Grandmaster, she declared, flashing her teeth with determination. Me too, Run-On said calmly, nodding. If she can do it, so can I, she added, swinging her sword lazily despite her half-asleep appearance. If both squad leaders are aiming for Grandmaster, I guess I have no choice. Burin raised his right hand with a broad smile. Set my goal there too. I need to be a Grandmaster to gain Karun's recognition. Grandmaster, I think that's achievable now, Mark Gorton agreed, gripping his sword tightly to emphasize his resolve. You damn copycats, stop following me. Martha's shoulders trembled with frustration. However, rather than discouraging the others, her declaration seemed to inspire the entire division. Not just the squad leaders, but even the regular members set their sights higher, their determination burning brightly. How admirable, Wrath nodded approvingly as he looked around at the Light Wind division. My subordinates will certainly grow stronger. Well, except for that one with the annoying eyes. He pouted, still displeased with Burin's gaze. Rayon smiled faintly as he watched the swordsmen push each other to greater heights, their competitive spirit reignited. It feels like old times. The Light Wind swordsmen reminded him of their trainee days, brimming with fierce enthusiasm and rivalry. Good, goals should always be high. Rayon nodded from the podium, his voice firm. Having personally experienced the path to Master and Grandmaster, he felt confident he could guide them to even greater heights. To help you reach those higher places, I've prepared a new training method. Rayon drew the heavenly drive and pointed it at the dim morning sky. From today, we'll conduct one-on-one duels. One member will spar with me from dawn to noon, and another from afternoon to evening. He lowered his sword, stating that these duels would be held daily. Isn't that just the same as before? Authorized violence. Crane frowned. It'll be different. Rayon smiled faintly, leaving a hint of mystery. Who wants to go first? Me, pick me, I'll go first. Unlike the past, when duels often left them groaning in protest, the entire division eagerly raised their hands. It seemed the pain of training was preferable to the helplessness of being bystanders, even Dorian. Rayon felt a pang of emotion as he saw Dorian, who usually avoided attention, raising his hand. Dorian, you'd be the pick, but we need to respect the basics. Come forward, Crane. Rayon chuckled lightly, pointing at Crane with the heavenly drive. Crane took a deep breath as he stepped forward. I won't lose easily this time. Nuff, what's your best swordsmanship? Me. It's the infinite sword. Show me all its forms. Before sparring, Rayon stepped back and instructed Crane to demonstrate his swordsmanship. Got it, Crane said, blinking rapidly before performing the entire infinite sword sequence. Through the ring of fire, Rayon analyzed Crane's swordsmanship carefully, clicking his tongue. The fusion of phantom, shifting, and rapid swordsmanship is well balanced, not bad. After fully grasping the essence and stances of the infinite sword, Rayon stepped forward. I'll only use the infinite sword to face you from now on. What do you mean by that? Let's begin. Not wanting to waste time, Rayon immediately performed the second form of the infinite sword. Chiiging. The heavenly drive split into 3 blades, twisting toward Crane. His eyes widened in disbelief. This is the real infinite sword. Think about how my sword differs from yours. Rayon pressed Crane with a calm yet icy tone, forcing him to face the disparity head-on. Clang, clang, clang. Crane broke out in a cold sweat as he found himself being overwhelmed by his own strongest swordsmanship. What is this? Rayon wasn't using astral energy or overwhelming amounts of aura. He was using even less aura than Crane, and the stances were ones Crane knew intimately, yet they were almost impossible to counter. To think Rayon could perfect the infinite sword after just seeing it once was unbelievable. Don't retreat. Focus until the end. Rayon guided Crane with precise advice while launching the 5th form of the infinite sword. This is the way forward. By learning their swordsmanship, Rayon expanded his own martial insights while showing them how their techniques could evolve and reach perfection, a mutually beneficial training method. Yura! With a fierce shout, Crane launched the 4th form of the infinite sword, Chiiging. Rayon countered with the 6th form, deflecting Crane's sword and striking his abdomen. Crane stumbled but forced himself to stand, laughing through his exhaustion. In the past, I would have despaired at your talent, but not anymore. Despite biting his lips hard enough to draw blood, Crane didn't look away from Rayon's sword. I, Crane of the Light Wind Division, won't be the first to fall. I'll be the first to move forward. Crane bit his lip as he watched Rayon's execution of the infinite sword, which had evolved into something far beyond his own understanding of the technique. They always said to give up when you meet a true genius. This was advice he received from an instructor during his trainee days when he struggled to keep up with Rayon and Burin. Back then, he'd nodded and said he understood, but deep down, he hadn't accepted it. I thought I had talent too. Who would agree at 12 years old that others are inherently different and that catching up to geniuses is impossible? Believing he had some unique talent, Crane had pushed himself relentlessly, day and night. But instead of catching up, the gap just kept growing. The distance between himself and even Burin, Martha, and Run-On widened so much that their backs were no longer visible. The harder he tried, the more crushing the realization became. That's when I learned mental anguish hurts more than physical pain. Finally, he understood his instructor's advice. Striving to chase geniuses only made the pain sharper and more unbearable. It had been advice born of compassion for his future self. After realizing he wasn't special, Crane adjusted his efforts, doing just enough to remain in the middle of the pack. He wasn't untalented, so it wasn't difficult to keep up with the training regimen. That was how he moved from a trainee to a member of the Light Wind Division, while Rayon rose to the position of Deputy Division Leader. Rayon began teaching the division members himself, claiming he wanted to grow stronger together. The training was grueling, but it guaranteed real growth. Still, back then, his words weren't entirely sincere. Crane, who had always been perceptive to others' feelings, knew this. When Rayon declared he wanted to grow stronger alongside everyone, it wasn't entirely genuine. Whether it was pity, compassion for those without talent, or even a calculated move to use them, his feelings hadn't been true back then. But over time, Rayon had changed. Just as Rayon had grown fond of Dorian, whom he'd once dismissed as slow and frustrating, he'd begun to show genuine care for everyone. Rayon's emotion's desire to grow stronger together, and his determination to lose no one burned vividly and sincerely. That's why I changed too. Being quick to notice such things was Crane's only advantage. Even as Rayon pressed him relentlessly, Crane didn't take his eyes off Rayon's sword, determined to absorb everything and grow stronger. If I can't figure it out by watching, I'll try imitating it. Finding no answers from observation alone, Crane began mimicking Rayon's stances and movements with the infinite sword. Though he could picture the sword path in his mind, it felt different. Rayon wasn't simply performing the infinite sword stancesh, was introducing more variations and enhancements to the technique. Now I see. Rayon wasn't just patching up the weaknesses of the phantom, shifting, and rapid elements in the infinite sword. He was focusing on one profound principle to maximize its strengths. After realizing Rayon's sincerity, Crane's perspective shifted completely. He no longer dismissed the title of division leader as mere words, nor did he begrudge Rayon when he pushed him hard. He willingly stepped forward, even when teased for being the one and only Crane. Rayon's promise to grow stronger together was it was genuine, and it's the same now. Rayon wasn't demonstrating an improved infinite sword to show off his talent. He was doing it to help Crane grow. Crane bit his lip, clashing his infinite sword against Rayon's. What's the difference between my sword and his? Rayon wasn't drawing on monstrous physical strength or overwhelming aura, yet his swordsmanship was incomprehensibly intricate and profound, to the point where it felt impossible to defend against. Think, chi-eyeing. Focusing entirely on variation, Crane performed the infinite sword with more fluidity and adaptability. Clang. For the first time, his attack met Rayon's sword on equal footing, sparks flying between their blades. Don't just replicate the swordsmanship you've learned. Crane locked eyes with Rayon, continuing his sentence. You're telling me to adapt to the situation, right? Now you get it. Rayon finally smiled faintly. For you, that's fast. Crane had been wielding the infinite sword too rigidly, failing to adjust its phantom, shifting, and rapid elements to suit different scenarios. This rigidity made his swordsmanship easier to counter and exploit. Rayon hadn't directly instructed him, choosing instead to teach through the clash of their blades, leaving Crane to figure it out himself. Judging by Crane's expression, the lesson had been effective. I understand now. Let's continue. Crane adjusted his grip on his sword, eager to keep going. No, time's up. Rayon pointed to the sun now high in the sky. When? Crane gaped, realizing it was already noon. If you've identified your weaknesses, you'll need time alone to address them. I'll look forward to our next duel. Rayon patted Crane's shoulder before leaving the training ground. Crane clasped his hands together and bowed deeply toward Rayon's retreating back. Division leader. His voice rang clearer than ever before as he called out to Rayon. After a quick lunch, Rayon returned to the training ground. Though he thought he'd be the first to return, two others were already there. One was Crane, who hadn't even paused for a meal, still immersed in sword training. The other was Dorian, the next participant for the afternoon duel. You're here, Dorian approached with a sheepish grin, having only managed to eat some bread for lunch. Let's start right away. Though his hands trembled as he gripped his sword, Dorian adopted a ready stance. Sniff. Wrath snorted, watching Dorian's trembling eyes. To think the wallet has grown so much. How admirable. Then stop calling him a wallet. It's unfair. You're the one who started calling him that, and you've treated him like one too. Wrath furrowed his brow, accusing Rayon of hypocrisy. Your swordsmanship is the silent black sword, correct? Pushing Wrath aside, Rayon stepped in front of Dorian. Show me everything from beginning to end. Well, Dorian lowered his sword and hesitated. I've been practicing a new technique for the past few months. Could you take a look at it instead? He admitted to training a new style in secret, a new technique. It's the opposite of the silent black sword. Show me. At Rayon's nod, Dorian unleashed a fierce, aggressive attack that clashed against the ground. Strong, rapid, wind-like, decisive, and even deadly techniques. Each element of Dorian's new style was highly offensive, the complete opposite of his usually cautious demeanor. What's it called? The Roaring Wave Sword. Dorian lowered his gaze, explaining that he'd developed it to overcome his fears. Show me the silent black sword too. Why yes, Dorian demonstrated the weighty, defensive stances of the silent black sword which he had diligently practiced. Your Roaring Wave Sword isn't ready for a duel. Rayon shook his head calmly. As admirable as it is, I can't waste time on something half-baked. While Dorian's effort to reinvent himself was commendable, the benefits of training the Roaring Wave Sword didn't yet outweigh its flaws. I'm sorry. Dorian scratched his head, clearly embarrassed. Today's not your only chance, so. Rayon pointed to the marks Dorian had carved into the ground with his sword. Keep practicing until our next duel. If it reaches a usable level, I'll take a look at the Roaring Wave Sword too. Understood. Dorian bowed deeply, vowing to sleep less if necessary to improve his skill. Let's begin. As Dorian raised his head, Rayon immediately executed the fourth form of the silent black sword. Whoosh! The heavenly drive swept forward like a shield, targeting Dorian's chest. Huff. Though startled by the oncoming strike, Dorian didn't retreat. Instead of evading, he recognized the need to block and raised his sword diagonally, assuming a solid defensive stance. Clang! Though Dorian staggered under the immense power behind Rayon's strike, he held his ground and didn't falter. Defense alone isn't enough. Think about where the silent black sword's weight can create the greatest impact. Rayon followed up with consecutive stances, striking at Dorian's shoulders, waist, and thighs. Huff huff. The intense shock made Dorian's eyelids flutter, a nervous instinct to close his eyes taking over. True to his nature, fear made him want to shut everything out. But Dorian didn't close his eyes, nor did he step back. Even as he bled from the cuts forming on his body, he swung his sword like an immovable boulder. Observe both your sword and mine simultaneously. If you fail to grasp the difference, you'll remain nothing more than a punching bag. Rayon's serene smile lingered as he watched Dorian, who even in fear never stopped trying to improve. He's changed. No, he's in the process of changing. Change doesn't occur suddenly, fool. Wrath nodded grandly while observing Dorian. Only those who are prepared can break through their shells. That fellow has always been watching your back, so it was inevitable that he'd change. True, some might claim change is abrupt, but in Rayon's experience, that wasn't the case. True transformation required a burning desire to better oneself, combined with painstaking effort to climb the ladder of progress step by step. Chi-eyeing, Rayon executed the sixth form of the silent black sword, targeting Dorian's waist. Clang! Rather than retreating from the swiftly descending blade, Dorian stepped forward, delivering a nearly perfect defense. His sword strikes now carried noticeable weight. I think I understand now. Though Dorian's hands still trembled as they gripped his sword, his eyes were clear as a tranquil lake. Defense changes completely depending on the angle of the blade. He murmured to himself, realizing the lesson Rayon had been trying to convey. And as for offense, Dorian suddenly surged forward, launching a heavy, decisive strike. His attack demonstrated his growing understanding of the weight and force Rayon had been teaching him to harness. Boom. Rayon's lips curled upward as he watched Dorian, stepping forward one step at a time despite his fear, and the other swordsman silently observing his back. It seems these ones will be the quickest to grow. A gray castle, weathered by centuries, stood desolate. At its highest throne, Darius Roberts sat, staring at the bleeding wound on the back of his hand. It's not healing at all. The wounds to his soul inflicted by Glenn, and even the hole pierced through his chest, were slowly mending, but the injury on his hand remained unchanging. The first one in particular, the second wound from his battle with Rayon Sieghart, was slowly recovering, but the first sword scar from the assassin Rayon had left behind showed no signs of healing, even with Uriel's assistance. It seemed permanently untreatable. I don't understand. Even wounds caused by the Demon King's powers could be erased, and the damage to his soul from Glenn's sword had been mending. But why did this injury persist? Uriel, he's hiding something. Uriel appeared to know more about Rayon than he was letting on, but he refused to share that information. Tusk, clicking his tongue, Darius flicked the blood from his wound as the doors to the audience chamber opened, and Kubara and Bardil entered. Lord Darius, the head count is complete, Bardil reported, kneeling with his head bowed. The Purple Lightning Division, White Frost Division, and Ghost Demon Division have all returned, along with the Shadow Knights and the Black Thunder Division. No personnel were lost. 10 squads of shadows have also come back, and the Fire Water Guest Division arrived last night, Kubara added, bowing low. Good work. Darius nodded approvingly at Kubara and Bardil. This is better than expected. Is Lord Uriel elsewhere? Bardil glanced around the audience chamber, noticing that Darius was alone. He vanished, saying he had things to do. Darius replied, shaking his head. Don't concern yourself with him, he'll manage on his own. What's the current situation? He gestured toward Kubara. The The Six Kings meeting, or rather, the Five Kings meeting has labeled you and all of us as continental outlaws. They've united the black market and neutral factions to suppress the families that once supported us. Kubara bowed lower, acknowledging the unfavorable developments. As expected, Dara said, smiling calmly, if they're acting as predicted, it's only right for us to move unpredictably. From beside his throne, Darius flicked 4 gray letters to Kubara's feet. Send them to the 5 demons. Darius's lips twisted into a crooked smile. If they've held a 5 kings meeting, we'll hold a 5 demons meeting. You've done well, Glenn nodded as he looked at Rayon with a calm expression, mastering the flow of phantom and demonic swordsmanship in just 2 weeks. You could already use it in real combat without issue. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you another sword technique, so come prepared. He sheathed the heavenly tremor sword and gave a rare word of praise. Rayon exhaled deeply and sat down where he stood. Did I finally succeed? Glenn had been relentlessly critical, testing Rayon's abilities to their limits during training. The lack of any critique today suggested he had passed this particular test. This is fun. Fun, Wrath gawked, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. You're calling this fun, sparring with your division from dawn till night, only to be pummeled by that old man after dark. You're a true masochist. What's fun about any of this? Everything. Rayon smiled faintly. As Wrath said, he had spent the last 2 weeks training the Light Wind division during the day and learning from Glenn at night. It was exhausting, but feeling his own groat hand, that of the Light Wind division, made it all worth it. It's far but not out of reach. Transcendence still seemed like a distant peak, but it no longer felt unattainable. It wasn't a vague mystery obscured by fog, but a visible summit. HMPH, Wrath snorted, shaking his head. As that old man said, you haven't even reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster yet. What summit are you talking about? You're delusional. He was about to continue his mockery when suddenly, the Soul Requiem Sword has absorbed the energy of the red orb. The Soul Requiem Sword purifies its essence. All stats have. New trait unlocked. The messages indicating stat increases, and a new trait startled Wrath into silence. What? Wrath stammered as his jaw quivered in disbelief. Perhaps it won't take as long as I thought. Rayon smirked as he read the updates. Silence. Wrath shouted, his voice trembling as if holding back tears of frustration. We'll have a late-night snack after training, so don't get too upset. Or are you serious? What are we eating? Nadine bread. Let's just die, both of us, right here. Wrath clenched his fists, ready to pounce when Rimmer vaulted over the training ground wall and entered. Why do you always climb the wall instead of using the door? Glenn frowned, clearly baffled. Because the wall is there. Rimmer tilted his head as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Ha. Glenn sighed as if deeming a response unworthy of his effort. Is training done for today? Rimmer grinned as he gestured toward Rayon. Yes, we just finished. Rayon dusted off his pants and stood up. Then how about a spar with me? Rimmer's green eyes gleamed, tinged with a faint red glow. Seriously.